She spoke in a voice that wasn't hers, and then the lights went out. At Paranormal M, we caught it on tape. Subscribe to see the truth. The Scary Dolls by the River. It might sound like I made this up, but I swear to God it happened. In 2015, I had gone home to visit my mom in Arkansas. She lives out by these shallow creeks that cut through the woods, the kind where you still see kids catching crawdads with buckets if you go in the summer. It was late September, still warm, but the air had that first bite of fall. You know, when the bugs start to quiet down at night. I'd gone out walking with my cousin after supper, just to get some air. He's the type who always wants to show me his hot spot. So he led me to this bend in the creek where he used to fish when we were kids. I hadn't been there in, 15 years maybe. We sat on a big rock and were just skipping stones, just talking about nothing. Then he nudged me and said, "Do you see that?" Across the creek, through this light fog that had started rolling in, which was weird because it wasn't even that cool out. We saw, and I don't even know what it was without sounding crazy, or at least how to describe it. It looked like two kids, and at first I thought it was the neighbor's kids messing around with an old raft. They were waving at us real slow, like when you spot a friend from far away. But as they got closer, I realized it wasn't right, and they weren't kids. They were dolls. Big dolls, like the old-fashioned ones your grandma might have had. The ones with the painted faces. One was dressed in this sailor outfit all faded, and the other in a red dress with one eye missing. The red eye socket still gives me the creeps thinking about that. And they were sitting or maybe standing on this flat board drifting straight toward us. Here's the part that really messed me up. The creek was flowing the other way. I could see the leaves and sticks floating downstream. But these things were just coming against it, steady as anything. My cousin said something along the lines of, "That's not right." And for once, he wasn't joking. We just stood there frozen watching them wave until it got too close. We both bolted back up the path. I swear I didn't even breathe until we were back at the house. Later, when we calmed down, we tried to reason it out. Maybe somebody set the dolls adrift for some weird ritual, or maybe it was a prank. But dolls don't wave, and they don't move upstream. We never told Mom. She's the church-going type. She would have said it was the devil trying to get at us or something. I don't know what it was. All I know is I haven't sat by that creek since. Don't think I ever will. The Old Gym Voices. So this one summer I was working at a community center. Maybe 2012, I think. I had just finished a night shift at the gas station. The director asked me to help sort it through this bunch of old sports gear that they'd been storing in this gym. The place was basically empty. There were no kids and no classes. Just me in that echoey space with the lights half off. The gym always felt strange when it was empty. I grew up playing ball there, so I knew every corner of the place. But alone, it felt hollow, like too much air. And anyway, I was dragging bins of jerseys across the floor when I heard what I thought was people talking in the bleachers. Just low voices like a guy and a woman. I couldn't catch words exactly. I figured maybe the janitor came in with his wife or something. But when I looked up, there was no one, and the bleachers were bare. And the voices didn't stop, though. They just kept going steady. Almost like a conversation that didn't care if I was there. Walked over, dragging my sneakers loud on purpose, thinking maybe somebody was messing with me. But it didn't get louder or quieter. It was like the sound was everywhere and nowhere at the same time. I even checked the locker room door because sometimes the echo in that building is nuts. But nothing, it was empty. And then, I don't know, I got this heavy feeling in my chest. The same kind of thing I'd felt years before in that same gym. It was during a basketball practice. Back then, I'd seen this little figure dart across the far end of the court. It looked like a kid, like fast as hell. But when I ran over there was no one. I remember my buddy asking me if I'd quote-unquote seen the shadow kid. We laughed it off, but I didn't forget it. So anyway, standing there in 2012, listening to those voices, I just felt the same exact thing. Like I shouldn't be there. Like I'd walked into a room that already belonged to someone else. Grabbed my bag and bailed. Later in the day, I asked the janitor if he'd been in the gym, and he just shook his head and told me, "That place, it talks sometimes." It was real casual, like it was no big deal. Well, I don't know. Could be pipes, could be my brain just being fried from night shifts. But the thing is I still won't go into that gym alone. Not even now. The thing at my uncle's farmhouse. Years back at my uncle's old farmhouse out in rural Kentucky, it's one of those places that looks fine in the daylight. There's fields, there's a sagging barn, there's a porch swing. But at night, man, it feels wrong. Too quiet, like the woods are listening. My aunt swore the place was haunted, like she'd say she'd hear somebody stomping around the gravel driveway at midnight. Then this heavy thud, like something dropping into the old cattle pond. The dogs would go absolutely nuts, barking and growling. But when she'd shine a flashlight, there'd be nothing, just water ripples spreading out. I didn't believe her, thought it was raccoons or coyotes. My cousin Eddie, who's the most skeptical guy I know, he laughs at ghost stories, said, "I'll prove it's nothing. I'll sleep over there tonight." So he brings his sleeping bag, some beer, and sets up in the living room. Around 2 a.m, he told me later he starts hearing it. First, the crunch of gravel, then some splashing sounds. Almost like somebody doing cannonballs into the pond. He checks, and there's no one there, and it keeps happening. Dogs barking their heads off, tails between their legs. Then comes this pounding at the front door, pretty hard, like somebody trying to kick it in. Eddie panics. Instead of checking, he bolts through the kitchen, out the back door, and runs half a mile down the road barefoot. Left his beer, his bag, and everything. Wouldn't step foot in that house again. Still swears it wasn't just animals. He said the pounding was too deliberate, like fists. And the pond splashes. He says it was deep and heavy like a grown man dropping in. Not some little critter. Well, the farmhouse is empty now. No one seems to stay there. Every time I drive past, I roll up my window, even in the summer. Don't know why, I just feel safer that way. The summer I saw Uncle Joe. Never actually written anything like this before, but I figured if there's a place to tell it, it's here. This happened when I was maybe 7 or 8, around that age. We lived in this old farmhouse in Ohio, right by the cornfields. My parents both work late shifts sometimes. So just me and my older brother hanging around, usually watching cartoons or bickering over the remote or something. Anyway, one night I'm sitting on the floor doodling in a notebook when I noticed somebody sitting in Dad's old recliner. It was Uncle Joe, and I hadn't seen him in years, like since I was a baby. It took me a second to place him. It looked the same as in the photos on the hallway wall, flannel shirt, big mustache, the whole deal. So I asked him, "When did you get here?" He said all casual, "Just a little while ago." Now here's the thing, Uncle Joe had passed away when I was about 2. He was in a car accident. Everyone in my family knew that. Even me, though I didn't really, get it at the time. I was too young. So right away, something felt off, and he wasn't scary, well, at least not at first, so he said, "I've been watching over you. You want to come with me? It's better where I am." I remember I laughed nervously, and I said, "I can't, I got school tomorrow." Like that was my excuse. He grinned, kind of sad, and said, "Well, you can go to school over there, too." And that part stuck with me because it was so weird. School in the afterlife. He reached his hand out like he wanted me to follow him, and I swear my whole chest tightened up. Told him I needed to ask my mom, and when I stood up, he grabbed my wrist real tight and said, "Don't tell her I'm here, she won't understand." I wriggled free somehow, and when I looked back, he was sitting there staring at me like disappointed. Then he stood and said, "Guess I'll go then." He walked straight out the front door. Not 2 minutes later, the phone rang. My mom answered, and it was Aunt Lisa. She was crying, telling Mom she'd been thinking about Joe that night, how she missed him, which was just weird timing. After that, I saw him one more time about a year later, same chair, same flannel, and he asked again if I wanted to come with him, and this time I told him, "No, Mom would be sad." He looked real thoughtful at that and then said, "Yeah, I suppose she would." And he just sort of faded. Haven't seen him since. Thing that gets me, though, is my brother swears he heard somebody answer me that night. He was upstairs and thought I was talking to Dad, and he heard a man's voice say, "Yeah, clear as day." I don't know what to make of it. Maybe I was dreaming, maybe I wasn't. But every time I walk past that chair now, I kind of half expect to see Uncle Joe sitting there again. The old Polaroid that wasn't right. Back in the late 90s, I worked at this little 1-hour photo place inside a strip mall in Nebraska. It had all these chemical smells. Never left your clothes, even after you'd get home and wait a while. We mostly developed vacation pictures and school portraits and other boring stuff. So one afternoon, this older lady dropped off a roll of film for us. She was frail and kind of hunched, kind of person who looks like they might blow away if the wind picks up. She said that her last roll of film, well, rather it was her last roll of film because her lungs weren't good, as she put it, and she coughed the whole time she was at the counter. So I run her negatives through, and there's no problem. But when I start developing one set, I swear my stomach turned over. There's a photo of her sitting in a recliner, taken by somebody else, must have been the family, I'm guessing. Nothing weird at first, except the wall behind her head looked like it was crawling. I leaned in closer and realized it wasn't the wall, it was dozens, maybe hundreds of tiny faces all pressed together with their mouths open. Their eyes were squinting like they were screaming but muted. The whole section of wallpaper behind her was just faces. I actually dropped the print in the bin and cursed out loud, and my coworker thought I'd splashed chemicals on myself. Well, I ran it again, thinking maybe it was a light leak or some weird processing issue. But no, the second time that one shot came out crystal clear. Same chair, same lady, just normal floral wallpaper. No faces. I didn't tell the woman when she came back, just handed her the envelope like everything was fine. She smiled, kind of real tired, and said she was moving into hospice soon. I never saw her again, and for weeks after I kept thinking about that photo. I even dreamed about it once, those tiny faces chanting, all in the same voice like a choir. I can still hear the faint hum when I think about it too hard. Tossed the first print in the shredder the same day, and still wish I hadn't. Like maybe somebody else could have explained it. Or maybe it's better gone. I honestly don't know. The faucet at the trailer park. This happened a while back. I was living in this rundown trailer park outside of Tulsa. My uncle had just moved in with us after his girlfriend died, and I swear the whole place got heavier after that. Like before him, it was just a creaky old trailer. But once he was there, weird stuff kind of followed. He used to complain about his headphones tugging at night, like somebody giving them a little yank. He'd laugh it off, but I noticed he always kept the lights on when he slept in the back room. Anyway, I didn't think much of it until things started happening in the kitchen and bathroom. First time, I'm walking to the bathroom and the cold faucet is blasting. It's like somebody turned it on full strength. No one was home except me, and I just muttered, "Damn pipes," and I shut it off. A couple days later, same thing, only this time I yelled for everybody. My uncle, my girlfriend, and even my dad came stomping down the hallway, and I pointed the sink and I'm like, "Look." And everyone just stares at me. My dad smirked and said I probably forgot I turned it on, which I didn't. Then came the day when the water just stopped. I tried the knob and there was nothing. The toilet was still filling fine though, and I hollered like a madman until everybody showed up again. They rolled their eyes until my dad tried to get under the sink to mess with the shut-off valve. Well, the whole cabinet under there was jammed full of junk, like old soap bottles, some dollar store bubble bath, and random crap from God knows when. There's no way anybody had reached in to shut it off. My dad had to yank out all these bottles, and half of them glued to the bottom from old leaks. When he finally got to the valve, he twisted it, and boom, water came rushing back. I'll never forget the look in his face in the mirror. It was pale. Not mad, not smug, just pale. My mom didn't say a word, just walked back to her room like nothing had happened. Me, well, I'm practically jumping up and down like an idiot. "See, I told you." My girlfriend rubbed my back like she was calming down a dog, which probably kept me from screaming more. Nobody's ever brought it up again, not even once. My uncle still doesn't talk about it either, though I caught him once staring at that bathroom door like it had teeth. I don't know. Maybe it was the trailer, or maybe it was him, or maybe it was both. All I know is every now and then when I stay up late, it's real quiet, and I swear I hear the faucet click, like it wants to turn itself on again. The woman on the back road. I don't normally share stuff like this. I know how it's going to sound, but just to get it out of my head, I'm going to throw it over here. Summer of 2019, around 10:30 at night. Driving home from a late shift at the diner. There's this back road that cuts between two cornfields in rural Indiana, and it saves me about 10 minutes, so I take it even though it's dark and honestly kind of creepy. No streetlights, just gravel crunching under your tires and the occasional mailbox that looks like a person in the corner of your eye. About somewhere halfway down the stretch is when I see somebody walking along the ditch. At first I thought maybe it was a farm kid or somebody broke down, which really wouldn't be that weird out here. But when my headlights hit her, it didn't make sense. She looked wrapped up in something white, like a sheet or a quilt, dragging around her shoulders. I could see the shape of her head and her arms and the whole body, but no face. It's like the cloth covered everything. Not even shadows where her nose or her mouth should be, just flat. And the part that makes me sweat is my old Chevy's heater had been blasting because the night was cool, but the second I got close, the air in the cab went freezing. My breath fogged up and actually fiddled with the dial, thinking my heater quit. Which it hadn't, so. She never stepped aside, just walked steady and slow like she knew I was coming. I tried to tell myself it was just some girl messing around or maybe a runaway or something. But my gut knew it wasn't that. I swear when I passed, she turned her head toward me with that no-face thing, just that white cloth shifting. I panicked when I realized the road dead ends at the old silo. Basically a cul-de-sac for tractors. My stomach dropped and I swung the wheel hard to turn around fast, dust flying everywhere. Took 5 seconds. Around there, tops. She was gone completely. No way she could have ducked into the fields that quick, especially wrapped up like that. The corn's high, but you'd still hear movement, but there was nothing. Just the sound of my engine. I ended up driving all the way to town, but I eventually calmed down and parked by this gas station where there were people and lights. I sat there drinking a Coke from the vending machine, hands shaking like I'd had 5 cups of coffee. Never saw her again, but I think about her every time I take that shortcut, which is less and less these days. Anybody else seen something like that in a farm? Or maybe I'm just losing it. When the screen bit back. I've always liked weird stuff and old ghost stories and haunted podcasts and random creepy YouTube rabbit holes. It's my comfort noise when I'm folding laundry or trying to fall asleep. But there was this one time, or actually 2 times, where I swear something came through the damn screen at me. And I know how that sounds, like I'm not even a "the veil is thin" type person. But yeah. First time was about 3 summers ago, crashing at my cousin's trailer out near the lake, half drunk on some, I don't know, natty ice or something. Watching some late-night ghost video, not the polished ones, this was one of those shaky cam, exploring, haunted whatever types. Except these guys were in some abandoned orphanage somewhere in Ohio. Real classic setup, peeling wallpaper, busted toys and all that. Anyway, they're filming this ball rolling on its own down a hallway. Everybody in the comments was doing that whole "I don't claim this negative energy" copy-paste thing. I didn't think twice, I just kept watching, but then out of nowhere I got this ice-cold wave through me, like my whole body was locking up. My chest felt crushed, like somebody had dropped a sandbag on me. And my eyes, God, they burned like when you've stared at a campfire for too long. My mouth tasted of iron. Next thing I know, I'm on the couch shaking, trying to sit up, and then I wipe my face and my nose is bleeding. Like, what the hell, from a YouTube video? Lasted 2 or 3 minutes, then gone. Back to normal, except kind of woozy. Sat there staring at the pause button like it was a loaded gun or something. Second time, different channel, different feeling. These guys were streaming some overnight quote-unquote challenge in a farmhouse that was supposed to have been used for exorcisms back in the day. Wasn't even watching seriously. I just had it on while I scrolled on my phone, but near the end of it, they started reading prayers or chants. I don't even remember what, some mix of Latin and "be gone" spirit type stuff. And I don't know if it was the sound or the words or just me being tired, but it hit me all at once again. Heat rushed up through my body like fever and fast. My head started pounding and vision going fuzzy at the edges and same chest pressure and some choking feeling. And again the damn nosebleed. Except this time I slammed the laptop shut so fast I nearly cracked it. I sat in silence for a long while, listening to my own heartbeat and waiting for it to stop racing. I didn't tell anybody about this until now, because how do you even explain it? Yeah, a couple of YouTubers made me bleed from the face. My cousin would have just laughed and said I was drunk, but I wasn't the second time. Maybe it's a coincidence, or maybe migraines, or some psychosomatic sort of junk, but I'll tell you this, I don't let ghost videos run past midnight anymore. And I scroll past anything with "I do not claim this energy" in the comments, just in case. The Cornfield Road. A couple weeks back, I still kind of feel weird about this. I live in a little farming town, not much going on here. There's fields, and then there's more fields. There's this dirt road that cuts right through between two big cornfields, and people use it as a little bit of a shortcut to the highway. I've walked it 100 times, day and night. Never thought much about it, except maybe worrying about coyotes. So it's late, maybe around 11, and I'm walking back from my cousin's place, and the crickets were going like crazy. The air smelled like fertilizer. Kinda sour, but kinda used to it. My earbuds were in, well, at least one of them. One was out, just to hear if a car would come up behind me. And that's when I noticed something. I could hear footsteps. Not crunching sounds in the dirt, but something a little bit softer, like somebody stepping in the weeds along the edge of it. They didn't match mine. I'd stop, and after a second I'd hear this little shuffle, like a delayed echo, but not quite. Kept telling myself it was probably a raccoon. Then I heard it again, this breathing, this slow breathing, like somebody out of sight was just keeping pace with me in the corn. I swear the rows were rustling too, and couldn't see anybody when I shined my phone light. Just stalks waving a little through the air. By the time I hit the halfway point, I was walking fast, almost jogging, and I don't scare easily. My stomach felt like it dropped out of me. And right as I was reaching the bend in the road, it was clear as day, I heard a voice, and it was low. It was right next to my left ear, and it said something I couldn't make out. Just this wet whisper, like words pulled through water. It ran the rest of the way and didn't stop until I was back on the main road. Haven't taken that shortcut since, and I keep thinking, though, there's no one out there that late, not in those fields. Should have been anything, but I can still hear that whisper if I think about it for too long. The Thing by the River. I don't usually post stuff like this, but I'm reading a lot now, and I figured maybe somebody had something close to what I went through. This happened back in 21, late summer. Once again, in rural Kentucky. My cousin lives way out. You know, the kind of place where the dirt road just sort of ends, and then it's all hills and trees after that. I was crashing at his trailer for the weekend, and we'd been drinking cheap beer by the fire pit. Pretty sure it was Schlitz. Maybe midnight or a little bit after that. Cicadas were so loud, I remember we had to turn the radio up. At some point, he nudges me and goes, "Shut up and listen." Thought he was just messing with me, but when we turned the music down, there was this, I don't know, like voices. Not quite talking, more like chatter that you couldn't really make out. It wasn't close, but it really wasn't far either, like across the river maybe. Then, clear as anything, I heard laughter, but wrong laughter. Started like one person and stretched out into two or three, kind of overlapping, like a recording skipping. We stared at each other, and my cousin's half blind without his glasses, so it was me who saw it first. There's this tree line across the water. Moonlight was decent that night. No clouds. I watch something. Oh, I switch. I swear I watched something standing like a man. And he was folding itself down on all fours, and it was too quick, like bones clicking. Looked like a big dog, but still human-shaped, if that makes any sense. My heart just sort of dropped, and I kept elbowing him, whispering, "Do you see that? Do you see that?" And it moved slow, like it wanted us to know it was there, but not coming to run at us necessarily. Made noises I can't even put words to. Like a bark that cut off into a scream. The hair on my arms is just standing up while I write this, and in the clearing on the far side, we see this shadow. It's big, it's bigger than a man. And the sound it made, God. 3 seconds maybe, but high-pitched like a siren, like a train or a whistle, and a woman screaming smashed together. Ears ringing, stomach in knots. Then it laughed again, but closer this time. Next thing I know, it's charging, and I don't care what it says. It covered that river way too fast. We bolted inside, slammed the door, shoved the cooler against him like that would do anything. I sat in the dark, staring at the window that faced the river until sun came up. People I told just laugh or say it was coyotes or too much booze. I've hunted and fished and camped all my life, and I never heard anything like that. And I can't forget the scream. Even now, if I think too hard, I hear it in my head. The thing in the trailer hallway. So, when I was growing up in Oklahoma, which was a real small town, and when I was 9, my mom was renting this beat-up single-wide trailer. Summers were boiling hot, no air conditioning, just a box fan in the window rattling all night. My mom worked nights at a diner, so it'd just be me, my little sister, and my grandpa. They moved in after my grandma had died. One night I couldn't sleep because I'd eaten way too many fried bologna sandwiches earlier. And yes, I was a chunky kid, and I decided to walk down the hall just to, move around and maybe get sleepy. And that's when I saw my grandpa, except he was already in his room, snoring like a freight train. I could hear him, but there he was, standing in the hallway by the busted coat rack, kind of smiling at me. Like, really smiling. Peeked into his room just to check, and yeah, he's still in bed, and I turned back. Grandpa was still there, looking at me. He goes real soft. Want to play jacks on the porch? It's cooler outside. The thing is my grandpa hated going outside at night. Said the bugs ate him alive. Didn't make sense. Still, I followed him a few steps because I was a dumb kid and it sounded kind of fun. Get to the back porch and he's pointing out to the dark yard, and there's this old shed out there. It hadn't been used in years, the floor was half caved in. And in the moonlight, I swear I saw him again waving from inside the shed. Like the real him was in the shed and the one next to me was, well, I don't know. He was whispering at me to come down the steps and said that he'd catch me. That's when something clicked. My stomach dropped and I thought, this is not my grandpa. I backed up and I tried to go inside, and suddenly I felt something tug on the back of my t-shirt pretty hard. The voice changed and got deeper, almost like two voices at once yelling at me for not listening. I bolted into the living room, shaking my sister awake, but she just rolled over. My grandpa didn't wake either, even though usually he woke at the sound of a pin dropping. So I just ended up curling back into bed with my blanket over my head. The last thing I remember before I must have passed out was seeing something in like the corner of the TV stand. Had long hair and bent up like its joints didn't work right. There was a tongue hanging out. Thought maybe it was my sleep paralysis, but I don't know. I don't want to say witch or demon or whatever, but it felt wrong. Never told anybody because I knew they'd just laugh. But even now, still can't sleep with my bedroom door open. The little hand in the motel room. Not really sure if this belongs in this particular thread, but I've been chewing on it for a while. I was staying at this tiny roadside motel outside of Amarillo. It was a couple summers ago. Just one of those places where it smells like cigarettes no matter where you are in it. I've been driving all day and ate some gas station burritos, and I crashed early. Gas station burritos. So that night I dream I'm stuck in this motel bathroom with the lights flickering. I'm tugging at the handle, but it won't open, and out of the corner of my eye, the wallpaper starts bending. Like bubbling almost. Then this little hand, like a kid's hand, just slides out of the wall and grabs mine. And in the dream I'm screaming, but no sound's coming out of my mouth, and then I just wake up. And the thing is my right hand is still being held, and I swear on my life it felt small and cool like a kid's. I laid there in the dark, staring at that ugly motel popcorn ceiling. I was too scared to turn my head. And after 3 or 4 seconds, I kind of pulled my hand back and the feeling just stopped. It was gone. Couldn't fall back to sleep. Fast forward to a couple nights later. Still there because I had to wait on some paperwork for a job, and I wake up around dawn. There's this shape, and it's squatting at the end of the bed with blonde hair and it looked like a boy. My brain was still foggy, so I rubbed my eyes and I glanced back and it's gone. Could have been the weird shadow from the busted mini fridge and chair, I guess. I don't know, it looked too clear. Funny thing is the owner told me later the motel used to be part of some family's house back in the 40s or something. That was before they expanded. He didn't say more, just shrugged like he'd heard stories before. I know dreams can bleed into waking up and shadows do funny things. But I still remember the feeling of that little hand. It wasn't a dream feeling, it was real. The Girl in the Orchard. I was about 17, give or take. I grew up in a small farming town. Nothing much to do, and my uncle used to let me help him out at his orchard during the weekends. So one afternoon, we're just hauling baskets of apples back toward the shed, and I got to talking with this old neighbor who wandered over. She's one of those folks who, well, she always seemed to know more than she should. People said that she had the sight, in quotes. Never seen anything actually ghostly myself, but I was into weird stuff like hauntings and UFOs and all the late-night radio junk. So I asked her, kind of half-joking, if she'd ever seen anything in the orchard. She didn't laugh, though. She just kind of squinted out toward the trees. Then she told me she'd be seeing the same girl for years now. She said she looked like a teenager, with long braids, always standing by the old fence line or sometimes sitting under the big walnut tree near the road. At first, she didn't think much of it, apparently. Thought maybe it was somebody from town wandering through, but the girl never aged, and she never answered if you called her. Later, she told me that my uncle's place was built on land that used to belong to a family who lost their daughter in some freak accident, like a barn fire, I think. Supposedly, the girl had been running around the orchard the day it happened, playing hide-and-seek. The part that sticks with me is while the neighbor was talking, I kept thinking about my cousin Emily. She died about 6 years earlier from a car crash. Same age, same braids, and my mind went cold, and for a second, I thought maybe, just maybe, it was her hanging around like she hadn't moved on. Actually came back to the orchard alone that night. Might have been dumb. Shed was busted, so it was dark as hell. Just me and the bugs. Sat on a crate and whispered like an idiot, telling Emily I was sorry and telling her it was time to come home and that we missed her. My chest hurt like crazy and I was just bawling there by myself. After a while, I swear this soft tap in my arm, like I turned and God, it wasn't Emily. It was a pale girl I didn't recognize. She smiled, really crooked, like her mouth wasn't used to it, and said in this whispery voice, "Take me with you?" Well, I don't remember much after that. I must have passed out because I woke up lying in the dirt with my jacket over me, like somebody had tucked me in. Never told my uncle. I just said I'd gotten sick and I never went back to the orchard after dark again. What eats at me, it isn't the creepy girl. It's wondering if Emily's at peace or if she's still out there, waiting somewhere I haven't thought to look yet. The Night the Jars Fell. Back in maybe 2007, I was living with my grandma in this old farmhouse out in Kentucky. It's a real drafty place. I was 10, I think, and my grandma just kept all these mason jars up in a tall cupboard in the kitchen. like way above my head at the time. It was filled with buttons and dried beans and nails and that kind of random stuff old folks like to keep. I like that stuff. Anyway, one night I went to bed after watching Wheel of Fortune with her. She stayed up knitting in the living room, and I remember falling asleep hard and then waking up because something clattered on the floor near my bed. And at first, I thought maybe one of the cats had snuck in. But when I opened my eyes, I swear to you, there were 3 mason jars sitting on my quilt, right on my legs. Not broken, not cracked, just sitting there like somebody placed them there. Thing is the cupboard was in the kitchen, a good 10 feet away and high up. No way those jars could have fallen, landed neatly on me, on the 2nd floor no less. Plus, my door was half shut, and I would have heard it if my grandma came in carrying stuff. I yelled for her, she came running. She froze in the doorway when she saw the jars. Didn't say much, just whispered something about that damn house. Scooped them up real quick. She didn't want to talk about it. I never felt quite right in that room again. Always had this feeling somebody was leaning over me. The air was always heavy and damp almost. The corners stayed dark no matter how many lamps you turned on. Sometimes I think maybe it was just the age of the place. Maybe he was messing with me. But those jars, they were heavy and glass, full of stuff. There's no cat there. No draft, and no kid could have pulled that off. Still think about it sometimes when I hear glass clink at night. The locked gym pool. A few summers back, I worked nights at a small-town hardware store. I rented this old brick apartment building that used to be a YMCA. Like, no joke, the downstairs still had a half-gutted basketball court and what used to be a pool. That's awesome. The pool had been closed for renovation since I moved in, but everybody knew that was just landlord speak for it'll never reopen. The doors were supposed to be locked, chains on every entrance, the whole deal. But one night after my shift, I couldn't sleep. I was too wired and too much gas station coffee. I wandered the halls and found the side door to the pool area just pushed open. The chain wasn't even latched. Curiosity got me, so I went in. Place smelled like chlorine and dust at the same time, which kind of a weird mix. Pool was half full of water, not drained like I thought it would be. The surface was dark still. Overhead lights flickered on some timer. It was humming, but most of them were even out. So I sat on the tile edge, just dangling my feet, listening to the hum of the lights. The place was dead silent otherwise, and then a splash, clear as day. Not like a drip or pipe noise, I mean the sound of somebody diving in. I jerked my head up so fast I almost fell in. Water rippled like crazy, like somebody was swimming laps and fast. You know that sound when strong arms cut through water? It's like that steady rhythm. It was just like that. I waited for her head to pop up and for somebody to crack a joke about me trespassing, but there was nothing. Water went flat, perfectly flat. No drips on the tile, no wet footprints. Just me and the sound of my own pulse in my own ears. I remember backing out real slow, feeling like if I moved too quickly, I'd see something I didn't want to see. Locked the chain behind me even though it hadn't been locked before, and the funny thing is, I asked one of the older tenants about it a week later, half joking, and he shrugged and he said, "Kids drowned in that pool once. Nobody uses it now." Then he walked off like he just told me the weather. Maybe pipes, maybe my brain, but I swear I heard those strokes. Sounded like somebody who never got out. The voice in the trailer. A couple of years ago, my wife and I bought this beat-up little camper trailer. One of those older ones from the 70s with wood paneling inside. Had an avocado green stove and smelled like mothballs no matter how many times we cleaned it. We parked it out in the back of edge of our property so we could fix it up slowly. Maybe use it for hunting trips or just when he needed a quiet spot away from the kids. Anyway, weird stuff started happening once we started tearing things out. The first time was when I was pulling the old linoleum up in this kitchenette. Our dog, a lazy old hound who rarely even barks at the mailman, just sat up stiff and stared hard at the empty doorway. Then his head kind of moved like he was tracking something through, like walking. There was a low growl and he had teeth showing. Didn't seem like anyone was there, and figured maybe a raccoon, but the door was shut. A few nights later, I was sitting inside with a lantern, just checking the wiring, and I swear as plain as day I heard a man's voice say, "Well, you fixed it up nice." It was clear, like somebody standing right behind me. I even thought it was my neighbor Frank dropping by. So I opened the door and yelled out, and there was nothing. Just the sound of crickets and my wife's voice far off in the distance calling the kids inside the main house. I laughed it off, but also my skin crawled like you don't expect compliments from thin air. That'd be nice. Every time we make a change, painted the cabinets, put in new cushions, or something small sort of happens. The dog growling, a faint shuffle, that kind of thing. My wife swears she heard somebody humming once. That's when she was scrubbing the sink, and could have been wind through the vent, sure, but it didn't sound like the wind. I don't know. Part of me thinks maybe whoever owned it before is just hanging around curious about what we're doing. If it's a ghost, it seems harmless, just opinionated. Not scary exactly, but unsettling. The Thing in the Orchard. I never thought I'd write something like this, but here we go. I was living with my uncle in a small farming town in Kansas. Just lots of cornfields and a little church that only opened on Sundays. My uncle's house was old and it creaked a whole lot, and you kind of get used to it after a while. But one night I swear I heard something that wasn't the house, so let me set the scene. It was late and maybe close to midnight, and I couldn't sleep. I went out back to grab some air. Just stood in the porch in my socks, kind of half awake. And that's when I heard it. Heavy footsteps kind of dragging, coming from the orchard. Thought it was one of the neighbor's cows that had gotten loose. Happens sometimes. So I squinted into the dark, and I swear on my life, I saw a shape move between the trees. At first, it looked like a tall man, like a real thin one. Then it kind of dropped down and bent weird, and the next sound, I could have sworn it was a dog, maybe a coyote. But it was bigger, much bigger, and it moved wrong, like it didn't know how legs were supposed to work. I just froze there, and my heart was beating like a drum. Then I heard this awful snorting sound, like when a bull gets mad. And that's when I bolted back inside and locked the door, and I didn't even care if my uncle thought I was nuts. The part that really messes me up, though, is next morning my aunt, who was pregnant at the time, woke up sick as a dog. Fever and couldn't keep food down and was shaking. The doctor came out and didn't find much wrong. Just told her to rest. But the old lady down the road, she crossed herself and said something walked through your orchard last night. It was like she already knew. I don't know what I saw, and I don't even like talking about it. Maybe it was just my brain playing tricks, or maybe there really are things out there that slip into shapes they don't belong in. All I know is after that night, I never stepped outside after dark without the porch light blazing. And even then, I'd catch myself staring at the trees, waiting for something to move again. Anyone else ever seen something shift like that? Like it can't decide what it wants to be. Sounds like a deer. The red string in the barn. I'm going to write this out, a little bit messy. 19, living out my grandparents' farm in Kentucky. Went through this dumb, heartbreaking breakup, and the guy, we're gonna call him Matt, wasn't even that great, but he was my first real boyfriend, you know. I was wrecked and I couldn't eat for days, and I walked around the pasture like some ghost, and my cousin, half joking, told me, tie a red string around his name and hide it in the barn rafters, and he'll come crawling back. Some old Appalachian folk thing, probably. Well, I didn't want him back, but I wanted him to feel it, you know, to hurt like I was hurting, so one night I sat on the kitchen table, tore a scrap of paper from my notebook, and wrote Matt in big shaky letters. I tied it up with this bright red yarn I stole from my grandma's sewing basket. So I climbed into the old hayloft, and there's dust everywhere and bats squeaking. I shoved it in a crack in the boards, and I remember my hands were shaking. Not from fear, but from this weird, guilty excitement, like I was doing something real, not just teenage crying. I would have been scared of the bats. Nothing happened, of course. He kept driving around town in his stupid truck looking fine. Well, I got more embarrassed about sneaking into the barn like a witch. But eventually I stopped thinking about it, and the red string thing just stayed up there forgotten. Fast forward almost 12 years later, packing up my grandparents' house after my grandma passed away. Everyone else took furniture, but I ended up in the barn sorting junk. And I found it. That dusty little bundle wedged between the boards, still tied neatly with that red yarn. My stomach dropped. I honestly thought I dreamed it. I laughed at myself, and I shook my head, and I pulled it down. Felt stupid even holding it. But for whatever reason, I didn't just toss it. I lit a match right there in the barn and burned it in a coffee tin. The smell was awful. Burning yarn and old dust and paper. I remember muttering something like, "All right, Matt, I let you go, no hard feelings." Next day, my sister drove up from Louisville to help. Having coffee on the porch when she started scrolling through her phone and went pale, and she said, "Holy crap." And she showed me the news. A car accident. Some guy lost control on the highway the night before around midnight, and the driver's name was Matt. And yeah, I know it was probably just a coincidence. People crash cars every day, but the timing I burned that red string thing maybe 10 hours before. I don't tell the story out loud much because it makes me sound crazy, but sometimes late at night I wonder if I didn't let him go after all. If maybe I pushed him off the road without meaning to. The leftover plate. Never quite written anything out like this, but I'm going to go ahead and tell it anyway. Back when I was working at this tiny diner, it was in the 2000s maybe, I rented this super cheap place across from the train tracks. One of those buildings where the walls are so thin you hear your neighbors sneezing. So I ended up hanging out a lot with this girl from work, Marcy. She was from West Virginia with a loud laugh and always smelled like vanilla body spray. We'd close up the diner and then go grab burgers or walk around Walmart just for something to do. Now, Marcy had this quirk. Whenever we ate together, she'd take a little bit of her food, like 3 fries or a spoonful of beans, and set it aside, not touching it. At first, I thought she was just picky, maybe saving room, and never asked because, people got their habits. One night, we were splitting nachos. She did it again, pushed a little pile off to the side. I was joking around and said, "Don't waste it, I'll eat it." I grabbed a chip before she could say anything. She gave me this look, like half scared and half mad, but didn't say a word, just kind of quiet the rest of the night. I felt like a jerk, but figured it was nothing. A couple of days later, I started feeling off and tired all at the same time, dragging myself to work and couldn't even finish my shift. And the strangest part is nobody checked on me. Like normally, Marcy would be calling or my cousin would swing by, but it was just like I slipped out of everyone's head. I laid in bed in that crappy apartment sweating till we'd even make ramen. One night in that half-asleep, half-awake state, I swear I felt something pulling on me. Not like one thing, more like a bunch of hands tugging at my arms and ankles. I couldn't move, and I thought, this is it, I'm done. Then I don't even know how to explain this, but I saw this huge, bright horse, like a white one, glowing like a lantern. It stomped its hoof, and these shadows scattered, and I sat up gasping like somebody had splashed me with cold water. The next morning, Marcy actually called me. The first thing out of her mouth was, "Where have you been? It's like I forgot about you all week." And that freaked me out worse than the dream, honestly. Later I told my grandma, and she's an old-school Appalachian and believes in signs and haints. Never heard that word in my life. Signs and haints. She got real serious and asked if I'd eaten anything meant as an offering. That's when I remembered the nacho thing. Turned out, Marcy always leaves a piece for company, like the spirit she thought kept her safe, and by eating it, I basically told them, "Yeah, I'm gonna take what's yours." Grandma gave me like a little cross pendant to wear and made me keep salt by the door. Said the horse was likely a protector showing up at the right time, but she warned me that once you've been noticed, you don't get forgotten. So yeah, still gives me chills, and I keep my hair cropped short these days. I don't know if that's superstition or just me hanging on to what Grandma said, but I'll tell you this. Never touch anybody's leftovers again. What does your hair have to do with anything? The old trailer out back. This might sound nuts, but I'm just gonna throw it here. A couple years back, after my divorce, I moved into my uncle's old trailer. This beat-up single-wide parked out in the sticks, kind of hidden behind some pines. It let me stay rent-free as long as I mowed a lot, and, well, sounded like a deal at the time. At first, it was peaceful. Almost too peaceful. No neighbors except one guy who kind of seemed to collect junk cars, and even he was quiet. But after a week or two, stuff started happening that I still don't really have an explanation for. First time, it was the bathroom door. Slammed so loud it shook the whole trailer, and I thought maybe the wind got it. But the windows weren't open, and I grabbed my flashlight and I checked every inch, even under the bed like a little kid. Nothing. Went back to bed, but I couldn't shake it. You know that feeling when your body knows something's off even when your brain's trying to be logical, sort of like that. It kept happening. Not every night, but often enough that I stopped sleeping well. Always that same slam, like someone wanted my attention. I'd tell myself maybe the frame's just warped or the old trailer settling or something, but I didn't even buy my own excuse. So one weekend, my sister came to crash on the couch. It's around 3 a.m., and there it was again. Slam. She sat up wide-eyed and looked at me and whispered, "You heard that too, right?" And we stayed awake till dawn drinking coffee like idiots, pretending it wasn't terrifying. The creepiest part happened when I got home late one night from the plan. I'm fiddling with the busted mini blinds by the kitchen sink, and I swear, plain as day, I heard somebody say my name, right into my ear. I spun around so fast I smacked my elbow on the counter. Nothing there. But then the radio on top of the fridge crackled on, and it's this old boxy thing with the busted antenna. It hasn't worked in years. And it just hissed like static. And then some voice came through. Couldn't make out words, just this garbled muttering. Scared me so bad I unplugged it and tossed it outside. The last straw for me, I was heating soup and I caught a glimpse of somebody in the hallway. Not like a shadow play, more like a full-on dude, and short, dark hair, plaid shirt tucked into faded jeans, standing there like he belonged there. I dropped the ladle. I ran outside, called my sister, told her what I saw. She went real quiet and then said, "That's Uncle Kenny. He used to wear plaid every damn day." Thing is, Kenny died in that trailer in the 90s. And I'd forgotten about that until she reminded me. Now, I don't know if it was him or what, but I couldn't take it anymore. Moved out the next month. Trailer's still sitting there, though. Overgrown and lonely. Sometimes I get the urge to stop, but I never do, and my gut says he's still in there. The Garage Incident. A couple of weeks back, it's been bugging me. I work nights at this old auto shop. The kind of place that smells like grease, and no matter how much you clean it, still smell like grease. It was about 3 a.m. and dead quiet, except for the humming of that ancient soda machine in the corner over there. Sweeping near the back, right by the sort of tire racks that we have. That's when I heard this sharp clank. I look over, and the lid from the big steel parts bin, we keep old brake rotors in there, was on the floor. And the thing is that lid weighed a ton. It's not one of those plastic snap-on deals. You have to lift it with both hands. It doesn't just fall, almost like a sewer grate. No one else was in the shop either, so I just froze and broomed my hand like an idiot, and for a second I thought maybe a rat had crawled under it and knocked it over. But I'd worked there long enough to know the sound of that lid, and it was lifted, not slid. I swear I saw it shake before it went down like somebody was messing with it. And across the alley was this old funeral home, shut down for years, but people say the basement's still used for quote-unquote storage. I know, storage. My boss always jokes that the ghosts just wander over when they're bored, and I laughed about it before, but standing there in that empty garage staring at that heavy lid on the floor, I wasn't laughing. So I picked it up, put it back on, tried to keep working like nothing happened. I kept looking over my shoulder, because every little noise after that, the air compressor kicking in or a wrench slipping, damn near jumped out of my skin. Fourth person at the cabin. I want to say this was 5 or 6 years ago. My cousin had this little cabin out by a lake in Minnesota. He invited me and my brother over one fall weekend, and we got there late, almost like 9 or 10 at night. It was already dark, the kind of dark where you can't see the trees until you're right up on them. My brother hopped out right away, but I stayed in the truck because I was trying to untangle the stupid aux cord from my damn phone. And I remember being kind of annoyed because it kept nodding up. It's one of those braided kind. Don't know why they even do that. Anyway, I had the headlights off, but from where I was parked, I could see the living room window. The light inside was this soft yellow, kind of dim, and I could make out my cousin moving around and my brother stepping in behind him. And then there was this other figure just standing still and tall and definitely a person shape. Not moving, not shifting, and I figured it was one of his buddies. We'd been told a few people might drop by for drinks, so I didn't think too much, just kept messing with the damn cord, with all those damn little Brady knots. When I finally gave up and went inside, I was expecting like 3 people in there, but it was just my cousin and my brother. No one else, no coats by the door, no beers cracked open, and no, hey, this is so-and-so, just the 2 of them. I didn't say anything right then because, I don't know, I didn't want to sound weird, but I did look around the room. The spot I'd seen that figure, well, was empty. No tall lamp, no weird furniture, just the wall. And later that night, after a few beers, I asked my cousin if he'd invite anyone else. He laughed and said, nah. Didn't bother since it was so last minute. I never pushed it, but man, to this day I still get this tight feeling in my chest and I think about it. Like who the hell was standing in that room before I walked in? And sometimes I tell myself I saw a reflection in the glass or something, but the thing is the figure wasn't in the window. It was in the room. And man, do I hate when braided cables get all tangled. The Thing by the Mill. Out in Missouri, there's a little river town. It's a real quiet place. It's a place where nothing really changes, and We had this old grain mill at the edge of town. It's a big brick building that's been around since forever. They don't use it anymore, but they turned part of it into a kind of community hall, like where they do bingo nights and fish fries. And if you're lucky, bingo night with fish fries. When I first moved back home after college, I'm working nights at this pizza place. It used to be an old garage. My dad would sometimes swing by to give me a ride because my car was garbage. But anyway, one night we're parked waiting for the manager to close up when I noticed something moving across the roof of the hardware store. Now, kids climb roofs all the time around here. Everybody knows how to shimmy up the fire escapes or sneak through the back alley ladders. But this wasn't kids. It was like the way it moved. It wasn't right. It was fast but weirdly slow, like skipping frames in a video. First, I thought maybe I was tired and my eyes were playing tricks on me. But then it wasn't just one. There were a few drifting across different rooftops, and they all seemed to be headed toward the old mill. My dad's talking about something totally normal, but I just kind of froze and I was stuck watching them. I didn't even know then that the train tracks used to run behind the mill. Found that out later when I got curious and looked up at the library. Some of those tracks, they're so under the asphalt, just paved right over. Guess that explains why on certain nights I swear I can hear a train rumbling by, even though no trains have come through here in decades. So one night I'm waiting alone and I saw the shapes again. Same deal, moving roof to roof all toward that mill, but this time I could make out details. A couple of them looked like they were carrying rifles, like long guns, like old ones. Civil War era, early 1900s or something. I don't know guns, but they didn't look modern. Can't tell if they were there to protect something or if they were the ones planning trouble, but sometimes I think they are guards, or sometimes I'm thinking they're bandits. Been years now, but every now and then if I'm out late, I glance up at the rooftops. Once in a while, just faint, I'll still see something moving toward that mill. When the night's real still, I swear I hear that train whistle echoing through town. I don't tell people around here because folks don't like to talk about ghosts unless it's Halloween, but I know what I saw. The girl in the trailer office. This happened back in 2016, give or take. I was working a construction job in West Texas, one of those projects where they set up a bunch of trailers as makeshift offices. And our crew had the safety meetings in the main trailer, and honestly, the place always smelled faintly of mildew and coffee. So weird stuff started happening around springtime. Guys swore they saw a girl wandering around the trailers at night. Not like one of us. Nobody had family there. No women worked on site at the time, at least, just some girl. People said she'd be by the soda machine or just kind of leaning near the copy machine, kind of slouched like she was waiting on something. Sometimes early mornings you'd hear the bathroom flush even though the door was locked and nobody came out. It spooked a lot of us, especially the younger hands. Some of them flat up refused to go in alone, which was ridiculous, but I guess I can't really blame them. Never saw her full on, but once I swear I caught movement in the corner of the break room mirror. Long hair, gray shirt, maybe. Could have been nothing, but I remember freezing holding my coffee. And the funny part is, all this started right after a new foreman, whose name was Pete, which is not his real name. Came onto this job, and he's from another site down near San Angelo, and kept mostly to himself. But he had this exhausted look about him, like he hadn't slept right in years. One of the older welders told me later that at his last site, Pete had some drama. Folks whispered that she died not long after she quit. Some said overdose, others said suicide, and nobody seems to know for sure, just that it was messy. And after Pete suddenly quit our site, just packed up and left without so much as a goodbye, and the sighting stopped. The bathroom went back to normal. No more phantom flushing. No girl by the soda machine, no nothing. I'm wondering if she followed him. Was she tied to this guy somehow? I don't know, but I never saw Pete again. Nobody could tell me where he went, and sometimes late at night I picture him in some other rundown trailer office, sitting alone with his coffee. Maybe she's still there, just standing behind him waiting. The Woman by the Mill Road. Back when I was in high school, a small town in Indiana, we had this stretch of road everybody called Mill Road. Nothing special, just a long, dark, and kind of twisty one. And at the end, there's this old grain mill that's been shut down since forever, so kids would go there to drink or whatever. Anyway, the story was always that a young woman died there in the 70s. The way I heard it, she was waiting for her boyfriend to pick her up for some dance at the school, homecoming, maybe prom. People tell it different. She thought his car was coming down the hill. She ran right into the road waving her arms, but it wasn't him. Some poor guy hit her and she died right there. Folks said she lived just up the road from the mill, a little white farmhouse that's gone now. I didn't really believe it until one night my buddy drove us down Mill Road around midnight. Just us two in his old truck. Radio crackling, headlights barely cutting through the fog. Out of nowhere, I swear I saw a woman in a long pale dress dart out across the road. My friend hit the brakes so hard we both almost ate the dashboard. When we got out, there was nothing. Road was empty, just the crickets and smell of cornfields. He laughed it off, said it was probably my eyes playing tricks, but the thing is I smelled this faint perfume like old flowers. You know, the kind your grandma keeps in the bathroom. It lingered even after we got back in the truck, and he smelled it too, though he wouldn't admit it till years later when we were drunk. People in town always said that she only shows up the night she died. Nobody knows the date for sure. Some swear it's in September. Others say May, and I never saw her again. But I can't drive that road without slowing down at that bend by the mill. It just feels heavy, like somebody's still waiting. I'm not saying it's real, just felt real that night. See ya. Gonna go eat some dashboards. There was laughter in the woods, but no one was there. Paranormal M investigates places where the rules don't apply. Subscribe now. The Haunted Girl at the Tracks. Reading through all these posts today kind of made me think of something that happened when I was younger. It's been rattling around in my head for years now. I don't still know what to make of it, but let's see if you can make something of it. Way back when I was in my 20s, I used to hang around with this guy from work named Danny. He had a younger cousin named Clara. I met her a couple of times, usually when Danny's family would host barbecues. She wasn't exactly talkative, just kind of hung back smoking cheap cigarettes, even though she was barely out of high school. She always gave me this unsettling feeling. Not scary exactly, but like she was tuned to a different station than the rest of us. Anyway, Clara killed herself when she was 19. Jumped in front of a train near our town. I didn't go to the funeral. Well, I just wasn't family, but Danny told me. And one night years later, we're sitting out behind the bowling alley after a league night. We're drinking some beer from the trunk of his car. He started talking about her, and he told me in this low voice that Clara used to mutter things. And not all the time, but when she got mad at someone. Stuff like, he's gonna get hit by a car, or she's not gonna be around long. Things like that. I don't know if she was angry or not, I was just guessing. At first, Danny thought she was just being dramatic, but then people actually started dying. One guy that she said that about, they got crushed under a tractor. It was on his uncle's farm. Another, they overdosed a couple of months later, Danny swore there were at least 3 like that, maybe even more. And something that stuck with me was that he said one night at the bonfire party out in the woods, we were both there, by the way, he overheard her whisper, "They should all just be gone." I didn't hear it myself, but he swore she said it, and within the year, at least 4 people from that party were dead. 1 drunk driving, 1 overdose, 1 freak accident with a combine. And Clara herself on the tracks. Danny kept saying, "That's too many. That's way too many to be nothing." And he was half drunk and shaking his head like he wished he hadn't even brought it up. I laughed it off at the time, and I said small towns always have stories like that. But the truth is, I still think about it. I still remember sitting in the smoke and in the dark, and crickets were loud as hell, and I was trying to listen because Danny was whispering. She said everyone. What if that meant us too? And I swear, even after all these years, that sent a chill through me I couldn't shake, and yeah, 2 guys from our bowling team are dead now. Coincidence? Probably. Probably. Keep interesting company. The Old Mill Night Watch. So back when I was working security at this busted old textile mill that had been turned into storage units, I had the graveyard shift, midnight to 6 a.m. It wasn't glamorous. Mostly just me, a thermos of coffee that never stayed hot long enough, and a lot of walking through hallways that smelled like damp cardboard. So they gave me a set of keys, and they gave me a checklist. It was the same deal every night. Make sure all the units were locked and lights out, gates chained. Seemed simple enough, but that place, it just didn't feel simple once the clock hit 2 or 3. The mill had 4 floors, and it was kind of an old, creaky wood, and there's exposed pipes everywhere and all that. You'd think the basement would be the worst, though, right? Where the boilers were. Nope. It was the upper floors that got me every damn time. I would hear footsteps. They were slow, like somebody walking with heavy boots on. Always just ahead of me, like I was following somebody I couldn't quite see. A door would slam shut down the hall, and when I got there, it was locked tight, padlock and all. Sometimes I'd switch off a light and turn around, and when I looked back, bam, lights back on. I told myself it was just old wiring and drafts and whatever, and for a while I almost believed it. Then one night, maybe a month in, I'm finishing up on the top floor, and I was already spooked because I kept hearing this dragging sound like something being pulled across the floor above me, even though I was on the top floor. There wasn't a floor above, but, well, guessing there was a roof. But anyway, I was heading back toward the stairwell when I caught this laughter. Not adult laughter, kid laughter. Clear as day, coming from inside one of the locked units. It was that high-pitched, giggly kind, the kind you can't mistake. And underneath the door, I swear to God, I saw light, like this pale yellow glow seeping out, even though I'd switched off the whole row of lights myself. Stood there maybe 3 seconds. My heart was hammering in my chest. I was trying to convince myself I hadn't just heard that. Then I just muttered a loud, "Nope," out loud, and I turned, went straight down the stairs. Didn't even finish my checklist. I told myself that I'd double back in the morning with the day guy, but honestly, I just didn't. I pretended I had. And from then on, I started, quote-unquote, accidentally skipping that top floor. To this day, I still can't explain this, and sometimes when I think about it too long, I swear I can hear that giggling in my head. The 5 Visitors. I'm not a nurse or anything fancy. I'm just a guy who's been working nights at a care home in a small town for the past few years. It's not a hospital, more like a halfway spot for folks who aren't sick enough to need constant doctors, but not well enough to live alone. I clean, I make tea. I sit with the lonely ones who can't sleep. That kind of job. Kinda feel ya. Anyway, I never thought much about ghost stories. Though people always say care homes are thin places between here and whatever's next. I used to laugh at that. Now I'm not so sure. The first time something strange happened was with this old man named Frank. Surgery had gone fine earlier that week, and the doctor said he'd probably be home soon. He even joked with me about teaching me cribbage, since I'd never played. Cribbage? But one night, my coworker, this quiet lady named Marcy, he pulled me aside and whispered, "He won't be here too much longer, I don't think." Thought she was just kind of being dramatic or, I don't know, trying to get attention or something. But 3 days later, Frank was gone. I didn't connect it to anything until a few months later. That's when I was making rounds around 2 in the morning. There's this hallway with bad lighting, and it always flickers, and I swear I saw somebody slip into Henry's room. A tall, shadowy shape, like a person but too dark and too smooth. My first thought was maybe a visitor had stayed late, but when I checked, Henry was alone, snoring softly. Nothing unusual there. The next day, his blood pressure crashed. He ended up in the hospital. He came back, but weaker, and everybody said he was lucky, but Marcy wouldn't meet my eyes. I asked her finally, and she told me this thing that's been stuck in my head ever since. She said she sometimes sees, quote-unquote, visitors standing near the head of a bed. Dark figures, quietly and waiting. 1 or 2 might hang around and the person pulls through, but when there's 5, which is always 5, then the person doesn't come back. She told me she'd seen 4 with Henry during his hospital stay, and I laughed it off because, well, what else do you do? Then I remembered the figure I'd seen that night. That would have made 5. Henry passed away 2 weeks later. Peacefully, they said. Now, I don't know. Well, I could be just seeing things in bad lighting, and it could be a coincidence, but every time somebody dies here, I think about it. Marcy says it's like when one person passes, 2 more follow close behind, like ships sailing out together. And damn, if it hasn't happened like that more than once. Sometimes I wonder if the figures are really family waiting to guide them, like people say. Or maybe it's something else, like something less, well, kind. I don't know. But I do know this. I can't walk past an open door at night without checking how many shadows are standing by the bed. The Thing by the Barn. A couple of years back, I was helping my uncle on his farm, and he's pretty old school, you know. The kind who still writes notes on scrap paper instead of using a phone. That's not that old school. Maybe I'm just old. I don't know. But I'd stay over at the farmhouse when it was planting season because you'd wake me up at like 4:30 a.m. It was easier than driving in from town. One night after a long day, I was out by the barn around midnight. I'd gone to check if the side door was latched because the wind kept rattling it. My uncle was always paranoid about all these animals getting in the feed. It's pitch dark except for the moon. Bugs were loud as hell, and I had one of those cheap flashlights from Walmart. The kind that seems to die whenever you need it most. So I just walked in. The air seemed cooler inside and smelled like hay and some oil, and I remember hearing the hum of the old fridge that he keeps out there. He keeps a bunch of soda and Dr. Pepper and stuff in there, sometimes bait. I clicked off the light for a second just to listen. Dumb thing to do, but I did it, and I swear I saw something move near the tractor. Just this shape, kind of crouched low. Thought it was maybe one of the neighbor's kids messing around or some stray dog, but the head, it seemed to tilt. Like slow, like it was trying to get a look in at me. I just froze. I told myself it was just my eyes adjusting, you know how shadows do play tricks. But I felt it in my gut, that weird cold feeling that makes you want to run, but your legs won't move. And after what was probably only a few seconds, I slammed the door shut and bolted and didn't even bother to latch it. Next morning, first thing, went back out with the sun shining and the whole barn looked normal. No footprints in the dirt floor, no sign of anything. Tractor was there, same spot. Uncle said I'd probably dreamed it half asleep, but I know I wasn't dreaming. I had the flashlight in my hand and my heart was pounding like a drum. Don't know if I imagined it or if something was actually standing there in the dark waiting. The abandoned mill on River Road. When I was 17, back in my own little town, used to be this old grain mill on River Road. It was half collapsed and leaning over the water like it was trying to fall in. It had a main building with busted out windows, a smaller shack out back, and a rusted silo that somehow still stood. The place was technically off limits, but of course me and my cousin snuck in a bunch during summers. Everybody swore the mill had history, and supposedly there was a flood in the 1930s that drowned a handful of workers inside. Later, somebody said a drifter got shot there in the 60s. Who knows how much of that's true, but the place did feel heavy, you know. Anyway, one night we're poking around the main building. The river was running low, so you could hear frogs and stuff outside. But from the inside, it was usually dead quiet, except this time we're in there, and I swear, I hear a girl's laugh clear as day from the back corner. Not loud, not echoing, just like somebody was standing right there, and what's crazy is my cousin had his earbuds in. One in, one out, like he always did. And he heard it too. We both whipped our heads to the exact same spot. My buddy, who was with us though, well, there was nothing. He looked at us like we were nuts. Kinda rattled me, but the real freaky part came later. A couple of weeks after that, we brought a ladder and went up to the second floor. Normally, we'd just wander down to the ground floor after, but that night, none of us wanted to, and we stood at the top of the stairs and just stood there. It wasn't like, oh, maybe there's some kind of a gecko or something. It was like every nerve in my body was screaming, don't go, and I remember we all looked at each other, nobody had to say anything. We just climbed right out back that window and left. The very next day, the shack out back burned down. The whole thing's gone. Nobody ever figured out how. Though half the town said it was kids messing around, but I think about it, like maybe whatever kept us from going downstairs wasn't trying to scare us, but trying to keep us away. Mill's gone now, bulldozed over for some storage units. But every time I drive down River Road at night, I swear I can still picture those busted windows staring back at me. That night at the cabin. So a lot of time I'd be crashing at this buddy's cabin. It's a hunting cabin. It's in northern Minnesota. Place is pretty old, like, well, you know the kind of old it is. I'm not going to go ahead and describe floorboards any further. His uncle had lived there for a while and left behind a bunch of junk in boxes, and we'd been cleaning it out little by little whenever we went for the weekend. One spot his uncle had apparently stashed some quote-unquote special brownies in the freezer, wrapped in foil like leftovers. My buddy doesn't really smoke or anything, he's more of a beer and fishing guy, but I've had my fair share. We figured, why not, split one. put on some dumb DVD we found in the cabinet. I think it was Shrek 2, Scratched to Hell. At first, it was just goofy laughs and munchies, but then he started acting weird, like really up and down. He'd shove me away like I was out to get him, and then a few minutes later, he'd hug me so hard I couldn't breathe. Then he'd start giggling like a little kid at nothing. And this went on for hours, and I was exhausted trying to keep him calm, dragging him onto the bathroom floor at one point because it felt safer than the creaky loft upstairs. By around 3 or 4 in the morning, I finally got him back into bed, and he kept mumbling that I was shaking the mattress, which I wasn't. Then, swear on my life, the damn bed actually started shaking. Like not a little wobble, but a real violent shake, and his eyes were closed and he was out cold, and I'm just frozen there, praying in my head. And the strangest part is I started hearing music. Not like a song I knew, but something brand new. It was unfolding in my head, and I do play guitar, so I figured maybe my brain's just tripping. But it felt given to me, like it wasn't mine. Hard to explain. The shaking finally stopped as dawn was creeping through the cracks in the blinds. I think I passed out. Next morning at breakfast, greasy diner eggs and weak coffee. I tried to bring it up, and he looked at me dead serious and said he didn't want to talk about it. When I pushed, he finally blurted out that all night he kept seeing this thing behind me. A shadow figure with arms that bent wrong, like branches or wires. And every time I would try to comfort him, he said it looked like those arms were wrapping around him. I don't know if it was the edible or something darker, but I haven't touched one since. That cabin still gives me the creeps. The Lady in the Rocking Chair. I don't really tell people this because they roll their eyes, but here goes anyway. At the time, I was in this tiny rental house. I was in the rural areas outside of Kentucky somewhere. I started noticing these little things. Nothing dramatic at first, like I'd be sitting in the living room, TV off, and I'd hear the sound of the rocking chair upstairs creaking. Well, there was no rocking chair up there. Never had one. Still, every so often you'd hear that steady creak, 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 like somebody's grandma just parked herself down for the evening. At first, I thought it was old pipes or the house settling. That's at least what you would tell yourself, right? But then I had my nephew over, and he was about 3. And he toddled into the hall one morning and asked me all serious, "Who's the old lady upstairs?" And I swear my heart just stopped. I never said anything about it to him. I wasn't scared exactly, but it was more unsettling. She, and I just decided it was a she, felt like she was keeping an eye on the place. A couple of times I'd be dozing on the couch and swear I felt somebody sit down at the other end. The cushion would dip a little, like when a person sits too heavy. You know that exact weight shift feeling? It's like that, and I'd open my eyes and there'd never, ever be anyone there. One night sometime later, weirdest thing happened. My niece had left her stuffed rabbit on the floor of the guest room. Next morning, it was tucked into the little bed, covers pulled up neat. My niece thought it was me, and I thought it was her. Neither of us did it. I almost got like this comforting feeling in a strange way. Like she wasn't there to scare anybody, just kind of hovering, making sure things were in order. I even caught myself talking out loud sometimes, like, "All right, I'll get the dishes, just give me a minute." When I finally moved out, long story involving a leak in the roof and a landlord who didn't care, but everything stopped. My new place has been quiet as a tomb. Peaceful, yeah, but sometimes I miss the creak of that invisible rocking chair. Weird how you can miss something that was never really yours. Oh, kind of like that with people. The night before my uncle passed. I never thought I'd be writing something like this. I've always been the one rolling my eyes at ghost stories, but this did happen to me, and it still does mess with me. 2 years ago, my uncle was staying at her place because he was really sick. Like the kind where you know it's near the end. We'd set him up in the spare room in the back of the house. My aunt was sleeping in there with him most nights. I was in the living room on the pull-out couch, the kind where the springs jab your back, but whatever. My cousin was in his room down the hall, and it's one of those nights where I couldn't sleep, and I remember it being around 1:30, maybe closer to 2. Out of nowhere, I hear this loud sound of shoes on the old wood floor. It's walking slow, right down the hallway. Not shuffling, not creaking from the house settling, actual footsteps. And then, just like in a movie, the kitchen light flicked on. I saw the glow spill into the living room. At first, I thought it was my cousin grabbing water, but a minute later he came out of his room looking freaked out and asked, "Did you just go into the kitchen?" I told him no, and his face went pale, and he said he'd heard the same footsteps and thought it was me. Now, my aunt was still in the back with my uncle, and she'd walked down the hall, and we would have heard the bedroom door open and shut. Plus, she wears slippers that scuff, not shoes, and my uncle couldn't even get up on his own by then. We both just stood there for a bit, staring down the hall, the light in the kitchen still being on, and I just worked up the nerve to check, and there was no one. The kitchen was empty, doors were locked. My cousin wouldn't even step in there. He just sat on the couch with me for the rest of the night, and neither of us talked much. We were just waiting. My uncle passed away the next evening. I don't know what to make of it. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe the house is just strange, or maybe my brain was running wild because of stress. But the thing is, 2 of us heard it and saw this light. And that's what keeps me up sometimes. I don't know. Feels like somebody was walking through one last time, or maybe somebody came to walk him out. The night my uncle showed up. I don't usually post stuff like this, but it's kind of putting this heavy feeling on my chest lately. 5 years ago, I was about 20, my Uncle Joey passed away. Nobody could agree on how. It was either a bad deal gone south, or maybe he'd just decided he'd had enough. The cop said one thing, his friend said another. All I know is one day he was crashing on our couch eating cereal straight from the box, and the next day we were picking out flowers for his funeral. Brutal. Anyway, a few months after that, weird things started happening around our house. The first one was the smoke alarm. It went off in the middle of the night and blaring and shaking the ceiling loud. Checked the whole house, nothing burning, no smoke, nothing we could see. My stepdad pulled the batteries out, tossed them on the dresser, and we went back to bed just thinking, okay, maybe the thing's just old or something. Except it went off again with no batteries, still screaming like the house was on fire. I swear my stepdad turned white as a sheet. The part that freaked me out wasn't even that. It was the next morning. I came into their room, and this man, this huge guy, 6'4", word construction, never scared of anything. He was literally curled up in the corner, shaking. My mom was trying to calm him down, and he kept saying, he pushed me down. When she asked who, he said a man walked straight through the wall, shoved him onto the bed, and whispered right into his face, if you lay a hand on her, like that other guy did, I'll come back and I'll ruin you. My mom asked what he looked like. When he described him, he had blonde hair, was pretty long, with blue eyes, and her face just dropped, and she said, that's Joey. A couple of days later, just to be sure, she pulled out an old photo. My stepdad wouldn't even touch it. He just stared at it and backed up like he'd seen a ghost, and he said, that's him, that's the guy. Fast forward years later, my little brother was 3 and he started waking up at night laughing, sometimes crying, saying, "Stop tickling me, Uncle Joey, I'm tired." Mom never told him about Joey, and never showed him pictures, but the way he described him, the hair and the goofy grin was dead on. Went on for months until Mom finally had a priest bless the house, and after that Joey stopped messing with my brother. But Mom swears he still comes to her in dreams. I don't know. I try to explain it away like stress or grief or whatever, but deep down I think Joey never really left. He just watching over her. Maybe over us too. Sometimes I'll catch myself talking out loud like, "Hey man, you still around?" when the house gets too quiet at night. And sometimes, I don't know, maybe it's in my head, but I swear I feel him answer. The barn incident. So this one time I'm poking around this old feed store out on the edge of town. It was a couple of years ago. It's kind of a half-antique shop now. It's got junk piled up in the corners, and I kind of like places like that. Smells like dust and old, I guess. You know. So I'm checking out a shelf of enamel coffee pots when this older guy, maybe late 50s, walks right up to me and says, "And there you are, Cricket. Haven't seen you in forever." Now, Cricket, that was what my grandpa used to call me when I was a little kid. And no one else, just him. He'd been gone for 15 years, and I swear I haven't heard that name out loud since the funeral. It's not a normal nickname either, not something a random stranger would guess. I laughed at first, kind of nervously, and I told him I didn't know. He frowned, looked me over like I was messing with him, and he said, "We used to play in the same neighborhood when we were kids." But here's the thing. I didn't grow up anywhere near here. I moved to this county only 5 years ago. Kept trying to brush it off, but he wouldn't drop it, and he even said something about the red wagon I used to drag around, which, yeah, I did have one of those bright red dented sides, or a bright red one with dented sides. But again, that was at my grandparents', states away. Eventually, I muttered some excuse about needing to meet somebody and ducked out with my heart pounding. I remember sitting in my car staring at the steering wheel and just unsettled like my grandpa had whispered through somebody else's mouth. I still go back to that feed store sometimes, but I've never seen that guy again. And every time I walk past the coffee pots, I half expect to hear Cricket behind me. It's silly maybe, but it gives me chills just thinking about it. The quiet field behind my uncle's farm. I was about 20. We had a couple of barns. We had some corn. We had some cows that seemed to kind of hate me. I'd sleep out back sometimes because the house was all mildewy. And, well, his snoring could shake nails out of the walls, it seemed. Anyway, I dragged an old blanket out to this patch of grass behind the barn one night. No tent, just me, my backpack, and the sky. I remember it was really clear, stars sharp enough to cut glass, and then there was silence, like somebody muted the world. The crickets, the cows, even the wind were just gone. I thought my ears had quit out on me. Then this light started, and it was like a pale blue, not like headlights or a plane. It pulsed, almost like it had a rhythm. I tried to stand up, but it felt like my legs forgot how to, and my body just locked. And I swear I smelled something like burnt ozone or wet wires. The next thing that happened's a little bit hard to explain, but I'll try my best. 1 second, I'm staring at the barn roof. The next, I'm inside somewhere. Not a building, more like being inside of a bubble with walls rippling like water. Couldn't move, but I wasn't really tied up. There were figures too, and yeah, they looked wrong in the way that they're hard to pin down, but they were too human, but they weren't human. Skin was shifting colors like gasoline in a puddle. Like you could almost see stuff moving underneath it, like veins or maybe organs glowing faintly. Their faces were what got me, though. Expressions were right, but not quite. Like when you see a mannequin that's trying too hard. They didn't talk, but I felt them in my head. They sifted through stuff, like flipping through a deck of cards that was me. Memories, feelings, even dumb ones. Like the time I fell into a creek chasing a chicken. They were curious, but not mean, just detached. I don't know what they did exactly, but something. Like they rewired something inside of me, and when I came to, I was flat on my back in the grass, my blanket half off of me, and dew everywhere. The cows were just lowing again, like nothing had happened. My watch said 5:20 in the a.m. Nothing was wrong with me, no marks, no pain, but sometimes on real clear nights I get the sensation in my chest, like a second heartbeat. Faint and not mine, but maybe it's just my head, but maybe not. I haven't camped outside since, though. Is that what they call mooing? Cows were lowing. I'll have to check that. I'm skeptical about all cow information. You can quote me on that. The boy at the bus stop. Last summer, sometime in late July of 2023, it was hot. One of those muggy nights where the air feels thick and you can tell it's about to storm. I'm waiting for the bus. I'm just sitting there, hanging out with a couple of friends at this little outdoor market that we have in town. It was already dark, but the streetlight above the stop kept buzzing and flickering, which didn't help my nerves. There weren't so many people around, just me and a guy across the street smoking. I sat down on the bench, head hurting from too much fried food and soda. Kind of zoned out. And when I looked up, I swear there was this boy standing just a little ways off, maybe 15 feet away. Couldn't have been more than a year older than me. Brownish hair that caught the light strangely, almost golden, like he'd just come from swimming or something. He was just staring at me. Not in a mean way, but not really smiling either, just kind of staring. I looked away quick because it freaked me out, and I bent down to retie my sneaker. My laces always come undone at the worst times. When I glanced back up, he was turning completely the other direction, like he'd been waiting for someone else the whole time. When the bus finally pulled up and people shoveled on, he wasn't there anymore. Not across the street, not near the bench. Nowhere to be seen. I even walked down the block a bit thinking maybe he got tired of waiting and left. I even went out of the way and asked the driver when I got on if he saw a kid in a white tank top hanging around. He looked at me like I was nuts and said, "Only you out here, sweetheart." I know I wasn't imagining it because I noticed his shorts too. They were black with these green stripes down the sides. A weird detail to invent, right? No one else remembered seeing him. And the whole ride home I kept thinking maybe he'd gone sitting at another stop that we passed. He wasn't, he was just gone. Still don't know what to think about. Maybe he slipped away real quick when I was distracted, but it doesn't add up. The street's pretty open. There's no alleys nearby, and honestly, I don't think he ever got on a bus at all. I try not to dwell on it. But sometimes when I'm walking past that stop at night, catch myself looking for him again. Kinda hope I don't. Kinda hope I do. The night I swore I saw something over the barn. This was way back, and I want to say the winter of 2001. At that time, it would make me, I guess, 11 or maybe 12. We lived way out in the sticks. We were in southern Ohio. We could actually see stars at night. The cold air always carried sound kind of funny. Christmas Eve that year, my mom had dragged us to church for the candlelight service, which honestly bored me to death as a kid. But I did like the cookies afterwards. So we got home late, like close to midnight, which was kind of unusual. Usually we were in bed earlier, but the roads were icy and Dad drove extra slow that night. When we finally pulled up, everything was just still, like the whole world had shut up for the night. Even the dogs didn't bark, and I remember crunching across the frozen gravel driveway and hugging my coat tight. Then I heard this big whoosh. Not like a jet, not like a truck going by on the road, just like low and heavy sweeping of air. It was real slow, like when you wave a giant piece of cardboard through the air. I just froze and I glanced up and I swear on everything. Something dark glided right over the barn. It was low, too, like lower than the treetops. Maybe the size of a van, but stretched out, kinda. Behind it were shapes, and I can't tell you what they were. They were smaller and moving in a line. Not loud, no engine sounds. No blinking lights like a plane, just silence. And the stupid part is I thought of reindeer, like immediately. I didn't even want to, but my brain just did. I think I heard a faint jingling sound too, like bells. They were way off and carried in the cold air, but honestly, it could have been anything. Metal in a wind chime even, I don't know. I didn't say a word to my parents, I just bolted inside and went straight to bed, and I was freaked out, but also kind of thrilled, like, what if? Now as an adult, I'm like, well, okay, maybe it was some weird military thing. That maybe my kid brain was just inventing details. But the fact is, I remember how quiet it was and how close it was, how clear that whoosh sounded. And I know I saw something big glide over that barn. Was it Santa? Well, obviously not, but was it something? Absolutely. And to this day, whenever I walk that driveway on a cold, quiet night, I still look up just in case. The Thing by the Barn. I was maybe 13. I was out in the middle of, well, somewhere in Kansas. This has been circling my head for about 20 years now. I never told anybody except for my cousin who was there with me, but I still think about it sometimes, especially when I'm walking past old barns. So my uncle had this place just outside town. It was like a farmhouse with a red barn and always looked like it was leaning a little too much. He let us stay there sometimes in the summer when our parents wanted a break. It was one of those trips where we stayed up late, sneaking Dr. Peppers and playing Game Boy until we passed out. Next morning we got bored and decided to go mess around outside. It was hot, like the kind of sticky summer heat where even the grasshoppers sound tired. Behind the barn, there's this little patch of trees and a dried-up creek bed. We were just tossing rocks into it, trying to make them bounce. That's when we both heard it, like somebody walking in the gravel on the other side of the creek. There was heavy steps. They were real steady, like 3 crunching sounds. My cousin looked at me and I looked at him, and then up the slope comes this, well, I don't even know quite what to call this. It looked like a man, but not really. It was all black, not like clothes black, but like when you stare into the inside of a chimney. Just no detail. Shoulders, arms, boots, even the shape of a head, but no face. We froze, and I remember I still had a rock in my hand, and I just didn't throw it. My cousin, he actually said, hey. Like we'd just run into some neighbor. But there was nothing. The thing didn't talk and didn't move much. Just stood there a few yards away. Then as slowly as it showed up, it turned and walked back down the other side of the creek. We heard the steps for maybe 3-4 more crunches, and then nothing. dead silent. Of course, we ran down to check, and kids are kind of stupid like that. There wasn't a damn footprint, not even one. Ground was dusty and should have shown something. But nope. We ran right back to the house, locked ourselves in the kitchen, sat there drinking warm soda until my uncle got home. Never told him, never told my parents. Every once in a while, when I drive past that area, I still glance at that barn. Wonder if what I really saw was what I think I saw. Cousin swears up and down it was real, so at least I know I'm not crazy. But it does bother me that there wasn't a single mark left behind, like it didn't belong here at all. The thing in the field. So this happened when I was about 17. We were living out in the middle of nowhere, and our house was right up against this big stretch of farmland. Just cornfields and old sheds and other things that nobody used anymore. We didn't even have much of a real basement. It was more of a root cellar. So most nights I'd hang out in the little barn out back where we kept the tools. I'd smoke there sometimes. My mom thought I'd quit. Anyway, one night I'm sitting on this busted lawn chair in the barn. I'm on Snapchat and I just noticed something out of the corner of my eye. I swear to God, there was this tall, dark figure just standing by the wall. Not moving, just being there. It looked like a man, but solid black. I turned my head to look straight at it, and the thing just dissolved. Like smoke in a breeze. No footsteps, no sound, just gone. Thought maybe I was tired, but the next evening I went back out there sitting in the same chair, and I had this old box of junk toys and tools I was supposed to haul to the dump. And out of nowhere, one of those stupid battery-powered toy trucks made the engine revving sound. I don't think that thing had worked in years. Picked it up, and I shook it, and there's nothing. Put it back, sat down, and a minute later it revved again. Like right on cue, like it was answering me. That rattled me badly, and I didn't even bring my phone out that night. So I couldn't record it, and part of me wishes I did, but honestly, I don't think I'd even want proof, because sometimes proof makes it scarier. The old farmhouse shadows. I don't usually talk about this stuff, but reading other posts here made me think maybe I'm not the only one. When I was a kid, we lived in this creaky old farmhouse. It was in rural Ohio. And there were drafty windows, and when the wind hit just right, it moved like crazy. There was a staircase, and it basically moaned every time somebody walked up it. Even if a rabbit were to walk up those stairs, I think it would make at least a whimper. My room was at the top of the stairs, across from a spare room where my cousin sometimes stayed when her family visited. I used to wake up at night screaming. I had night terrors. At least that's what the doctor said. But it always felt like more than that, and I'd see shapes and people shapes, but not really people. Things moving slowly down the hall. They were darker than the dark, but sometimes they looked almost gray like mist. They never came into my room, just drifted by, pausing at doors like they were checking who was there. Then they'd keep moving, always in the same direction toward the back porch that faced the woods. For years, I figured it was my brain playing tricks. Kids see weird things. Well, at least that's what I was told. But a couple of years ago, sitting with my cousin at Thanksgiving, and after too much wine, I told her about those hallway walkers, and she just froze. Then she said she saw them too, back when she'd sleep in the spare room. She thought she was half dreaming or maybe breathing in mold from the wallpaper. and the house was basically falling apart. The thing is, the old family cemetery is out past the woods, maybe a 5-minute walk if you know the path. My uncle used to say the house is built on an old wagon road folks used to take to get there. He joked that maybe the neighbors were still using it. I don't know. I don't believe in ghosts, but sometimes when I think back, I still hear the floorboards creaking, like somebody slowly making their way down the hall. My gecko is slowly making his way up the wall. The woman at the crossing. Well, they say when you have something to share, that you should share it. So, it's here. I drive trucks for a living, mostly long hauls out west. This happened maybe 3 years ago, late fall, cold enough that my breath fogged up when I stepped out. I'd pulled off on some little state route in Nebraska after a bad wreck. Cops were already there, flashing lights bouncing off everything. I slowed down basically to a crawl, and it looked like a pickup had tried to beat the train at a crossing. Ugh. And while he didn't make it, the whole cab smashed like a soda can. They had tarps and EMTs moving fast. I didn't want to gawk, but when traffic stopped, I ended up right beside it. Here's where it gets weird. When I'm sitting there waiting, I see this shimmer like heat waves, but it was freezing out. At first, I thought maybe exhaust smoke, but it wasn't that. It looked like a woman. They weren't solid, but just light bending around her, you know. Her arms kept moving, throwing up in the air and then pounding at the hood of the pickup like she was furious. I couldn't hear anything, just this kind of humming in my ears, like when you touch a live wire by mistake. My chest prickled and felt like static. Touching a live wire will do more than that. But anyway. She'd step back and then pace and then throw herself against the truck again, over and over, and I couldn't stop staring. And the strange thing is, in my head it was like somebody dealing cards fast, like a snap, 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 images of crash. Him speeding up and her yelling and the train lights and the impact and dozens of little flashes. I was shaken enough that when the deputy walked past my rig, I rolled my window down and asked, kind of casual-like. I asked if anybody else was in the truck, and he said, "Nope, just the driver." I kind of stammered. "You sure? Maybe somebody got thrown farther." He gave me this look like I was being nosy, but then he radioed something in, and 15 minutes later, another deputy came back, shaking his head. He said that they'd just found a female body down in the ditch past the crossing, thrown clear. I didn't say another word. Traffic started moving after that, and I drove off. I couldn't shake it. The shimmer was gone when I looked back. The whole cab was empty, yet I swear she was there trying to drag him back, or maybe just not realizing that she was gone. So when I hit a crossing and I see the arms come down, I think of her. I kind of say something in my head, something along the lines of safe travels underneath my breath. It's a strange habit, maybe, but it makes me feel better. I believe in the saying, do what you gotta do. The old barn radio. A couple years back, I moved into my grandpa's old farmhouse. The place has been sitting empty for a while after he passed. It's one of those creaky wood frame houses where nothing feels level. The kind where, like if a cat's walking, you can, kind of hear a circus. So I'm staying there alone, just me and my dog, trying to get the place livable again. It was late one night, maybe close to 2 a.m., and I was in the living room. I had this beat-up radio from the barn playing some old country station. The signal out here is garbage, so I kept cutting in and out and getting all fuzzy like. It was like somebody crumpling aluminum foil right in my ear. I leaned over just to adjust the dial, thinking maybe I'd catch it clearer for at least a bit. And right as I'm messing with it, I feel this grip on my ankle. Not a brush, not just the dog bumping me. I think he was snoring across the room at that point. But like a real hand wrapping around and pressing down. I actually froze because my brain was trying to make sense of it. At that exact second, this radio was blasting through the static. I swear to this day, it said something like just one word, "Hey," like somebody hollering at me real close. Jumped so hard I nearly kicked the radio off the table. Dog woke up barking like mad, staring right at my leg, but then there was nothing. There was no one there. No sound after that. Radio just went back to static and this twangy guitar. I know old houses are weird, and I know radios pick up stray chatter sometimes, but the timing, the hand, the voice both at once, that's the part I can't shake. Told my sister the next day, and she just laughed at me. Said it's just me being spooked in a house with too many memories. She might be right about the memories, but something when I'm walking past that radio, I still feel like if I turn the knob just right, I'd hear somebody waiting on the other end. The balloon face in the barn house. I don't even know how to word this right. Feels kind of dumb even typing it, but it happened, and it's stuck in my brain. Where I grew up, there are old barns just falling in on themselves everywhere. But in the same area, we rented this 2-story house, and it used to be a feed store in the 40s. At least that's what my dad swore. You could still smell the grain, at least in the wood, especially when it was raining. So anyway, one night, I'm maybe 19, and I was upstairs in what used to be the hayloft. My parents let me turn it into my room because it had a window that looked out over the fields. Sitting on the floor playing my old PS2, my heater's buzzing like crazy because winters here are brutal. Out of nowhere, something floated up the stairs. Not a person, not an animal, and it looked like this clear, stretched balloon kind of gliding up. It wasn't bouncing or rolling, just moving. And the face on it, God, I still hate thinking about it. It was like Edvard Munch's The Scream, but twisted like somebody had drawn it on plastic and stretched it too far. It wasn't sharp like a solid thing, more like a reflection that wouldn't go away. Faint, but with more weight. You know how you can feel someone staring at you? Well, I had that too. And even though it didn't make a sound, I swear my chest felt this vibration. Like when you stand too close to speakers on like a county fair. Or anywhere that might have speakers. So I froze, and the controller was in my lap, and I was just staring at it. Told myself it was headlights bouncing off weird off the wall, or maybe my eyes being tired. But no, it lingered too long, moved too deliberately. Thought about running outside, but it was February. Snow piled to my knees. So I did the next dumbest thing. Pulled the blanket over my head like I was 6 years old again. Fell asleep shaking like an idiot. Funny part is next morning my mom mentioned she kept hearing somebody walking up the stairs in the night. No one was there when she checked. She brushed it off, but I didn't even try to explain my side of the story. I've seen shadows and I've seen weird lights before, but nothing like that. Balloon thing. With that screaming face. Has anyone else ever seen something float like that? Not a shadow person, not a mist, but something that feels halfway between a hallucination and an actual object. Like can't shake it. It felt too real, and I really, really don't want to see it again. The Thing by the Barn. Last spring, late March. I still don't have a good answer for this thing. I live out in the country, like proper middle of nowhere stuff, and I've always been pretty comfortable outside at night. I mean, I grew up walking around the fields with just a lantern or no light at all. My dad always said, if you know the land, it won't bite you. And I believed him mostly. Anyway, one night I went out to check the shed because the wind had been banging something around. My wife was inside with her little boy, and I didn't want the noise keeping him up, so I pull on my boots, grab the old flashlight, and I head out. It's quiet, except for frogs and the wind in the pines, that kind of quiet that feels thick. And as I get near the barn, I see this thing, and the best way I can describe it is like a tall streak of light, whitish with this weird green tint, almost like when you crack a glow stick but brighter. It wasn't standing still either, it was sliding or maybe rushing straight toward me. And it felt fast. Froze for maybe a second, then my legs just decided on their own, like, nope. Turned, ran back to the porch. My heart was hammering. I was half convinced I'd trip over my own boots and get eaten or zapped or whatever it was going to do. I didn't stop until I was back in the glow of the porch light, breathing like I'd sprinted a mile. Next morning, walk out there again, feeling a little bit dumb about the whole thing. Thought maybe the flashlight had bounced off the tin roof or caught the glass on like a chicken coop window. That could make sense, but I tried flashing it every which way and couldn't get anything like what I'd seen. And the window's on the wrong side anyway. The part that stuck with me, though, was a week later. I was talking to my neighbor, an old guy named Harold, who's lived here forever. I mentioned the light, just joking around, like, guess I saw a UFO. And he got serious. He did it real quick, too, and he said, don't walk by the barn at night. Never have, never will. Then he just changed the subject and wouldn't explain it. The TV at my grandma's place. I don't really talk about this much because it sounds like I'm making the whole thing up. But when my grandma passed, I ended up moving into her old trailer out in the country. It's a pretty tiny place, and I don't mind it. It's cheap. There's quiet neighbors and the whole deal. But anyway, there's something here. It's not Grandma. At least I don't think so. I've seen a couple figures like shadows, but not quite. More like when heat rises off the road and makes things look all wavy. Usually just in the hallway and by the back door. They don't feel bad, not threatening or anything, just sort of there. But the TV gets me. Like every time I put on those ghost hunting shows, which, yeah, I know, kind of asking for it. The power in the living room just cuts out. Not just the TV, the whole damn breaker flips. You gotta go outside in the dark to reset it. It's always when I'm watching the kind of shows where they're like shouting at the air like, if anyone's here, move something. And I swear it feels like whatever's here is like, oh, you want that? Cool, here you go, no electricity for you. It's not random either. Breaker's fine when it storms, fine when I run the microwave and space heater at the same time. But the second some dude on YouTube says, touch something, boom, blackout. One time it happened 4 times in a row, and I was stubborn and kept turning it back on. Then finally gave up and put on some boring cooking show. Power stayed on after that. If I watch the same video on my phone with headphones, nothing happens. It's like the TV's the trigger, and I've gotten used to just watching stuff that way now, and it's easier than having an argument with whatever's hanging around. I don't know, maybe the wiring's janky, maybe not, but Every time I go back to that breaker box at midnight with the crickets screaming and the neighbor's dog going nuts, I can't shake the feeling that somebody's watching me reset it. The Whistler by the Shed. My buddy told me to post this on this particular sub, so I'm going to go ahead and give it a try. We've been living in this old rental house out in the country about 6 months now. It's not fallen apart or anything, but you can tell it's been through a few families. So my youngest, who's 4, she started saying that she doesn't like playing near the back window because of the man by the shed. And at first, we just laughed it off because kids say some crazy out-of-the-world stuff, at least in my experience. We thought maybe she saw the neighbor or something. But then she told me that she saw the man who whistles funny. And apparently, he hangs by his arms. On the side of the shed, no less. I don't even know what that means. But here's the part that makes my skin crawl extra much. About 2 weeks ago, I'm in the kitchen late at night, and I swear I heard this slow, broken kind of whistling outside. Like not a tune, just air through teeth or something. Went out with a flashlight. There's nothing there, no wind either. It was just dead still. We've had a couple of other things happen, like the back door rattled like somebody was trying to get in, but when I yanked it open, there was no one. Just the yard and that stupid shed. My dog, who usually barks at anything, just stared at it with his ears down. One morning, I woke up to muddy handprints on the side of the shed. Told myself it was probably from the kids playing, but prints were too high up, like way too high for them to reach. Keep telling myself it's nothing. Old houses do creak and animals do mess around at night. Kids make things up too. But then I hear that damn whistle in my head when it gets real quiet and I don't even know anymore. So that's my weird little story. Curious if anybody else has ever dealt with something like that. The night the old clock fell. This might sound dumb, but I swear it happened. I was maybe 16, and at that time I was living at my grandma's place. It was during the summer. Her house was pretty old and had that mothball smell to it, mixed with a little bit of fried onions. Sounds kind of good to me. I had the attic room, which was cool because I had my own little space, but a little bit creepy too, especially at night. One morning, half awake, I'm in that fuzzy state where you're not sure if you're dreaming or not. Had my little radio alarm set to some country station. It kicked on, playing low, and I just laid there listening. The light through the window was that dim blue, so I hadn't bothered turning on the lamp yet. Then the music started to fade, like not cut out exactly, but melt into static. Not fast, not sudden, just slow. I thought maybe the old wires or the antenna was loose. Kept getting worse until it was all static, louder than it should have been. Like way too loud for volume that I had it on. Start to get goosebumps because, I don't know, it just didn't sound right. Then I heard a dull thump. Not heavy, more like a footstep, but like something solid hitting wood, and I froze. Radio went silent right then, like somebody hit mute. No static, nothing, just emptiness. I couldn't even move, I just lay there staring at that ceiling. Then a couple minutes go by, which felt like an hour at the time, and radio starts coming back on, but weird. Like somebody was slowly turning the knob up from 0. First faint, then clearer. Then the music was back like nothing had happened at all. I finally pulled myself up and switched on the lamp. Everything looked the same except for one thing. The old clock that sat on the shelf above the radio was on the floor. The thing is it was wedged behind a stack of books. The books didn't move, just the clock. And that clock had been there for years. My grandma said it hadn't been touched. No way it slid out clean without knocking anything else down. I stuck it back. I tried to shrug it off, but the next day I told my grandma. She just nodded like she'd heard that sort of thing before. Didn't even look surprised, just said, "That house is old and it does remember things." Which, what does that even mean? So I stopped using the radio after that. Keep this flashlight by my bed too, and I do also think about that clock. The house by the tracks. So this is something I've never really talked about because it sounds so ridiculous, especially if I say any of it out loud, but I'm going to make you read it. Every now and then I'll dream about that place and I'll wake up with I guess you'd just call it a heavy feeling, especially around my chest. I was 9 or 10 and someplace nobody really cares about. I'm not even going to share it. But there'd been these awful storms the week before, and they were real nasty. They ripped siding off the houses. The wind was so strong and knocked trees into the road. Nothing like a tornado, but enough that our roof was leaking and we had to start looking for a new spot. So one Saturday, my aunt drove us out to look at this house that she swore was a steal. It was out by the old train tracks, kind of tucked behind a mess of pine trees. We were in her beat-up old Buick, and it was all covered in menthols and fast food wrappers. She had one of those gas station coffees. They were balanced in the cup holder, sloshing everywhere. Cousin and I were in the back, just splitting a bag of sour gummy worms that had melted into one big lump. That sounds delicious. The house itself, I still see it clear as day. 2 stories, white paint peeling off in long strips, and the porch sagging like it was tired to keep holding itself up. Half the windows are all boarded over, and there was this hole near the roofline, like somebody had taken a bite out of it. The storm had definitely made things worse, but it looked like it had been bad for a long time. The second I stepped out of the car, I swear it was like somebody had pressed mute on the whole world. The tracks weren't that far away. You could always hear trains in that area, but not then. Not a single bird either. It was late summer, hot enough to make the air buzz. But standing there, it felt cold. Not windy cold, more like the kind of cold that gets inside your stomach. My cousin was laughing at me for shivering like a chihuahua when I couldn't move past the edge of the driveway. My aunt just kind of kept calling us back to come look inside, but I just couldn't. My feet wouldn't go. My cousin ran off ahead, but I stayed there frozen. This kind of makes me feel like I've lost it because I saw a man standing by the porch. Not in any detail, not like a ghost movie where they're glowing or whatever, just a man-shaped shadow. He didn't move, he didn't wave. Didn't even feel like he was looking at me, but I swear he was there. So I start crying, which was pretty embarrassing because I really wasn't the crying type, or I didn't think myself as such. Especially not around my cousin. My aunt came back out all huffy, and when she saw my face, she got soft and said, "Oh, okay, we'll go, it's not worth it." And on the drive back, my cousin kept asking me who I was talking to. I told him I wasn't talking to anybody, but he swore he saw me nodding at somebody by the porch. To this day, he still brings it up as a joke when we talk, like, "Remember your ghost buddy?" Thing is I wasn't nodding, at least I don't think I was. Never went back to that house, and I think it burned down a few years later in a quote-unquote mysterious fire, according to the paper. I'll tell you what, I never ate melted gummy worms again. Don't let a haunting ruin a good thing. The Man by the Silo. Kind of hard to write it out without sounding too weird, but maybe there's somebody out there that might have had something similar. So back when I was about 12, we lived in this old place. It was a farmhouse. It wasn't like a cute one either. It was like mice in the walls sort of place. Shared a room with my younger cousin for a while, and nights were always loud with the barn creaking and the coyotes yipping, so never really slept good there. But I swear, like I'd feel our old dog. He'd jump up on the bed at night. He'd been gone for about a year by then, buried out past the cornfield. But I'd feel that dip on the mattress, same spot every time, and sometimes I'd even reach over and I swear I felt fur. I'd mumble like, "Hey boy," half asleep, and remember he wasn't around anymore. And on a couple of those nights, after my dog quote-unquote visited, I'd hear this man's voice real soft near my ear. Not loud, not scary, just a whisper like, "Sam." That's my name, by the way. Nobody else in the house called me that, not even family. Spooked me good, but I never told anyone back then. Years later, I'm talking with my old cousin about the house, just joking about how drafty it was, and she suddenly goes, "Remember that tall man by the silo?" I just about dropped my drink. She said she used to see him plain as day, and the shadow guy who'd stand by the corner of her room when she cried, or sometimes just outside the window by the silo. She never thought he meant harm, more like he was just watching. It made me think about one night I came in late from helping a neighbor move hay bales. I swore I saw Duke in the mudroom. That's my dog. The tail was wagging. Bent down to pet him, hand went through the air, and he darted toward the back hallway. And when I looked up, I saw this tall figure at the far end just standing. Didn't come closer, and I just wound up freezing. Blinked, and it was gone. Oops, I just blinked, and now I'm gone. This isn't fiction. These are real people with real experiences that they can't explain. At Paranormal M, we bring their stories to light. Subscribe. Hear 'em all. When I was 19, me and my cousin thought it'd be funny to mess around with some witchcraft books that he picked up from a secondhand shop. Not the fancy Solomon stuff like you see online, just a beat-up paperback with pentagrams and doodled and all the stuff in the margins. So we're sitting in his mom's garage with candles from Walmart and reading this ridiculous chant out loud, laughing more than anything. Nothing happened, or at least nothing that we noticed. We just went back inside, played Xbox, and crashed out. That night, though, man, I dreamed I was running barefoot down an old 2-lane highway by my town. I could hear something behind me. Not footsteps, more like claws dragging on asphalt. I woke up sweaty as hell with my heart pounding. My socks, they were full of little bits of gravel, like I'd actually been outside. My aunt found the back door cracked open too. Freaked me right out. Never told her about it though. In fact, I actually shoved it down for years. Figured I'd spooked myself and life went on as it usually does. But last month I'm with my wife in Nashville and we're doing one of those haunted tour things just for laughs. And this older woman running the place just starts staring at me. Real uneasy like. Says something like, "Honey, you've got a shadow still walking with you." Then she won't even take our money. Just hands it back and kind of hustles us out the door. And now, for 3 nights in a row, same dream as when I was a teenager. Me running down that dark highway, lungs burning and whatever it is, closer than before. Wake up and I swear, my calves feel sore, like I've been sprinting. My wife says I kick in my sleep, but I don't think that explains it. Anyway, not sure what I'm looking for by posting this exactly. Maybe just to get it out of me or get it out there. Maybe somebody else has had this thing where dreams leave residue, I guess. Keep telling myself it's just stress, but man, I don't like going to bed lately. The last time I kicked in my sleep, I flung a drink across the room. Woke up to my dog drinking it, or licking at it. Licking is drinking, isn't it? For a dog. The Kid at the Bridge. 2 summers ago, this thing happened, and I think about it whenever I drive down this particular road. I'm in a town that has a highway that's sort of strung along it. Then there's fields and more fields. There's this little wooden bridge that crosses over a creek. Not much to it, just old planks and railings and all that. I walk my dog there most evenings, because it's quiet and nobody bothers us. Anyway, my sister came down with her 2 boys, and I figured we'd all walk together. Her youngest, he was about 4 at the time, real chatty kid who normally never shuts up. But when we got to that bridge, he nearly stopped dead. Wouldn't move, wouldn't even look at us. Just stared off at one of the posts like he was listening to somebody. We thought maybe he saw a bird or a snake or something. But then his face got all tight, like he was gonna cry or something. My sister bent down, asking what was wrong, and he just whispered, "She's sad." That's all. Wouldn't say who, just that she's sad. Kinda gave me chills, 'cause not sure if it's true. But locals say a girl drowned underneath that bridge way back in the 80s. Some folks bring flowers out there every now and then. They set them by the railing. Always figured it was just small-town gossip. We tried to keep walking and distract him with snacks and all that, but as soon as we started moving again, he ran back and hugged the post. Like really wrapped his arms around it, resting his cheek against the wood like it was a person. And then he said clear as anything, "Goodbye." And that was it. He's fine later, laughing and running normal again like nothing had happened. But I couldn't shake it. I still can't. We don't walk that route much anymore. The Chair by the Window. I've been renting this old house for the past year. It's sort of like a place where, well, let's just say it's quiet. Honestly, I picked it because it was cheap, and I like being up where it's quiet. But the quiet out here, it's not the same as being peaceful, let's say. When I was a kid, I'd always hate sleeping over at my grandma's. She lived in this drafty house too, and I used to feel like somebody was standing in the doorway just watching. Thought I grew out of that, but living here, it's come back. First thing that really freaked me out happened a couple of months ago. I had this framed picture of my dog sitting on the top of the dresser. One night I'm folding laundry, not even close to the dresser, and that frame just launched across the room. It didn't fall, it didn't slide, it flew, bounced off the floor, landed near the closet. I stood there with a sock in my hand, just staring at it. And since then, it's been little things. I'll be laying in bed and feel this dip like somebody sat down on the mattress. I live alone, so that's not great. Another night I'm brushing my teeth, and I swear to God I felt something brush against my ankle. I thought it was a bug or a cat or something, but nope, there was nothing. The weirdest part, though, was about 2 weeks ago. Came home from work and found the chair by the window pulled out. And I don't sit in that chair, it's just decorative, one of those old wooden ones that you throw a blanket over so it looks homey. but it had been moved, and you could see the marks on the rug where it used to sit. I pushed it back and told myself I must have bumped it earlier, but it happened again last night. There's also the butter thing, which kind of makes me laugh, but kind of creeps me out too. I had a brand new stick of butter in the fridge, box sealed and everything. But one morning I opened the fridge and half the stick's gone, sitting on a plate like somebody's been using it. I live alone. I don't even eat much butter. I called my sister about it and she just laughed and said maybe I sleepwalk. I know I don't. At least I don't think I do. In the basement, don't even get me started. Laundry's down there, so I have to go, but every single time I hear these little scuffing noises under the stairs, it's like I thought I saw something move, like a shadow darting, but I blinked and it was gone. It is an old house, so maybe it's a mouse, but I don't know. Anyway, last night the bed shook. Not an earthquake, not a truck rumbling by, just 3 sharp shakes like somebody put their hands on it and gave it a good shove, I laid there. At this point, I keep wondering if I should call a priest or just pack up and break the lease. But then I feel dumb because maybe it's all in my head and can't shake that feeling that somebody else is here with me, like in the house, watching. The carnival that froze. This was back in 2016. A small town summer carnival. The kind where the Ferris wheels all, well, let's just say, doesn't quite look safe. And the kind where there's the 3 colors of cotton candy. The blue, the pink, and the white. There is only blue to me. And I was maybe 3 beers in, walking around alone because my buddy just bailed last minute. There was this weird moment by a tilt-a-whirl. I swear everybody stopped moving. Not like slow motion, just froze, and the lights still blinked, the music kept blasting. But the people, they were mannequins. I rubbed my eyes like an idiot. Thought maybe I was just too drunk. Then I saw these 4 kids in wolf masks, standing at the edge of the midway. They didn't freeze, they were just looking right at me, and it was all synchronized, like some creepy choir act. One of them lifts his hand and does this sort of lazy wave, then all 4, their mouths at the same time, say, "Sleep." I don't know why I listened, but I sat down there in the pavement, next to a half-eaten funnel cake, and just like that voice, like a voice, like not in my ears, but in my head, goes, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations, you're done. Game over. Like a video game screen. I felt my stomach flip and there's nothing, just blank. And when I came back, everyone was moving again. A guy walked past me carrying a giant stuffed bear like nothing happened. The rest of the night was off, like my phone buzzed with a message I didn't type, and it said, "Imagine harder." My reflection in the funhouse mirror shifted. Like not me, but somebody taller and sharper with these hollow eyes. I don't even like thinking about it. Later I tried telling my cousin, though, and he laughed and said it sounded like I glitched out. Strange thing is, last year at the county fair, I caught a glimpse of a wolf mask hanging off a kid's backpack. Same design. My heart about stopped, and I don't go to carnivals anymore. Something about all those flashing lights feels staged, like they're waiting for me to play again. And yeah, sometimes when I'm about to fall asleep, I hear that countdown voice again real faintly. I'm not sure what the hell happened, but I can't shake the feeling I didn't come back the same. The night behind the barn. Back when I was 14, staying at my uncle's place in southern Arkansas. Got this old house out there. There were acres of woods and had a lot of fields around it. Kind of place where your phone drops signal about half a mile before you even get to the driveway. Real pretty during the day, but at night it's just black, like somebody painted over the whole world. And anyway, I was supposed to sleep out in this little loft above his barn, because my cousins had friends over and the house was pretty much packed. Didn't really mind. I brought my DS and some snacks, so I was pretty content with the idea. The loft had a beat-up couch and a lamp that really only worked if you kicked the base. Felt kind of cool, honestly. The thing is I realized way too late that I'd left my charger in the main house. So, around 11:30, I just decided to go and grab it. My uncle's yard, well, the light in the yard had burned out weeks before. It's just me and this tiny, sort of crappy flashlight. Kept flickering when I shook it. And I was walking across the dirt lot to the house, and I kept hearing this crunching in the grass like footsteps, but not steady, like stop and go and stop and go. I tell myself it's a deer, because they're everywhere out there. But then, just past the fence line, I swear I saw something standing upright, way taller than a deer. Two shiny points, like eyes catching light, staring straight at me. I bolted and, well, no thought, I just ran. Nearly tripped on the hose by the porch, slammed the door behind me so hard my aunt yelled from the living room. She thought I was being dramatic, and I grabbed the charger and sat there breathing like I'd run a marathon. Finally admitted what I saw, though. My uncle, this big tough guy, used to hunt coons at night, just kind of frozen. Didn't laugh, didn't joke, and he told me I could sleep in the house that night. Next morning, he didn't say a word about it. Took me into town for breakfast like normal. But I noticed he went out later and sprinkled salt all along the barn entrance. Wouldn't say why. I don't know, but I can still see those eyes clear as day, and I haven't slept in that loft since then. The evening I wasn't there. I never told anybody outside of my family about this, and it happened back when I was in community college. I was living at home in this tiny little town, has one gas station, one diner, and a few too many churches for my taste. Anyway, one fall evening, my cousin dropped me off at the house after class. I remember tossing my bag on the couch, mumbling something to my mom in the kitchen who was cooking beans. I remember the smell clear as day. Then I went up to my room, and I had one of those nights where you're just tired for no reason. So I skipped dinner and crashed early. Next morning, I walk into class. My buddy goes, "Man, you were on fire last night at poker." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He swears I was there at his garage playing cards and joking around and drinking cheap beer. He even said I borrowed his lighter. And he wasn't laughing, he was dead serious. A couple other guys backed him up like, "Yeah, you beat me twice in a row." I laughed it off, but then they started asking me specific things. What song was blasting on the radio and who knocked over the chips and all that kind of stuff. All I could answer was like I knew, like I could see it in my head, same as a real memory. I remembered the neighbor's dog barking outside. That stupid dog never shuts up. So I went home that night, still pretty confused, and asked my mom what I did the night before. She gave me this look and said, "You never came down from your room, honey. You had a fever, kept checking in on you. Barely even looked like yourself when I peeked in." And that part stuck with me. Barely looked like yourself. She said it twice like it bothered her. And to this day, I don't know if I dreamt myself into my buddy's garage or if there's something like a weird double of me wandering around. Every time I think back, I can smell those beans on the stove and hear those damn poker chips clinking. Both memories feel the same. don't play cards anymore. Not because of that, just because I don't know, feels off now. The night I heard Buddy come home. Out of all the things that have happened to me, this is the only one that, well, at least to me, that felt different. When I was a kid, we had this old beagle. His name was Macaulay Culkin. Not the sharpest dog, but he was sweet and always stealing socks and dragging them into his bed. He'd howl if he left him outside too long. He was real dramatic, and he was basically my shadow. Interesting dog name. Anyway, one winter night, he got out somehow. My dad swore the latch on the gate must have been loose. But I don't know, like, we looked everywhere in the snow with flashlights calling his name until our voices were basically raw. And it was freezing, and after hours we had to go in. My mom kept saying we'd find him in the morning, and I couldn't stop crying, just sitting there in my room hugging one of his slobbered-up tennis balls. I remember I ended up crashing on the couch because I wanted to be near the back door in case he came scratching. And the weird part is, as I was half asleep, I heard his claws click-clacking across the kitchen tile, just the way he always sounded when he came in from outside. I swear I heard the jingle of his tags, too. Then the couch made this little sort of indent, and I smelled that wet dog smell mixed with snow and dirt. I mumbled something like, "Good boy, Macaulay Culkin," and I reached to pat him, and my hand hit empty air, and I opened my eyes, and there was nothing. No dog, no sound, just the ticking of an old wall clock. The next morning we found him, but not alive. He'd been hit by a car down the road. Must have happened not long after he got out, and my dad wrapped him up before I could see, but I knew. Still think about that night. Like, was it a dream, or did my brain just make it up because I missed him so badly? Or did he really come home one last time? The smell, though, was not just in my head. Way too strong, way too real. Sometimes I still catch myself just listening for those stupid clicking claws on the tile. Sometimes you can hear my dog's nails clicking on the tile. Old Mill Shadows. I grew up in this river town. The biggest landmark was this abandoned flour mill. It was right by a bridge, and the town tried to turn into a community hall once, but honestly just sat there half finished, and it was old and dark. When I was maybe 7 or 8, they're doing some kind of summer picnic thing by the river. My cousins were all playing tag, but I got bored and wandered into the mill because the doors weren't locked. The second floor was mostly storage and old chairs stacked and broken tables, that kind of thing. I swear, right as I stepped onto the landing, this door at the end of the hall creaked open all by itself, and an old baseball came rolling out, bouncing toward me. Like it wasn't just sitting there, it bounced. I bolted back outside like a little chicken, swore I wouldn't go back in, and nobody believed me, of course. Fast forward, and I'm in high school. Different house by then, though. My room was down this long, narrow hall in the basement, bathroom right beside it. Then the hall sort of hooked into the den where my brother played Xbox. One afternoon, I step out of my room, and just as I passed the bathroom, it felt like 2 people dumped water on my head. I even yelled at my brothers because I thought it was them messing with me again. But they came running from the den, laughing at first, then confused, because my hair was bone dry. Whatever I saw, they weren't it, and the weirdest part is for a split second I swear I saw 2 kids in old-timey clothing, like stuff you'd seen in an old family photo, and then gone. Then there was a few summers back. Me and my girlfriend, who's now my wife, congratulations, hit up Dairy Queen after a long day. Did the usual sit in the car thing. She finished her blizzard, stuck the spoon in the cup, set it on the dash, and we're just talking with the windows cracked. Then suddenly, the spoon spins. Not falls, not tips, like it twirled around once. She said it looked like air pixels glitched, and I thought it was just a streak of light, like pushing it. And neither of us are into ghost stuff, but she still brings it up sometimes when we drive past that Dairy Queen. Don't know if any of this means anything. Could just be my brain filling in some blanks or drafts or something, whatever. But when I'm alone, I think about that baseball bouncing toward me and I still get the chills. The old coal mine shift. Years back, I'm working nights at one of those half-abandoned coal plants out in eastern Kentucky. Wasn't even running anymore, just some backup generators and a skeleton crew keeping the place from falling apart. Dead quiet most nights. Well, except for the hum of the machines, they never really fully shut down. Anyway, we had this weird stretch, about 2 weeks, where stuff just didn't make sense. Like my buddy Chris got all shaken awake in the break room. He swore one of us had tapped him on the boot, told him his shift was starting. Only thing is, nobody had touched him. I was in the control room with the others the whole time, and he said the voice, in quotes, was right next to him, low and almost annoyed. And then it spread. Guys who worked in those cramped tunnels under the plant started complaining about getting tapped on the shoulder while they were bent over at pipes. The kind of tap where your heart just drops because you think something's wrong, but there'd never ever be anybody there. They'd crawl out and they'd be cursing and saying, "Who the hell was behind me?" Nobody. We'd all be accounted for. Strangest thing for me personally, this one night I kept hearing boots walking the catwalk above the generators. Steady steps, real heavy. Climbed up there thinking one of the old-timers was doing rounds, but it was empty. Just the echo of my own breath. Stayed up there a while, hoping I'd catch whoever was screwing with me, but nothing. We'd tried laughing it off, saying it was just the place settling, or maybe one of us just being half asleep and imagining things. But the timing, man. All packed into that one stretch of nights, and then nothing ever again, like a switch flipped. Places like that, they've got this sort of weight, and you can feel it when nothing's happening. Wonder if we brushed up against something that we weren't really supposed to. The Thing. Even though this is embarrassing, I'm just gonna say it. I was 12 or 13. I lived, at least to me, nowadays anyways, in the middle of nowhere. My dad had lost his job and we ended up renting this old ranch house. Had a little beat-up red barn behind it. The place was cheap and it was basically falling apart, and there were drafts, or the whole building was basically a living draft. At first, it was just normal old house stuff, like doors swelling, nails popping, and mice in the walls. Didn't think much about it. But after a while, I started waking up at night like 2 or 3 in the morning. Always the same time, with my window facing the barn, and I swear to God I'd see these tall, dark shapes just moving around there. No sounds of boots in the dirt, no source of light, just shadows sliding around like they belong there. One night I woke up, and it still makes me feel weird even just typing it out. One of those shadows wasn't outside. It was standing right in the doorway of my room. Thought maybe I was dreaming, but I couldn't move. My whole body was stiff, like my muscles had just quit out on me. Then this high ringing was filling my ears like a whistle that kept getting sharper. Felt like forever, but maybe it was only a minute. Then gone, I sat up gasping. My shirt was damp like I'd been sweating buckets. Went running to my dad's room and he just told me I'd been having night terrors. But I'd had nightmares before and this wasn't that. I was awake. I know it. Luckily, we moved out after about a year. Not because of that, just because Dad found steady work again, but to this day, if I drive past anything like that at night, I get that same cold knot in my stomach. Like something's still out there, waiting. And I still wake up sometimes at 2:30 a.m. for no reason at all. I rented this old house in upstate New York. It wasn't like haunted looking, not really falling apart or anything, just sort of an old farmhouse that somebody had fixed up. I was living there with my cousin for a while because, well, rent was cheap and we had 2 cats who basically ruled the place. Rent is cheap. I scoff. No way. So anyway, one night in late fall, must have been around 11 p.m., went out to the back field to smoke, and it was cold enough that you could see your breath that night. The grass was all crunchy with frost. Cats were inside, but one had followed me out, and she froze up suddenly, tail puffed out and ears back. You know when an animal just knows something? Like she's staring at this corner of the fence where, swear to God, I saw something dart by like a person-shaped shadow, but too fast and too smooth. Stood there a second, thinking maybe it was my eyes adjusting or car headlights or something. But no cars went by. My cousin yelled from the kitchen window asking if I saw that, and we both saw that. That freaked me out a little bit more because usually it's just one person who thinks they saw something. Went back inside, locked up, trying to shake it off, and put on some dumb TV and made grilled cheese, trying to act normal. Then the weirdest part is one of the cats started yowling like crazy in the hallway. Went to check, front doors deadbolted and chained, standing wide open, chain still hanging there just like it unhooked itself. And after that, little stuff happened all the time. Doors clicking shut when no one touched them, and soft footsteps upstairs, even though we only used the bottom floor. And once, a jar of pickles rolled off the counter in slow motion like it was set down on the floor instead of falling. I don't know what it was, and I never felt like it wanted to hurt us, but it also wasn't friendly. Well, more like it was letting us know that we weren't alone. We stuck it out until the lease was up, but I'll tell you right now, every night I double-checked that door chain before bed, and still, sometimes woke up to find it open. Anybody else ever deal with something like that one? The Lady at the Motel. A couple of years back, I was working the night shift at the small roadside motel. It's got those neon lights that sort of buzz and make that crazy sound. And half the time they don't even work right, but we get all kinds of characters passing through there. Most of the time it was truckers or folks just needing a bed for a few hours. But there was this older woman who stayed for almost a month straight, and she said that she was just passing through. But honestly, it seemed like she didn't have anywhere else to go. And she was quiet, except she'd mutter stuff under her breath sometimes, like prayers or poetry or just nonsense. Couldn't really tell. She always kept a little candle on her nightstand. Though the motel didn't allow candles, I didn't stop her. I don't know. She had this frail, sad look, and I felt bad. One night, a guy in the room next to hers died. He'd been sick and traveling with oxygen tanks, and we kind of knew it was coming. Paramedics came, took the body out around 3 a.m. After they left, I went back to the office, trying to shake it off. Then the front desk phone started ringing, and no one was out there. When I picked it up, there's no sound, just static. A couple of hours later, the lady comes down for coffee real early. She just keeps staring at his room door, and nobody had told her what happened, and I asked, just kind of casually, "You okay?" And she says real soft, "Those dark men came and carried him away." The way she said it gave me goosebumps. Weeks passed and she finally checked out. But before she did, she told me she kept seeing silver figures standing around her bed at night. Said they were waiting for her. She wasn't even scared, just kind of tired and like she was ready to go. The weirdest part is I always get a gut feeling that something bad's about to happen in that place. Like I'll walk by a room and a heavy feeling like I already know it's coming. And it's been right more than once. Not saying I'm a psychic or anything, maybe just a coincidence, but when that lady said she saw them waiting for her, I kind of believed her. Still work nights sometimes, and I swear certain rooms feel colder than others. Try not to think about it too much, but yeah, the motel's got its share of ghosts, I think. I have been in your position, sir. And I kind of believe you. The wrong number in the barn. Back in 2018, I'm working at this dairy farm. It's in upstate New York, middle of nowhere. A lot of cows and fields, and one gas station that just shut down at 8. Anyway, late afternoon, and I just finished feeding the calves. I'm sitting in the barn with my old flip phone. I remember it was freezing that day. Still had my gloves half on, half off. Wanted to call my cousin because he was supposed to bring me some supplies from town. I never remembered his number. I just always hit recent calls, so I did that, and I scrolled down and hit call. But when the line picked up, it wasn't him. It was this really shaky voice, an old man. He sounded confused, like really confused. He said, "Is it dark yet? Where am I?" My stomach just dropped. I remember I actually stood up in the barn like I was about to run somewhere. I said my name, and I said that I was trying to call my cousin. The man just kept asking where he was, almost like he was lost. I panicked and hung up and just smacked the red button, and my hands were sweaty even though it was cold. Right away I called my cousin again, and this time from the contact list. Same number. He answered almost perfectly, like, "Hey, what's up?" No old man, no voice, no nothing. I told him what happened and kind of laughed a bit and thought I was messing with him. I swear on everything I heard that man. There's no way I could have dialed wrong. It's the exact same number. Sometimes when I'm in the barn alone at night, I think about that call, like, who was I talking to? Where was he calling from? Or maybe, where was I calling into? Still gives me the creeps. The old mill basement. Never thought I'd have a story like this. But I grew up in this tiny town where the only real attraction is this old textile mill that shut down in the 60s. A buddy of mine roped me into one of these ghost tours they do every fall. Cheap tickets, hot cider included, and that sort of thing. Honestly, I kind of went for the cider. So the guide takes us through the main floor first, all the broken windows and rusted machines. Keeps going on about a foreman who supposedly died in an accident there, crushed by some pulley system. I wasn't buying it, but when we stopped at his old office door, the guide asked if anybody wanted to knock and invite out. Everybody laughed, but somehow I ended up doing it. I don't know why, just one of those dumb spur-of-the-moment things. My hand shook a little, I'm not gonna lie, and after that we went down into the basement, which used to be storage. Way hotter than upstairs, and weirdly, like humid, almost sticky air. They shut all the lights off and we stood in a circle while the guide talked about shadow figures and people getting touched. It sounded silly until, no joke, I felt something run fingers through my hair. Not a brush, not static. My actual fingers. Spun around, there's literally just a concrete wall behind me. No pipe sticking out, no gaps. I whispered to the girl next to me, who's a total stranger. Asked if she did it. Shook her head with these big eyes for the rest of the time down there. I swear, I felt like somebody was hovering just over my shoulder. Not heavy, not evil, just there. Like when you know someone's looking at you from across the room. When we finally left, I actually muttered sorry under my breath to the office door upstairs, just in case I'd pissed off whoever it was. It felt ridiculous, but also kinda necessary. Part of me wants to write it off as nerves or suggestion, but the touch was too clear and I still kinda feel it if I think about it too hard. Like, why the back of my head out of all places? The old cabin and the breathing thing. I was reading a lot of people's other stories on here, and I'm hoping that by telling my own story, at least somebody won't think I'm totally nuts. A few years back, I moved into this old hunting cabin and belonged to my uncle. Middle of nowhere, cheap rent, and thought it'd be peaceful. First week was fine, then one night I woke up to the nastiest smell. Like rotting meat mixed with vomit. It was strong enough that it actually yanked me out of sleep. I tore through the place looking for a dead mouse, or maybe food I forgot in the trash. The smell just vanished after like 20 minutes. A couple weeks later, I'm sleeping alone because my girlfriend at the time stayed in town. Around 3 a.m., I heard what I swear it was somebody breathing hard in the corner by an old wardrobe. Heavy, like they'd been running. I sat up and, this part I hate saying, I swear I saw hands, pale hands curled around the wardrobe door. I told myself it was just shadows, but then 3 loud knocks came from under my bed. Not creaks, not pipes, but knocks, deliberate ones. Like somebody hitting wood with their knuckles. Months went by quietly, and I thought maybe I'd just spooked myself. Then one morning after a storm, I heard that breathing again. This time louder. Filled the whole damn room. I panicked, grabbed my jacket, and ran into a little den where my Xbox was hooked up. Trying to distract myself with the game, but the doorknob to the den started rattling. Slow and steady, like somebody testing it. I flung the door open and nothing. Woods outside and dead quiet. The door kept rattling on and off all morning, though. Even tried recording it, but of course the second I hit the record button, it stopped. But the worst were the whispers. Making coffee, totally sober. Well, that's good. I heard whispering in the next room. Not one voice, but like a bunch all muttering fast, like a crowd in a church or something. Couldn't make out words, just this weird hissy chant. Lasted maybe 10 seconds and then silence. Never really told my uncle about it. He just laughed when I mentioned the cabin felt off. Said his grandpa died in that place, but brushed it off like nothing. Kept a little cross by my bed after that, even though I'm not really religious. Could have been stress, could have been my head, and I do still get goosebumps thinking about those hands on the wardrobe door. Moved out after the lease was up. Nothing like that's happened since, but sometimes at night I'll wake up thinking I hear that breathing again. Weird weekend at the hunting cabin. This happened when I was 15, I think, and my cousin was about a year younger than me. My uncle had this hunting cabin. It's way in the woods in northern Wisconsin. There's no TV, and there's just a wood stove and bunk beds that creak like they were alive. The first night we're unloading the truck, and my cousin suddenly sat down on the steps pale as a ghost. He said he felt like he was about to throw up. And then it passed in like a minute. Around the same time, the dog we brought, usually the chillest golden retriever there is, started barking at the cabin door like somebody was standing right behind it. There was no one there, and there's just trees, and Second night, it got even weirder. My uncle, my cousin, and I are in the kitchen. We heard 3 knocks on the back wall. Not the door, but the wall, perfectly spaced like 3 knocks. My uncle went outside with a flashlight, stomped around the porch and didn't see a thing, and we kind of laughed it off, but that happened again about 15 minutes later. Same rhythm, same spot. And by the 3rd day, the small bedroom at the end of the hall smelled absolutely rank, like a dead raccoon got stuck in the wall or something. My uncle tore that place apart, flipped the mattress and closets empty, and even checked under the floorboards. There was nothing. Stink just sat heavy in the air, but only in that room. Didn't drift out. It was almost like it belonged there. Later that afternoon, my uncle's buddy came by for beer. When we mentioned the smell, he kind of shrugged and said, "Oh yeah, old man Tiller passed away in that room, back when it was still his cabin." He said it like he was talking about the weather, and the smell vanished that evening. 1 minute gagging, next minute gone. Never came back the whole weekend. I don't know. Maybe something is in the walls. Maybe a story getting in our heads, but I swear I still remember the dog growling at that empty door. And that bark makes my skin crawl every time. The Vanishing Carriage on Pine Hollow Road. Me and my cousin decided to take her old hound. Took him for like a late evening walk down Pine Hollow Road. The stretch is half paved, half dirt, and runs between a patch of woods and a cornfield. Nobody really uses it much anymore. I grew up around there, but never liked going that way after dark. It's just got that heavy feeling. Anyway, it's one of those muggy August nights where the air sticks to you. Rusty was sniffing around like usual, and all of a sudden he froze with his hackles up and his teeth showing. We both tried to laugh, but the air was getting colder, just around us, like a weird draft, even though nothing was moving. We kept walking, and then I heard what I thought was a wagon wheel creaking. Not a car, not a bike, like an honest-to-God old wooden wheel. My cousin heard it too, because she grabbed my arm so hard her nails left marks. I looked down the road, and she whispers, "Do you see the carriage?" I squinted like crazy, but I swear there was nothing there, just this empty road. She swore on her life that there was a black horse pulling some old buggy. Said it looked like the one her granddad used to keep in their barn when she was a kid, before it got torn down. And I couldn't see a thing, but I did hear it, that creaking sound. And then clear as day, a horse snorting, like right in front of us. Rusty yelped and bolted so hard the leash slipped from her hand. We went chasing after him with our hearts pounding until we ended up by this old church ruin that sits near the crossroads. Half the roof caved in years ago. Nobody goes near it. We were catching our breath trying to laugh it off when a bunch of bats, or maybe they were crows, honestly couldn't tell in the dark. They started circling right above the steeple, loud, like they were angry at us for being there. And that was enough for both of us. Cut through the cornfield, stumbled out into the main road, and didn't stop until we got back to the house. My cousin was pale as a sheet, and she kept muttering about the buggy wheels. I didn't sleep that night, not a wink. Every time I drive past there, I roll the windows up, even in the summer. The night my grandpa came back, or something that looked like him. About 6 years ago, back when I was living in my old trailer, I'd just gotten off a late shift at the gas station, had a shower, made myself a peanut butter sandwich, then crawled into bed. It was one of those nights where I couldn't really sleep, just laying there half thinking about bills and half wishing I had a fan because it was humid as hell. Anyway, I felt this weight on the corner of my mattress, like when a dog jumps up to settle in, except I didn't have a dog at the time. First thought was maybe my cousin dropped by and was screwing with me. But it was like 2 a.m. and I didn't hear the door open, so I just opened my eyes, and honest to God, I thought it was my grandpa sitting there. He passed when I was a kid, but the figure had on one of those old flannel shirts he used to wear, just sitting kind of hunched, staring off toward my closet. I didn't freak out right away, actually. Felt weirdly calm, like, oh, Grandpa's here. Then my brain caught up and I realized that couldn't be right. I said, Grandpa. And that's when it turned its head toward me. Except the face didn't line up, like it was stretched. Like the skin didn't quite fit the skull, and the eyes, I don't even know how to explain them. Just wrong. Too wide, too flat, and lidless. Leaned closer without moving its body, just the head sliding forward until its face was right by mine. I could smell something, like damp earth or maybe old cigarettes. I couldn't move. I wanted to run or scream or hell even swing in it, but I just froze, and after maybe a few seconds, it kind of felt like hours. Thing pulled back and then nothing. Gone, like it was never there. I'd lay there till daylight. Didn't shut my eyes once and slept on the couch for the next 2 weeks because no way I was going back in that room. Even now, every so often when I'm half asleep, I swear I feel the bed dip again. Like there's somebody sitting down. I always tell myself it's just my imagination, but deep down I'm waiting for that face to lean in again. The Man by the Tracks. This was about 2 summers ago, I think. I was working odd jobs in a little town in upstate New York, mostly cleaning houses and sometimes babysitting. I'd gotten into the habit of walking down by the old railway tracks in the morning. It wasn't even in use anymore, just weeds and gravel and an occasional beer can. But it was quiet and I liked letting my head wander. One morning around 10:30, the sun was burning hot, and I'm out there and I have my iced coffee in my hand. I remember fiddling with the straw, looking down, not really paying attention. When I looked up, this guy was suddenly just there, like he'd stepped out of nowhere. He was tall, real tall, at least a head taller than me, and I'm not short, and I'm kind of skinny too. He was dressed so wrong for the place, it made my stomach flip. Full suit. Black, maybe gray, with a white shirt buttoned all the way up. Shiny shoes that looked like they'd never touched dirt before. He had one of those leather satchel briefcases like out of a movie. Nobody dresses like that in town unless it's a funeral, and even then not really. I swear I hadn't seen him waking up. The tracks are straight and you can see far down, and it's open space. There's nowhere to duck out from. Even checked behind me real quick, thinking maybe I'd zoned out, but nope. When he passed me, gave this weird grin. Not friendly, not creepy exactly, just empty. Like smiling was the thing you were supposed to do, but you didn't know how to make it real. His face was pale, and I can't remember his actual features, like my brain just refused to hold them. I muttered out a hey out of habit, but he didn't answer. Just kept walking slow, swinging that briefcase. And then the part that gets me is when I turned back after a few steps, he was gone and vanished. No cover out there, just weeds, gravel, and open tracks. I've told myself a million times it's probably just some guy. Maybe a lawyer passing through, or I don't know, someone eccentric. But it doesn't add up. I still walk that path sometimes, and I always look around way too much, like I'll see him again. Well, it's been bugging me ever since then. My mom laughed when I told her, said maybe I saw a ghost of some businessman who's missed his train a couple 100 years ago. Funny thing is I almost prefer that idea to the thought that he was just a real person out there dressed like that. Nothing wrong with looking sharp, in my opinion. The House on Birch Hollow Road. When I was living with my aunt for a while, back when I was in high school, she had this little farmhouse at the end of Birch Hollow Road. It was way out past the fields, and it was, well, I don't know, just an odd place. My aunt collected old country stuff like lanterns and patchwork quilts and creepy wooden dolls that always looked like they were frowning. Everyone in the family used to joke the place had extra tenants, if you know what I mean. My cousins swore they saw things, and my mom said she felt cold spots in the hall and all that. I didn't buy into it much, even though apparently I talked to shadows when I was little. Thanks, Mom. Anyway, nothing ever seemed dangerous, and weird sometimes, sure. Lamps turning on by themselves, and doors that didn't want to stay shut, that sort of thing. It was just the background noise, I guess, till my aunt's boyfriend moved in. God, I couldn't stand him, and no one could. One of those guys who acts like the world owes him something. Always criticizing, always making comments he thought were funny, but were just mean or gross. Brought a bunch of junk with him, too, like old deer heads and busted recliners and sheds that he kept trying to build in the backyard that never stayed locked up for long. That's when the house started acting up. I'd hear chairs scrape across the floor in the front room in the middle of the night, like somebody was rearranging furniture. I'd wake up, and then I'd find the crocheted blankets tossed on the floor, the doll sitting in different places than before. Once my aunt's framed photo of her just slid right off the mantel and cracked down the middle. She'd tried to say it just fell, but I've lived there, and I know how steady that shelf is. He'd stop around blaming us kids, saying that we were trying to scare him, but honestly, none of us wanted to even go near that front room. There just felt heavier, and he hated it. Like he wouldn't even walk through if he could avoid it. And I don't know, man. Maybe the house didn't want him there. But I swear it felt personal. I'm gone from there now. Got my own crappy little rental closer to town, but can't help but wonder if that house was trying to push him out. And if it was, well, part of me hopes it keeps trying. The Man by the Barn. 6 years ago, back when I'm renting this small place out in the country. Nothing fancy, just a beat-up old trailer on a piece of land with a barn that looked like it hadn't been used since the 60s. Kind of place where you can hear crickets louder than traffic and the water smells a little bit like iron. I had strep throat real bad. Doctor gave me some strong meds and told me to rest, and I remember lying on that squeaky old couch in the living room, too wiped out to move. Middle of the night, I wake up, but not from noise exactly, but like from a presence. That's the only way I can describe it. I sat up, and through the screen door, I swear I saw this man standing by the barn. He was wearing this long brown coat, which was weird because it was hot as hell outside. August in Kentucky. He had one of those wide brim hats, like what my granddad used to wear to church. And the thing is I wasn't scared at first. I just kind of squinted at him, like thinking maybe he was a landlord or some drunk neighbor. Sometimes it was the same guy. I even called out, but he didn't move and didn't answer, just stood there. I got frustrated, honestly, like, if you're gonna wake me up and just stand there, at least say something, right? I remember asking, well, I don't remember the exact words, but I was talking to him. He never answered straight, and I couldn't tell you if he mouthed things of it or if it was in my head, but the whole thing felt more like banter than a threat. I wasn't terrified, just weirdly annoyed. Next thing I know, I blink and he's gone, like just gone. The barn's still there, night's still heavy and hot, but no man. The doctor told me it was the meds. Said hallucinations happen, and yeah, maybe, but here's the thing. I've had fever dreams before. I know what they feel like. This was not that. This felt solid and real, like if I'd walked outside I could have touched a man. Didn't think much of it until years later, scrolling online, and I stumbled across people talking about the Hat Man. My stomach dropped because that was him. Coat, hat, the whole bit. And only everybody else describes him like he's some nightmare thing, all terror and doom. Mine wasn't like that, just kind of frustrating and annoying and almost playful in a way. Think about it sometimes when I walk past barns or see an old coat at Goodwill. Maybe it was the meds, or did I actually see something people keep whispering about? I don't know, but yeah, that's my story. The Woman at the Gate. Don't really know how to put this into words, but here goes. I live on the edge of a small town. It's kind of rural, and my wife works nights sometimes. Usually, it's just me and my daughter most evenings, and she's 6 and loud and goofy and into dinosaurs and those little squishy toys you find under the couch months later. So last week, something happened that I can't shake off. It was Thursday night, and I'm making mac and cheese. My daughter suddenly runs in from the yard bawling, like not just crying, but with a red face and shaking and hiccuping. Couldn't get the words out. Thought maybe she fell or saw a snake or something. Took me a good 5 minutes to calm her down. And finally, between sobs, she says, "The crying woman said Papa's coming." And that threw me because we don't know anybody around here like that, and, well, her only Papa is my father. My dad passed away 5 years ago and she never met him. Don't even keep photos out because it's kind of complicated. I asked what crying woman. She points toward the old gate by the maple tree out back and says she was standing there with her hair all wet. I go outside immediately and there's nothing and the gate's closed. No footprints in the dirt and nothing. And here's where it got really weird. She then starts describing Papa and said he was an old man with gray hair, a plaid shirt, and this part made me stop. She bats her knee and goes, "He had the hurt on his leg." My dad had a limp from a motorcycle accident, big scar on his right knee. I swear I felt the air go cold when she said that. She has never ever heard that story. I don't even talk about him, not even with my wife much. The next morning my sister calls me out of the blue and tells me Mom was in the ER overnight. She's okay now, but while she was there, apparently she kept asking if Dad was coming, like calling his name over and over saying that he needed to be with her. Can't explain the timing. I mean, my daughter says this woman told her Papa was coming, and that same night my mom was in the hospital talking about him like he's still around. Now my kid's acting normal again, playing with her toys like nothing happened. But she still swears she saw that crying woman. Keeps asking if she'll come back. I don't know what to think. Maybe kids just sense things we can't, or maybe it's all coincidence and my brain's connecting dots. But I keep looking at that gate every time I pass the window. Maybe somebody was really standing there and waiting. "2014, renting this farmhouse in Indiana. Just me, my wife, and later on at least, our baby girl. Place was cheap, which should have been a red flag, but I liked the space and I had that creaky wood smell going on about it. Felt like it had 100 winters baked into the walls. The owner had some retired guy moving to Florida and he swore nothing bad ever happened in the house. The first year, I just felt uneasy at night. Like not scary movie stuff, just wrong, and if my wife went to stay with her mom, I'd sleep with the TV on and every lamp burning. Which was stupid because I usually hate wasting electricity, but I couldn't stand in that dark in that place. Then, after my daughter was born, things picked up, and I'd wake up in the middle of the night with my heart racing, convinced somebody was standing next to the bed. Not touching me, not even moving, but just watching. Told myself it was stress or maybe too much coffee, but the air would get so heavy I could barely breathe. One night I walked back to the nursery. I saw a kid, which wasn't mine, it was this girl, maybe 5 or 6. Curly brown hair, wearing a pale blue dress that looked like it came straight out of a faded photo album. She was crouched down next to the toy chest. Thought I was losing my damn mind. I mean, I didn't even tell my wife at first because she already thought I was working too many night shifts at the warehouse as it was. I saw her again twice, always near the toys, and by the third time I couldn't keep it in. My wife didn't laugh, which almost made it worse, and she started leaving the Bible open in the dresser, reading out loud before bed. And weirdly, things calmed down. Heaviness lifted, and I never saw the girl again. Fast forward, moved out in 2018 to this regular little ranch house in town. Figured it was all behind me, but just last year, my daughter, who's 7 now, told me she hated the old farmhouse. She said at night a tall shadow man used to stand in her doorway, not moving. just blocking out the light. She also said her big pink bouncy ball rolled around her room by itself. I swear to God I never mentioned anything about what I saw, though. She doesn't talk about it now, and her new place feels fine and quiet and normal and boring, but sometimes when I wake up at night, I half expect to see that little girl by the toy chest again. I don't know if I believe in ghosts, but I'll tell you this. I don't believe that house was empty either. The woman on the bridge. This happened maybe 3 years back. I don't really talk about it much because it still gives me a weird chill when I think about it. I live out in this small town by the river, and there's this old wooden bridge that connects the trail from the library to the fishing docks. I walk my beagle there most evenings, partly for the air and partly just to clear my head after work, and it's quiet, mostly just to hear crickets and the river sloshing around. So one evening, it's late, around 9:30. The sun's already gone. I was halfway across the bridge when this man just appeared. Like, not out of thin air, but I swear I didn't see him walking from the other side. 1 second the bridge was empty. Next second he's there walking toward me. Brushed past me, and I mean brushed. My arm felt the sleeve of his coat, and he said something like, "Pardon," under his breath, and didn't even look at me. My dog didn't react at all. My beagle usually barks at literally everything, even kids on bikes. But he didn't sniff, didn't wag, nothing. Kept trotting along like no one was there. And the part that still sticks with me is I couldn't remember his face, like at all. Tried to think about it later that night, even the next morning, but it's just blank. Like I can picture his coat kind of dark and kind of too heavy for the season. And the sound of his boots on the planks, but his face, nothing, just empty space in my memory. I glanced back. He's at the far end of the bridge, but instead of turning down toward town, he just stopped and stood there in the shadow. I walked faster, pretending not to notice, but when I looked again, he was gone. Could have just been some random guy, sure, and maybe I just didn't see him come up. Maybe my brain glitched on remembering his face. But the way my dog acted or didn't act makes me wonder. She notices everything. Anyway, I still walk on the bridge sometimes. But never that late. And I don't linger. I would prefer to linger, but please enjoy the next voice coming up on after me. See ya. It started with a dream and ended with a possession. At Paranormal M, we document the line between the mind and the supernatural. Subscribe and decide for yourself what's real. Phantom of the Bluffs. It was the summer of 2010. My friends and I were kind of winding our way home from a late-night party. The sort of high school party where the music's, well, a bit too loud, and parents were definitely away, and everybody thought they were invincible. There were 3 of us that night. Me, Jay, and Kay. Each of us had brought our own cars, and at dawn, we decided to roll out together in a little convoy. Kay was up front, and I took the middle, and Jay trailed behind. The night before, Kay and I had taken ecstasy, and by morning the sharpest edge of the high had worn off. We're still buzzing enough to think driving through the back roads at 5 a.m. was a perfectly normal idea. The route home cut through a series of bluffs just outside town, a winding 10-minute stretch where deer were usually the biggest hazard. The road was empty, sunlight already spilling over the hills. I was focused on Kay's car when I suddenly saw her, veer hard into the opposite lane. My stomach dropped, and then I saw why. Right in the middle of our lane stood an old man. Thin, almost skeletal, gray-haired with a battered shopping cart draped in a blue tarp. He just stood there, staring as we swerved past. My pulse spiked, because who the hell was that? Our town was tiny. Everyone knew everyone. We had, maybe 2 homeless guys at the time, and both of them familiar faces, and this wasn't either of them. When we reached town, we split off our separate ways, and I was still shaking, eager to text the others about the bizarre encounter. But before I could type, Jay messaged, "Why did you and Kate both swerve like that?" I fired back instantly, because the man in the middle of the road, maybe. But Jay's reply froze me. There was no one there. The road's empty, dude. Kate chimed in almost immediately, describing exactly what I had seen. The gaunt old man, the gray clothes, the shopping cart with the blue tarp. We both insisted on it, and Jay insisted just as firmly that there was nothing. She hadn't seen anyone, hadn't even noticed us swerving until it was already over. Now, maybe it was just the ecstasy messing with our heads, but back then, Kay and I often saw shadow figures when coming down from a high. This was different. This wasn't some vague blur on the corner of your eye. It was a man in full detail, clothes, cart and all. We both saw the same thing, exactly the same way. The Bluffs had their share of tragedies. Old stories about cars plunging into the canyon back in the 50s, but never pedestrians. Never a man with a cart. To this day, I don't know if we dodged a hallucination or a ghost. The House That Watches. My partner and I bought our first home in February of 2024. It's not ancient, it's built in 1981, but from the very first week it felt unsettled. Things happen here that make no sense, especially in the kitchen and the garage. Windows slide open on their own and doors shift even when the air is still. Our kitchen light, one of those dimmable ones, it sometimes surges to blinding brightness without anybody touching the switch. The microwave occasionally wakes us up at 3 a.m. beeping and flashing with a system fault across the screen. It's almost always after sunset. Last week, the kitchen light snapped from a faint glow to full force so violently that we both flinched. A second later, our dog bolted upstairs and refused to come back down. Our cat, usually fearless, has started lingering by the front door every night, as though waiting for us to let him escape. The energy in the kitchen is wrong. Even when I just want a glass of water, I hesitate. Sometimes I'd rather stay thirsty. When we sleep, we leave the bedroom door slightly ajar. Too many nights I've seen what looks like a figure leaning in through the crack, only to vanish when I focus on it. One night in March, our bedroom window flew open while we were asleep. Outside, it was -18 degrees centigrade. Guests have casually remarked that they thought they saw somebody crossing the highway or standing near the entryway, though we've never really told them what's been happening. And then there's us, both of us. Ever since moving here, a heavy fog has settled over our moods. It didn't hit immediately, but after a couple of months, the weight crept in, and I felt drained every morning, no matter how long I would sleep. Partner says the same. It's as if the house itself feeds on our rest. The Sealed Vault. When I was about 16, must have been 12 years ago, I joined a summer camp in northern Spain. They organized overnight hikes for teenagers. That's where we'd sleep out under the stars in a meadow. The spot was beautiful, right beside a stream that fed into a small waterfall with woods sort of hemming us in on every side. But one evening, while wandering with a few new friends, we stumbled upon something strange, a forgotten cemetery. It wasn't large, and it was barely a dozen graves surrounded by a rusted wrought iron fence. The stones were old and weather-worn, all from the 1800s. What unsettled me most was that half of them were children's graves, tiny markers and names nearly erased. In the center stood a crypt, sealed with bricks where the door should have been. Naturally, one of the boys thought it hilarious to rap his knuckles on it. "Anybody home in there?" And he laughed. A few seconds later, we all heard it. 3 sharp knocks answering from inside. We circled the vault, convinced it had been a prank, but there was no one hiding, only the echo of stone. Then the knocking came again, harder this time and faster, as if something inside was desperate to get out. I don't think I've ever run so fast in my life. None of us went near that meadow again, and that night, every single one of us lay awake, staring at the dark. Till this day, I wonder, why was the vault bricked shut? The visitor who never knocks. I've dealt with sleep paralysis for years, but ever since moving into this house, it's almost like the episodes follow a script. I wake up, frozen on my back, and then I hear the creak of my bedroom door opening. Somebody steps in, walks across the room, and without a word slips into bed beside me. After a while, they get back up, leave, and pull the door shut behind them. The first time it happened, I was convinced somebody had broken in, but the locks were untouched, every door still bolted, and besides my 2 dogs who only sleep curled at my feet, they didn't even stir once. If it were real, they would have raised hell, so I told myself it was just another cruel trick of sleep paralysis. But once, after I drifted back to sleep, I dreamed I finally caught the intruder. I chased the figure down the hallway all the way to the basement door where the entrance to the crawlspace is. And when I yanked it open, there stood an old woman, smiling like she'd been waiting for me. "You forgot to lock it again," she whispered. I woke with my heart pounding because, as it turned out, that basement door really had been left unlocked. And the strangest episode came only a few nights ago. For the first time, I wasn't on my back, I was lying on my side with my arms stretched out. I jolted awake when I felt a hand gripping mine. This time I could actually move, and I watched fully conscious as the shadowy figure rose from the floor beside my bed, walked out through the door. My dog still didn't wake, not even a twitch. I leapt up with my adrenaline surging, tore through the house with my pistol. Every window was latched and every lock in place. Nothing was disturbed. Nothing except for the fact that this was the first time it touched me. The Silent Escort. Me, a 35-year-old female, and my best friend, a 36-year-old female. We went for what was supposed to be a regular Sunday walk in the forest. Stretch our legs, clear the brain fog, and complain about work. Totally normal, except it wasn't. We'd been on the trail maybe 15 minutes when I noticed movement behind us. A buck, antlers and all, was just standing there perfectly still watching us. Not spooked, not grazing, just staring. I thought, oh cool, a free nature documentary. But then it started walking after us, like slow with measured steps. Never closing the gap, never letting it widen either. Every time we turned around, it froze like some creepy game of red light, green light. And then, because of course one deer isn't weird enough, a second appeared from the trees, then a third. By the time we reached the fork in the trail, there were 6 of them. 6 deer all in this eerie half-circle shadowing us, heads up, ears twitching, eyes fixed. My friend whispered, "Feels like they're hurting us." And honestly, it sort of did feel like that. They didn't stop until we reached the parking lot. One even stood at the edge of the woods with broad shoulders against the dark, just watching as we unlocked the car. I swear it didn't look away until the engine started, and we can't shake it. Were they protecting something deeper in the woods, or were we trespassing somewhere we shouldn't be? It felt like less of a coincidence and more like a warning. The Girl in the Mirrors. This happened about 1.5 years ago, and I share an apartment with my sister, though she's usually off traveling, so I often end up living alone. The building itself is old and the kind that's been modernized in strange ways. For reasons I'll never really understand, the landlord decided to install mirrors everywhere. Big, heavy mirrors. There's one in every bedroom and 2 stacked awkwardly in the hallway. Even a cracked one above the kitchen counter. Feels like an apartment and, well, rather less like an apartment and more like a fun house. When my sister left on a trip 6 months ago, I started noticing these odd things. A mug I swore I'd left on the table was suddenly in the sink. A little porcelain figure sort of turned to the face, well, I'm screwing this up badly, turned to face the wall. A framed photo slid off of its nail as I walked past it. I shrugged and put things back where they belonged and went on with my life. Once winter rolled in, I kept the apartment warm by closing off unused rooms. My sister's bedroom, the bathroom, then heading to bed, and that night I dreamed I was in the kitchen. I heard sobbing behind my sister's door. It wasn't her voice, I just knew it belonged to another girl. I woke up to find my closet door, one I'd latched tightly before sleeping, wide open. I'm not easily rattled by ghost stories, so the next morning I half joked out loud, "All right, you can stay, but don't mess with my stuff." And after that, I started calling her Mirror Roomie. Whenever I lost my keys or couldn't find my phone, I muttered, "Roomie, where'd you put it this time?" It became a running gag between me and the empty apartment. The dreams, though, they got stranger. I'd see an old rotary phone ringing and feel dread about answering. Or I would sense someone standing by my bed, but never actually seeing their face. The few times I woke convinced that there was somebody sleeping next to me. The final dream was the worst. I was in my room. It was late at night, and in the mirror I saw a blur of white. A dress moving fast. I chased it through the hallway until I reached the living room, and there, standing perfectly still, was a girl in a bright white dress. She didn't move, and my heart was pounding, but I walked closer and tapped her shoulder, expecting her to whirl around, and she didn't. I said, "This isn't your place anymore. Let's get you home." Guided her toward the front door, but the moment I touched the doorknob, I woke up. When my sister finally returned, her window was inexplicably wide open, though she swore she hadn't touched it. I told her everything, calm as ever, and she spoke to the empty room. "This is our apartment now. You need to respect that." And just like that, the disturbances stopped. No more moved objects, no more dreams. Even when I stayed alone, the mirrors stayed quiet. Echoes at the Ship's Edge. For as long as I can remember, I've been weirdly tuned into the energy of places. Some rooms feel light and harmless, while others hit me like walking into a wall. Thick and heavy and impossible to ignore. Usually the shift is abrupt, like a door slamming shut behind me. A couple of weeks ago, I finally visited the RMS Queen Mary. I was thrilled, and I was in a great mood with good company. Plenty of laughs. Most of the ship carried that eerie museum-like heaviness I expected, but nothing alarming. Then our guide steered us into a dimly lit lounge near the forward section, and that's when things turned strange. It wasn't fear I felt, it was sorrow. Not my own, but as if my body suddenly remembered a tragedy my mind knew nothing about. My chest sank and my throat tightened, and it was hard to breathe, yet mentally I was fine. I live with anxiety and depression, so I know my usual patterns. But this was different. It felt borrowed, like grief that didn't belong to me. The guide then explained this was the very part of the ship where the Queen Mary collided with another vessel, sending hundreds of men to their deaths. And as we moved closer to the bow, the pressure in the air only deepened. My jaw shook uncontrollably, my eyes blurred with tears, and my hand trembled even though my thoughts were perfectly clear. It was as if my body was carrying the weight of ghosts. And then, just as suddenly, it ended. Stepped out of that space and the heaviness lifted, and sunshine through a cloud and normal again. I've always been told I'm overly sensitive, maybe even empathetic, but this was unlike anything I've ever experienced, and I've sensed anger in a room before, or the prickling like you're being watched kind of presence. But this was raw and physical sorrow. So I have to wonder, can a place hold on to grief, and if so, did I stumble into the echo of all of that loss? The girl with the green eyes. Never posted here before, but my family is completely at a loss. For the past 5 years, there's been a presence in our home. We call her the little girl, though what she is doesn't really feel like a child. It started with my brother's baby monitor when he was just a toddler, and he's almost 5 now. We'd hear her voice whispering through the static, carrying conversations none of us were a part of. My brother says that she plays with him, but the stories don't add up. In his upstairs room, he tells us that they're mean to me, and she says I should leave. But downstairs, he insists that they're nice and they play with me. Last week he mentioned she'd joined him in a dream. Curious, I asked what she looked like. He hesitated and then said that she doesn't have hair, she's all black and her eyes are green. He spread his fingers wide across his face and stretched his eyes open until they looked almost too big. And her neighbors once admitted that she'd been in their house too, but after a cleansing ritual, she vanished from their lives. We weren't so lucky, and somehow she stayed behind with us. Lately, my brother has formed a strange attachment to a porcelain doll that we bought at a flea market months ago. He won't let my parents throw it away. And when she's around, little things start happening, like lights flickering and pillows sort of turning up in the wrong rooms and her dog barking at corners of empty walls. One night, a can of air freshener launched itself at my dad, and we even bought an EMF reader. Certain spots in the house spike up into the 130s and 140s. Every time we test, it's the same. The numbers climb only in the spaces where my brother says she stands. You can't quite describe her as a real person, just a shadow with green eyes. We've tried searching online for stories that match hers, but nothing comes up. My parents are desperate enough now that they're planning a full cleansing of the house. I do not know what's going to happen, but I do know one thing. She isn't leaving on her own. Whispers in the wrong places. I've had 3 run-ins with something I can't explain. Paranormal, maybe skinwalker, maybe worse. I don't think it's random, it doesn't haunt me exactly, but it sticks in my head like a splinter. Here's what went down. Encounter 1. I was walking back one night, I was going through the housing complex where I used to stay in foster care. The place was all cracked pavement with broken lights and kind of quiet. Kind of feels like it's listening. A stray dog trotted behind me, thin and scrappy, and I slowed thinking to pet it. But the instant I turned, my whole body just locked like my nervous system flipped a breaker. I couldn't even breathe and every cell screamed run, so I just bolted and the dog kept pace, trotting to the porch as I fumbled with my keys. Once I got inside, it sat by the steps. Hours later, I heard it scratching at the siding and just whining under my bedroom window until morning. Encounter 2. Camping with my ex, while night was calm. We're about to roast marshmallows when he froze and his eyes locked past me. Air went cold like we'd opened a freezer door. A bear stood just beyond the firelight. We dove into the RV and slammed the door shut. He whispered that it didn't look right and said the bear's face was missing, like nothing was there, and next morning no tracks, no overturned food, not even a paw print. Worse still, his mom jolted awake in the night screaming, convinced she dreamed we were dead in the woods. Encounter 3. Same ex, different trip. We wandered into this clearing near the dunes, a place that should have felt open but felt trapped. 6 deer stood in the distance. Statuesque, not grazing, just staring. And in the middle of them, a raccoon sat upright watching too. Highway noise nearby vanished, and even the waves went mute. No sounds at all, just eyes, and we backed out fast. On the trail back, there was a pile of trash and fresh animal bones scattered across the sand. I swear they weren't there when we first walked through. The visitor in the doorway. Middle of the night, I rolled over trying to find a cooler spot on the sheets, drifting toward my husband's side of the bed. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught something at the doorway and I blinked thinking it was a trick of the dark. But no, the figure didn't disappear. Someone was standing there. It wasn't a blur of shadow like when your eyes play tricks, because it had a shape. A man, tall and still, leaning against the frame as if he'd been waiting. A long coat draped down almost to the floor, and instead of a hat this time, I swear I saw a hood pulled low. And the strangest part is 2 glowing eyes, not red but pale and sickly yellow, watching me like embers that refused to die out. I whispered, nudging my husband, telling him somebody was in the room. He didn't stir and didn't move an inch, just kept breathing steady like he was locked in a sleep too deep to break. The figure didn't shift, it didn't speak, it just stared. And the unsettling part wasn't fear. My heart didn't pound and I didn't scream. I only felt a heavy unease, like the air was too thick, as though it had come for me, and only me. Not for my husband, not for my child down the hall, just me. And at some point, without deciding to, I closed my eyes and drifted back to sleep. When the morning came, I told my husband, and he just looked at me and said, "You know, people talk about shadow visitors, and they say they come at night. I've never heard of such stories before, so if this was my imagination, it wasn't mine." The scent that walked beside me. When I was about 6, my great-grandmother passed away, and the truth is, I don't remember much of her, only that she carried a scent that was unlike anyone else's. It wasn't perfume exactly, but a mix of lavender soap and something older. Something worn into her skin. Kind of brutal, but okay. Years later, during a move, I opened a cedar chest filled with her scarves and her handkerchiefs. That same scent rushed out and hit me so hard I cried, and felt like she had stepped out into the room just for a second. I sealed the scarves in a canvas bag, almost like I was trapping the memory itself, and this part will matter later. Last week during my usual late-night walk, I suddenly caught that smell again. Came out of nowhere, wrapping around me in the dark, and my chest tightened and I thought I might collapse. And for 2 blocks, it clung to me like invisible company. But when I reached the streetlight outside the pharmacy, it vanished. Nothing else I've ever known has smelled like her, and I rushed home and told my mom. We went straight for the bag of scarves. The drawstring had somehow come loose and the scent was faint and almost gone. My mom swore she could still detect it, but to me it was empty air. The next night it returned, same place, same 2 blocks, then gone at the pharmacy. And after that, nothing but silence. Just me in the night again. I can't explain it, and I kept wondering if she was watching me. Especially now, since I was recently diagnosed with a chronic illness. My doctor warns me about pushing too hard during humid nights. Yet those were the nights I walked anyway. Maybe the scent was her way of keeping me company, or warning me, or both. I don't know, I just wanted to share this in case somebody else had a similar moment like that. Where a loved one finds their way back, not in a body, not in a vision, but in the strange persistence of a smell that belongs only to them. She wasn't in my life for long, but her presence lingers, sometimes on the wind and sometimes in memory, and always in me. The Faceless Visitor. I swear I left my body once. I'm 23 now, and it wasn't a dream. I remember it as clear as daylight. I must have been around 9 years old, and it was late at night, and I was just snacking on sour gummies while watching Full House on my little TV. My brother was asleep on the floor, my sister in her bed, both completely out. My room was arranged kind of oddly. The door was on the far end of the wall, and my bed was pushed right up against the same wall. Just not all the way in the corner. The TV sat on a rickety dresser straight across from me. The glow from the screen spilled into the hallway, just enough to outline the first few feet, while the rest of the hall dissolved into pitch blackness. Then it happened. My body froze like sleep paralysis, but worse. My eyes slammed shut and I couldn't move them. I couldn't twitch a finger and I couldn't breathe. Not one single inhale. My brain, though wide awake, registered everything in terrifying clarity. And then suddenly I wasn't in bed anymore. I was standing right at my doorway, staring into the dark hallway. I tried to turn around to see my body still lying there, but it was like somebody had sealed that view off for me. Oddly, I didn't panic, I just accepted it. And that's when I noticed movement. From the far end of the hallway, a figure stumbled toward me. And I knew instantly it was me, or rather a version of me. Same height, same school uniform, a pale button-up shirt with a faint stain near the collar. Navy pants creased from too many wears, but this me was wrong. Its face was nothing, just a smooth shadow where my eyes and mouth should have been. Its body lurched forward in a jerky, broken motion, like a puppet with its strings cut. And it got closer. Closer for the first 3 or 4 seconds. I stared at this faceless, limping version of myself walking straight toward the doorway. And then snap, I was back in my own body. My lungs burst open with a desperate gasp like I'd been underwater for too long. The rush of oxygen hit so hard it scared me more than the shadow did. And at the time, I hadn't been afraid of what I saw, but the second I woke in my body again, I shook with terror. Never forgotten it. Felt more than real life, and even now, thinking about it makes me shiver. I don't know what that thing was and why it looked like me, and why I wasn't allowed to look back at my body. But I do know this. I never want to see that faceless version of myself again. The House That Wouldn't Let Go. Back in 2020, I made this kind of mistake you only make once. A woman I knew, more of a passing acquaintance than a friend, just had left rehab. I let her crash at my place for a while, and I told myself I was doing a good thing. One evening, I'm stirring a pot of pasta sauce in the kitchen, the smell of garlic heavy in the air. She was in the living room with her phone pressed to her ear, and it went too quiet. I turned around and she wasn't breathing. Her skin had taken on this awful grayish blue like wet concrete. The phone was still clenched in her hand and her boyfriend's voice kind of crackling from the speaker. He didn't panic. He told me to check her bag and there was a Narcan spray inside. My hand shook, but I did what he said and she came back to life with a gasp. It was so sharp it cut the room in half. I thought that was the end of it. But a few days later I asked her to leave, and that night my world shifted. I woke in the dark with the pressure around my throat like invisible hands pressing down. My limbs wouldn't move and I tried to scream but couldn't, and when I finally forced myself awake, my chest heaving, I flicked on the closet light like a child terrified of shadows. For the first time in years, I was afraid of the dark. Then the impossible happened. All 3 toilets in my house flushed at once. The sound thundered through the silence. Cut off the water supply just to calm myself down. And in the morning, I found 2 bruises on my neck, oval-shaped like thumbprints. I reached out to the girl just to see if she was alive, but got no reply. Days passed with silence, and my cat, who always loved curling up in the armchair where she had overdosed, refused to go near it anymore. He hissed at it once and then bolted. Soon the house itself felt hostile. I'd be cooking, minding my own business, and suddenly I'd feel a sweep of air behind me. Once I turned around and saw a shadow slide from ceiling to floor and vanish into the bathroom against all reason, and I just followed it. Something told me to check the trash, and buried inside was a small packet of powder stamped with a red skull and crossbones. It reeked of chemicals, sharp and bitter. And then came the whisper, maybe my own thoughts, maybe not, urging me to taste it. I don't touch drugs and never have. I flush it down the toilet with my hands trembling. After that, the pipes wouldn't stop groaning and toilets ran endlessly as if the house itself was leaking. When my daughter came to visit, I said nothing, but after an hour she frowned and said, "I don't like the energy here." Gave the armchair away for free on Craigslist. The moment it left, the air felt lighter and almost normal. But only almost, because I moved into a new place hoping to start fresh, and for a while it worked, till the nightmares followed me. My cat would sit in my bedroom staring at the corner above the door and blinking. And one night I slipped into a lucid dream, so vivid I swore I was awake. My cats were yowling under the bed, but when I bent down to look, it wasn't them. A figure was crouched there, a girl with stringy black hair and eyes bulging and a mouth that stretched impossibly wide as she hissed. She looked like something dredged out of a nightmare forum on the internet, and I woke up screaming. And it's been years since. I haven't been the same. Anxiety has dug its claws into me, and my luck has soured beyond reason. People have even told me flat out that you're cursed, and sometimes I believe them. I never asked for any of this, but feels like something asked for me. The Shattered Night at Grandma's. So last week, my mom sent me a bunch of photos from my grandmother's house, and honestly, they looked like a tornado had run through the place. Lamps tipped over, glass cracked, and bookshelves emptied like somebody had been shaking the walls. At first, I thought maybe a raccoon or something broke in, but then came the call. And this all went down around 2:45 in the morning, according to my uncle who was there. Things started flying off on their own. The kitchen trash can rolled across the floor and chairs tipped over like dominoes. And even after they set them back upright, boom, they fell again. Medicine bottles popped open, silverware spilled into the tile. Then they stepped into the garage. The door was sliding up and down like it was alive. They dialed the cops, of course, but when officers showed up, there was nobody inside. Every door was locked from the inside. My dad later noticed that a strip of siding had peeled off near the back porch, right outside the worst-hit room. And the eerie part was everybody swore they heard faint knocking upstairs, but when they went to go check, the whole floor was empty. And the detail that still makes my stomach twist. Inside my grandma's wallet was a family photo, and it was torn nearly in half. It was a picture of me, not anyone else, just me. And I live almost 2 hours away, and to this day, none of us have a real explanation for what happened in that house. The Fire on Willow Road. Growing up in the backwoods of the South, my friends and I had a knack for drifting toward the places we were told to avoid. And there was one in particular, a forgotten stretch called Willow Road. It held a weather-beaten church, a handful of collapsed barns, and a house that none of us ever dared step inside. That house sat crooked on its foundation, its porch splintered and windows black as if scorched. But when the wind blew through, the place seemed like it was breathing. We'd hang around there in the sticky afternoons, kicking up dust, tossing bottle caps, and daring each other to walk closer. But as sure as the sun began to sink, we'd scatter back home before the shadows grew long. One evening, though, we lingered, and the air was heavy, and it was orange with sunset. We stuck together, not bold enough to split off like usual as we crept past the house, but this thing made us stop cold, because on the porch, in the dim light, a figure sat stiff as stone. A woman, or what we thought was a woman, in a rocking chair that didn't rock. And then out of nowhere, a sudden flare of fire blazed inside the house, gone in an instant. Whether it was real or some sort of trick of her fear, I'll never know. We bolted like hellhounds were after us. The next day, one of our crew didn't show up to school. When we finally found him, he looked hollowed out and pale. He swore he was fine, just helping this old man cut timber. But when we pressed him, he kind of cracked. He told us of a dream, or maybe a nightmare, where the same old woman appeared in rags, holding a human skull, tossing it into a pit of fire. Then she turned and pointed at him, and he saw us too, watching from a void of pitch darkness. And that image burned into us. Never went back to Willow Road. Weeks later, while gassing up our bikes at the station, some gray, bearded local overheard us whispering about the place. He spat and told us a story. 30 years ago, a jealous husband found out his wife was stepping out on him, and in his rage he set fire to their home. Her inside of it. Folks said she didn't die quick and that she screamed for hours, and we didn't need to hear the rest. I mean, the pieces, the woman, the fire, the dread, they all fit too well. Years down the line, after I'd moved to Birmingham, caught wind of something else. A girl had shot her boyfriend dead in the same area. Close enough to call it the house's shadow. My parents whispered about it all at breakfast, but when I searched later, there wasn't a trace of it in the papers. No record, no headline, just silence, like the South itself had swallowed the memory whole. Even now, grown and living far away, I can't shake Willow Road. The house sits in my head like a scar, and my buddy's dream, the fire, the woman, they feel like memories, and, well, almost less like memories and more like warnings. Some places I've learned don't just hold a history, they hold you, and Willow Road has been holding me ever since. The Visitor in the Hallway. Let's rewind a bit. Early 2000s. Somewhere between 10 and 12, living out in the Pennsylvania countryside with my mom. Not only my mom, but my elder brother, nearly a decade older than me. 3 cats too, and technically 4, but one of them preferred to act like a ghost anyway. The house was brand new, built in 2002. We were the very first ones to move in, and it was cozy and modern and perfectly ordinary. Except it wasn't. See, I could never sleep in my own room. Something about it felt wrong. Not scary exactly, but like a smile that lingers a little too long. so most nights I'd crash in the master bedroom with my mom, each of us in our own bed. The room was connected to a walk-in closet, and this part matters. A trap door to the attic that no one's ever touched. It's one of those pretend it doesn't exist places. One night, Mom and I turned in while my brother and his friend stayed up playing Halo downstairs. The sound carried easily, and it was a small house, so I could hear their trash talking echoing faintly. Mom fell asleep quickly, snoring lightly, while I lay awake staring at the ceiling. And that's when I heard it, the hallway floorboards groaning, one after another, closer and closer. Not unusual at first, because somebody heading to the bathroom was maybe. But the steps didn't stop. They came right up to our door, and the knob rattled. And the weird part is I could still hear all three guys laughing downstairs. No one should have been at that door, and my stomach dropped. I squeezed my eyes shut, rolled my face against the wall, and tried to look convincingly asleep. The knob turned, and the door creaked open. Something stepped in. The sound wasn't like regular footsteps. It was more like the crinkle of paper bags pressed against hardwood. It walked straight between my bed and my mom's, and I could feel it. The air got heavy, and I swear it looked at her first and then stopped right behind me. And then it leaned down, and I felt a breath in my ear, followed by 2 sharp inhales, like it was sniffing me. My whole body shook, but I didn't move. And then just as suddenly, it walked out, closing the door behind it. I bolted upright, locked the door, and sat there trembling until sunrise. When I finally drifted off, I was woken a few hours later by my mom's scream. One of the cats, my cat, the clingy one, had bolted into the room as soon as she opened the door and kind of peed right at my bed. She had never done that before, and she's never did it again. After that, we locked the doors every single night, and almost every night, I'd still hear the floorboards creak outside and the knob testing our lock. Sometimes it gave up quick, and sometimes it lingered, pacing back toward the closet. And that first lock night, it even rattled the door so violently I thought the frame would crack. But over time, it got quieter and almost patient. My mom never noticed a thing, and she's the kind of sleeper who could snooze through an earthquake. My brother didn't believe me either until years later when I just kind of brought it up again, and even he admitted the house never sat right with him. The kicker is, when we eventually moved just a year or so later into a house that people claimed was haunted, there was nothing. Dead silence. I even slept in the attic there just to test fate. No footsteps, no doorknobs, no nothing. Whatever it was, it stayed behind in that brand new quote-unquote perfect house. Funny enough, that place has chewed through 3 more owners since we left. Sometimes I think about going back just to see it. Then I remember the sound of plastic feet in the dark and, I think I'll pass. The Vanishing Hour. This might sound unbelievable, but it happened the day before yesterday, on my 17th birthday of all days. My friend, a 17-year-old male, and I had gone out of town for a mountain bike race. These weekends always run the same way. Saturday's practice, Sunday's the real deal. And after our practice runs, we figured ice cream would be a good victory lap. I was halfway through a chocolate cone when I kind of heard nature calling. The shop didn't have a restroom, so I told my friend I'd check the hotel next door. He tagged along, and it was around 6 p.m. and the sun just started to fade. The lobby was wrong the moment we stepped into it. The air smelled of mildew and old upholstery, like a place sealed off too long. Not a soul in sight, no receptionist, no guests. Just silence broken by 2 things: the uneven buzz of the fluorescent lights and the golden waving cat statue at the counter. Its paw clicked up and down, echoing through the emptiness, and that sound got underneath my skin. Told my friend I'd find the bathroom myself. He sank into the couch near the door, scrolling his phone, and I followed a flickering restroom sign down the hallway. But at the end, there weren't any bathrooms, just an empty ballroom, and it looked like a party had been staged and then kind of erased mid-scene. Stands and cables and an abandoned mic sat on stage, humming faintly, even though no speakers were visible, at least to me. Colored lights splashed across the dance floor, but there were no bulbs and no projectors, and the disco ball hung motionless, scattering reflections that seemed disconnected from reality. I turned to leave, but another doorway caught my eye. An Indian restaurant, or what used to be one. The red carpet crunched like brittle paper underneath my sneakers. A neon sign kind of sputtered over the bar, and dust drifted through the air, glowing golden in the dim light. Then came the music, warped, faint, but like a sitar playing on a broken record player. The booths lined the walls, but the center was bare and empty. And that's when I noticed a glowing sign that I swear I hadn't seen there before. Restrooms this way. Inside the restroom was pitiful. Dim bulb, cracked mirror, rusted paper towel dispenser. I washed my hands, shoved the door open, and the world changed. Suddenly the smell of curry hit me, fresh and hot, and voices filled the air, and laughter and clinking plates and forks against porcelain. I froze, and the dead restaurant I'd walked into was gone. Families filled the booths, and waiters darted between tables that hadn't been there before. Children laughed over naan, and the bar bustled with noise and men talking over one another and beers foaming in their hands. Bright light filled every corner. My chest tightened. Back into the hallway, hard pounding, and I looked again, and everything was alive, warm. No dust, no silence. Then my phone buzzed. A text from my friend. "Dude, where are you? I'm seriously about to leave." I ran back when I stepped into the lobby. The outside world had shifted. It was pitch black beyond the glass doors. My friend was still by the couch, but he looked pale and trembling. "Where the hell did you go?" he stammered. "I called you like 10 times and you didn't answer. I went in there and you weren't anywhere. You just vanished." Pulled out my phone, and it was nearly 9 p.m., and I swear I'd been gone maybe 10 minutes. And the lobby, it was suddenly alive too, with a TV blaring news and a clerk at the desk smiling. Travelers with rolling suitcases crossing behind us like nothing was strange. We left without a word, but as I glanced back through the glass doors, my stomach flipped. The golden waving cat was gone, and that night lying in bed in our own hotel, I couldn't shake it. The smell of curry clung to my nose, and the warped music hummed in my ears, and the sound of clinking plates replayed in my head. I don't know where I went or how I almost lost 3 hours, but I do know this: I never step into an empty hotel lobby again. The heavy room. I've never thought of myself as somebody who's sensitive to energy or spiritual atmospheres. Honestly, I usually roll my eyes when people talk about that stuff. I grew up in a creaky old house, sure, and I did love antique shops and even walked through abandoned hospitals without ever feeling anything beyond a curiosity. But there was this one time I stopped by a very old bookshop in a neighboring town, a place I'd visited a handful of times before, and there's an upstairs section filled with dusty shelves and uneven wooden floors. Went up there alone, as I usually do, and then suddenly this wave of unease hit me. Not fear exactly, but that strange, irrational kind of pressure in your chest that just says you shouldn't be here. I told myself I was imagining it. I don't believe in bad vibes and never have, but the feeling didn't go away. My pulse kicked up and my stomach dropped, and I just muttered, "Yeah, nope." Walked straight back down the stairs, and it really wasn't that dramatic. Just an urged need to leave, as if I'd overstayed in a place that didn't want me. It reminded me of something that happened years earlier. My mom was helping with an estate sale at this big, elegant house. Most of the rooms were perfectly ordinary, even beautiful. But near the front entrance, there was one small parlor that felt different. heavy, as if the air was thicker in there than anywhere else. I couldn't shake it, and I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. Just the weight of it pressing on me until I stepped out. I'm still a skeptic, and I don't believe in ghosts, and I don't go hunting for paranormal stories, but every once in a while, something about a place feels undeniably off, and I can't explain why. The Man at the Glass Doors. I always assumed the whole thing began when I was grown, but the truth is, it was about dreams. Dreams I used to have and haven't had in years. Back then, I would smoke myself numb before bed just to shut them off, and I hated them. I mean, I really hated them. About 7 years ago, I had to move back into my parents' house for a while. My dad was sick with cancer, and my mom was slipping further into dementia. It was brutal. I worked days and helped them through the nights, and the place was my old childhood home, but I didn't even have a bed anymore, so I would crash on the sofa in the living room. Across from that couch were these tall sliding glass doors that opened to the backyard, and I'd pass out staring right through them. And that's when the dream started repeating. Every month or two, I'd see men out there, wandering in the dark, headlights flicking on and cars rolling across the lawn. In the dream, I'd launch myself off the couch, ready to throw down. But later, it stopped being groups of men and became just one figure, an old man waiting at the doors in daylight. I had those dreams until shortly after Mom passed in 2022. Dad was already gone by then. Last dream ended with me finally grabbing the man and realizing it was me. Since then, nothing. Not a single dream like that. Getting married and told my fiancée about it, and she agreed it was creepy as hell. But talking about it stirred up something older. Or dreams I used to have when I was a kid, like 8 or 9 years old maybe. And even now, thinking about it makes me shiver. Back then, I'd lie in bed staring out my window. Our house wasn't at the corner of the block, and I swore there was something waiting at the streetlight. Like a figure pitch black, and I called it the witch. Some nights, I don't know if I was awake or dreaming, but I'd sneak downstairs and go outside to chase it. Just like with the old man years later when I was little. Fight or flight wasn't even the debate. I was always in fight. But every time I reached that corner, there was nothing, just silence. Then I'd climb back upstairs to bed, hard pounding, unsure if I'd been dreaming the whole thing. And even now, I still don't know. The Girl Who Wouldn't Wait. I've dealt with sleep paralysis for years, but there's 2 particular nights that still make my stomach drop whenever I think about them. This is going to sound ridiculous, but around 3 years ago, I had an imaginary boyfriend. I was a miserable teenager who'd never been kissed, never held anyone's hand, never even been on a date, so I invented one. Every time life got too sharp, I pictured him there, cracking jokes and ruffling my hair and squeezing my hand like it was the most natural thing in the world. But after months of leaning on that made-up comfort, something shifted. One night, that's when I felt it, like a freezing hand clutching my forearm, tugging me like it was trying to haul me out of bed. And with its other hand, it shook the mattress so hard I thought the legs would splinter, and God help me, I heard his voice. A voice that had only ever lived in my head. "Come on, open your eyes," he teased, his tone light but urgent. "Don't leave me waiting, get up." He kept pulling, kept rattling the bed, and his playful pleading melting into frantic desperation. Something in me, some animal instinct, refused to look, and I clamped my eyes shut until the shaking stopped and the world blurred into sleep. I woke in the morning. I was drenched in sweat and gasping for air. A few nights later, it happened again. Except this time, the voice wasn't his. It was his younger brother's, and it said, "Wake up, Dad's gonna be furious if you don't get up." And he snapped, yanking me by the shoulders while the invisible hands tore at my wrist. The voice grew louder and sharper until it was nearly screaming into my ear, and I did what I did before. I refused. I kept my eyes locked shut until sleep dragged me down. Till this day, I can't explain how something I created in my own head, someone who never existed, managed to touch me and to speak with a voice that wasn't mine. Worst of all, I still don't know if he is waiting for me to finally open my eyes. The breath in the dark. 1:32, give or take. Got bored, turned off my laptop, rolled onto my bed, flattened my back, eyes shut. Room was silent, just the usual hum of the night. Mind starts drifting, half dreaming, letting random thoughts string themselves together. Then out of nowhere, a voice cuts clean through everything, deep and gravelly and wet with air, and it says, "Hey." I don't use that name much. Most people call me by my shorter version. But whatever, doesn't matter. What matters is that I froze, didn't move a muscle, and just snapped my eyes open. First thought is my sister was messing around with me. Glanced toward the door and there was nothing, still darkness. But I hear it, the sound of footsteps circling my bed slow and deliberately. If someone left, the hallway light would spill in, but it didn't. So I reach around, kind of blindly, fingers brushing the sheets, and grab the remote and flick the TV back on. The screen glow hits my walls, and I sit up and I'm shaking. And I don't shake easily. Not from sounds, not from shadows, but my hands were trembling like I'd been out in the cold for too long. Went to my parents' room, muttered what happened, and they shrugged and told me to sleep, which is pretty typical. Thing is I do hear stuff now and then, but this wasn't the usual static in my head. This was different, distinct. That voice had weight, like it came from inside the floor, a belly rumble mixed with breath, low frequency enough to vibrate the air, and the breathing didn't stop when the voice did. It kept going, alongside the footsteps, which makes me think maybe it wasn't just one. And honestly, if this turns out to be paranormal, I wouldn't even be surprised at this point. The Hat Man in the Hallway. Ever since my grandmother passed, the air in my house hasn't felt normal, and I've always been a little too sensitive to things that aren't there, but lately, it's crossed the line from unsettling to unbearable. It usually begins between 1:30 and 3:30. I'll be lying in bed scrolling on my phone, and something shifts in my peripheral vision. At first, I blamed it on lack of sleep, but the images are too sharp and too deliberate, and sometimes is a tall figure in a bowler hat. Its body nothing but darkness shaped into a man, and other times it's this twisted, pale thing, like a person whose skin has been stretched too thinly, like dragging itself across my carpet. The second I lock eyes with it, it'll be gone, and the strangest part is I'll suddenly smell my grandmother's rose-scented hand cream, strong enough to make me gag, even though nothing of hers remains in the room. The hallway's the worst. No matter if it's 12 a.m. or 4 a.m., when I walk down it, icy air presses against the back of my neck. Lights on or not, it doesn't matter. The moment I glance behind me, it's just black, like the darkness itself is watching. Showers have turned into torture. Can't close my eyes without my pulse racing. Even a blink with soap in my eyes feels like an invitation for something standing just outside that curtain. Lately, sleep paralysis has joined in. Every time it's the same. The bowler hat man standing by the dresser and the pale crawler by the bed. To make it worse, I've started hearing faint scratching at my bedroom door. Never loud, just enough to let me know I'm not alone. Sometimes I'll pass a doorway and be hit with an unbearable grief, as if somebody poured sadness into me. I burst into tears without reason, and my chest aching with the grief that isn't mine. And for background, my house was built sometime around 1915. My family's always been prone to seeing things. I've felt presences all my life, but never this heavy and never this consistent. And I know it isn't psychological. It only happens here and only during those dead hours. The Hat Man is the constant. He's always waiting at the edge of sight. The moment I acknowledge him, he vanishes. I don't know if this is grief-taken form or something bound to the house, or something that followed me after my grandmother's death, but it's growing, and I'm terrified of what happens when it decides to stop hiding. The Compass of Midnight. Last night I had one of those unsettling dreams that feels more like a memory than a dream. I quote-unquote woke up in my bed, only this time my phone was glowing a faint blue, humming like it had a heartbeat. The only app on my screen was an icon I didn't recognize, a compass surrounded by symbols I couldn't read. I tapped it and the needle spun violently before settling on a direction. The walls of my bedroom dissolved, and suddenly, as I was standing inside like this vast abandoned train terminal with cracked tiles and flickering lights stretching into darkness, no people, no sound, just the endless echo of my own footsteps. The compass urged me forward, pointing down stairwells that seemed to go on forever. And at the bottom I found an enormous pair of bronze gates. They were covered in carvings that looked like half ancient, half mechanical. When I pushed them open, I entered a library so impossibly large it felt like it had no ceiling. Books floated in midair, their covers blank, while voices whispered my name from nowhere. One book dropped into my hands, heavy as stone, and I opened it, and every single page repeated the same line over and over. "You should not be here." My chest tightened, and my whole body began to buzz like static. I felt myself sinking into that terrifying paralysis, and I screamed, "Wake up," until the dream just shattered. I really did wake up, gasping in the dark, and I still don't know if I escaped something, or if I was pushed out. The Man at 213. I've never been the kind of person to buy into ghosts or spirits or anything beyond the ordinary. I enjoy supernatural stories as fiction, sure, but I've always kept a comfortable wall between spooky tales and my own life. At least until my mother reminded me of something strange from my childhood that I had completely forgotten. Now I'm not quite so sure. When I was about 6, and I'm 27 now, my grandparents decided they needed a single-story home, easier for them to manage. So my parents purchased their old house, and my grandparents moved somewhere more practical. That house, our house, was one of the rare survivors of the wartime bombings in the area. Its history alone made it feel like it carried a few shadows. At first, everything was fine. I had my very own upstairs room for the first time, but not long after, a habit formed. Every single night without fail, I'd leave my bed and knock on my parents' door. Always at the same time at 2:13 a.m. Not 2:10, not 2:15, but 2:13 exactly. My parents brushed it off at first, and I was just a kid in a new home, probably being pretty unsettled. But after weeks of this, my mother began asking why I was doing it, and my answer was always the same. "The man is keeping me awake." And sometimes I'd say, "The man is bothering me," and that was it, no further details. Now, the logical assumption might be an intruder, but that doesn't fit. My mother's meticulous about locking every door and window before bed, and paranoid even. Besides, my room was upstairs with no fire escape or ladder, no way for anybody to sneak in, and the alarm system never so much as chirped. This went on for a couple of years, and eventually I grew too big to squeeze into my parents' bed with them. So one of them, usually my father, ended up in the guest room while I was sleeping beside the other, and it wasn't sustainable. And my dad, for the record, is as skeptical as I am. He laughs at ghost stories and rolls his eyes at superstition. But even he reached a breaking point. One night, fed up, he marched into my bedroom alone and shouted into the darkness, "Whoever you are, stop this. You're frightening my son, and it ends tonight." A month later, my parents decided to remodel. They turned the guest room into my new bedroom and converted my old one into sort of a storage. After that, I never knocked on their door again, not even once. The oddest part is I don't remember any of it. Not the knocking, not the man, not even being scared. All I recall was occasionally sleeping with my parents because I couldn't settle down. That's it. So was it a child's imagination? Well, maybe. It's hard to ignore that I always woke at exactly the same time and that my dad, staunch non-believer by the way, actually shouted at thin air to protect me. Maybe it worked. The Cloaked Watcher. This is still hard to say out loud. Even now, if I think about that night too long, I get goosebumps and my chest tightens. And I was 10 when it happened, and it branded itself pretty much into me like it was on fire. It took place in my great-grandmother's house. I never knew her, and she died years before I was born, but everyone in the family swore she wasn't like other people. My mom used to whisper about her strange books, the candle, the little jars of herbs and bones that she kept hidden. Nobody ever touched her old sewing room. The door's been locked for decades now. When my mom was a kid, she swore she heard chanting from behind that door, even when my great-grandmother was gone. Sometimes the door would rattle at night, like something wanted out, and she always told us that that house wasn't just a house, but it was a container. Skip forward to that summer night, staying over with my dad at my grandparents' place. My grandpa was still alive then, but he wasn't really present anymore, just drifting and staring into corners like he was half in another world. It was maybe 1:45 in the a.m. We had just finished watching some old action movie in the living room, but my dad told me to get some sleep, and I really wasn't tired, but I went anyway. Halfway down the hallway, I froze, and my whole body was locked up before I even knew why, and that's when I saw it. A towering figure, must have been 7, maybe 8 feet tall, and it slipped past me. It didn't walk, not really. It kind of more like glided, with its cloak dragged along the ground in heavy folds, swallowing all the light in the process. No face, no hands, just a moving shadow draped in layers of black. Came from the back hallway, where my great-grandmother's locked room was, passing right in front of me, and drifted toward the porch door. I couldn't move, and my pulse hammered so violently I thought I'd collapse. I tried to reason with myself, maybe it was my dad, but I could still hear him just shifting at the couch behind me. My grandpa couldn't even stand without help, and my grandma was asleep upstairs. No one could have been there, and still I forced myself forward, each step like walking through water, and I reached the porch and nothing. No sound, no movement, just the stillness of the air, thick and suffocating. That's when all the stories came back to me, the locked door and the chants and the jars. Bolted back to my dad and clung to him so tightly he asked if I had a nightmare, and I didn't answer. I just couldn't. By morning, my grandpa was gone. I don't know if what I saw was connected. Maybe my brain short-circuited, maybe grief warped my senses, but deep down, I know what I witnessed, and I can still feel that hallway air pressing on me, heavy like the house itself was waiting. Years later, I still can't explain it. Part of me doesn't want to. The Wet Footsteps. So this went down last night, around 3:30 in the morning. My cousin, who's 29, swears he heard heavy, wet footsteps, just like a couple of meters behind his bed, and everybody else, me, my grandparents, and my uncle, sleep upstairs on the second floor. He's the only one who sleeps downstairs. For context, I'm from Lithuania. My family is pretty religious. He said he woke up to the sound of somebody walking, not shuffling, not creaking, but actual footsteps. He turned on the lights, opened his door, and nothing. The noise stopped dead and the hallway was empty. At first, I thought maybe a rat or something, but he was very clear and it sounded like a grown man, like 90 to 100 kilos, like slapping around in dripping wet slippers. Pretty creepy. He went to the bathroom, came back, and somehow managed to fall back asleep. I want to say it was a dream, or maybe he exaggerated, but the way he described it, all the little details, it sounded too real, and he insists he knows exactly what he heard. And the thing is when he told his mom, she said the exact same thing happened to her years ago. Not just her, but my uncle's ex-girlfriend too. About 10 years back, they're staying at the same room. Both of them heard somebody heavily, like walking up and down these stairs, then actually rattling the doorknob, same weight, same time of night, around 3 or 4 a.m. Me and my dad have also slept in that room a few times, and every single time there's this pressure, like the air's heavier. Not scary exactly, but unsettling. My grandma once brought a mass for her brother. Bought a mass. My grandma once bought a mass for her brother, who drowned decades ago. After that, all the noises stopped, and for years nothing, but now it's back, and honestly, none of us are too comfortable with that. The white swaying shadow. This isn't my own encounter, but something my mother shared with me. She's 41 now, and for nearly 2 decades she worked as a geriatric nurse in a nursing home. Back in 2015, her father died of lung cancer. She had no intention of attending his funeral. Her stepmother and stepsister would be there, and they had made her life miserable ever since her father remarried. But before the funeral, during one of her late shifts, something happened. That night, she was the only nurse on a unit with more than 30 residents. The first thing was small and almost laughable, and the hydration schedules, well, the charts showed with each resident what they needed to drink, and they were scattered on the floor in the kitchen. No windows were open and no breeze, and no resident nearby. She just shook her head and muttered, "Weird, but fine." Then came the second thing. She heard one of the heavy wooden doors moving, not slamming, not creaking, but nudging back and forth. It was as if somebody pressed it open and then let it fall shut again and again. The metallic click of the lock echoed against the frame, and she checked with no draft and open window, nothing that could explain it. And then came the moment she swears she'll never forget. There was a small courtyard outside, accessible by a door with a glass panel. She had just shut that door when she caught sight of something behind her. A pale white shape, solid, not glowing, swayed side to side, gliding across her vision. It didn't move like a person walking. It seemed to float, and the height and the outline, even the hair, looked like her father. He had always worn his hair a little long and had that detail froze her sort of in place. Terrified, she bolted across the unit to find her coworker. Oddly enough, after she gave in and went to the funeral, the strange activity stopped, almost as if he just wanted her to say goodbye properly. And to this day, she sometimes catches his cologne in the air. No source, no bottle around. Just that sudden sharp note of perfume, and I can confirm it too. It's creepy. The face at the door. I'm 17, freshly moved into this new apartment in South Carolina. My mom's been here a month ahead of me, and I joined just last week. And to be blunt, the place is a mess with dirty walls and light switches painted over and bugs marching around like they own the place. First floor unit, not the best part of town. It's the kind of place where you mind your business and lock up twice. And I've always loved scary things like movies or creepy podcasts and Reddit rabbit holes, but ghost stories give me chills, but I still eat them up. The problem is I scare too easily, and lately I think the apartment is playing with that weakness. I have a 1-year-old cat named Milo. Usually calm, but since we moved in, he's turned into a professional scaredy cat. When someone unlocks the front door, he bolts, and that's normal, but now he hides underneath the bed and sometimes even burrows into my blanket pile like he's expecting a war. And at night, instead of hanging out near his food, he lurks in the kitchen shadows, staring into corners like he sees something I don't. And the other night, I'm just lying in bed scrolling on my phone while a horror podcast droned in the background. My mom was asleep with the door cracked open, but the only light came from the TV and Milo was curled up at my feet, until suddenly he sprang up, eyes fixed on the doorway, and then he hopped down, crouched under my desk and froze, glaring at the door like he was watching something step closer. I glanced at the crack in the door, and for a split second I swear I saw it. A faint outline like a grainy silhouette cut from the dark itself. Not glowing eyes, not anything obvious, just the shape of a face hovering where no face should be. My chest went cold and I called for my mom, choking back tears. I've never cried over being scared before, not like this. She came in and took me seriously, searched the apartment together. It's small, so it didn't take long, but when we reached the dining room, she noticed the back door unlocked, and neither of us had touched it. That unsettled me more than the shadow. She didn't stay the night in my room, but I lie awake, praying and feeling that thick, heavy energy pressing in. Like, was it paranoia or did something else move in with us? I don't know if the apartment is haunted, but I know Milo sees something I can't, and that's what terrifies me. The locked stall. Started on a Tuesday morning, when me and 3 friends decided we just couldn't deal with the first period. Instead of going to class, we slipped into the auditorium, completely dark and totally empty, and headed straight for the bathroom. Nobody ever went in there. We knew the doors locked automatically once shut, so we dragged in a metal chair across the stage to keep it open. And inside the bathroom, we crammed into the biggest stall and sat in the cold tile and started whispering. That's when one of my friends casually dropped, "You know, yesterday we talked to a dead girl in here." I froze and I said, "What do you mean?" She said that the day before, she and another friend were hiding in the same bathroom when a girl came in, complaining about how much she hated the auditorium, how it was always crowded and too loud, and they watched her walk into a stall and lock it and then never come out, and she just vanished. 30 minutes later, we heard it in the scrape of our chair moving, followed by the heavy slam of the bathroom door locking shut. My stomach flipped and we thought a teacher had found us. Then the door creaked open, slow and loudly, and we heard footsteps coming closer, and they were too steady and too deliberate. 2 voices began to whisper, not loud enough to understand, but close enough that every hair on my arm stood up, and then a flush and a crying. A girl's sobs echoing through the bathroom. I thought maybe I was imagining it until my friend whispered, "You hear that too, right?" Another friend peeked under the stall and shook her head violently. No one was there. I tried to record it. My phone screen froze like it had locked itself. And just when it did unfreeze, the sounds from the auditorium began, like dozens of voices, muffled but urgent, as if the whole crowd had gathered. Music, too, faint but real. None of us wanted to open the stall, and we sat there, barely breathing, and as sneakers squeaked back and forth across the floor, shadows moved, but no legs appeared under the stalls. When the bell rang finally, we bolted, and the chair we'd left was gone. Always silent. We didn't look back, we just sprinted for the other doors that led outside. I made it to a second period, but I couldn't focus, and to this day, bathroom stalls make me nervous. Not because of what's inside, but because of who might never leave them. The Man in the Shadowed Glasses. A couple of months back, I stumbled into watching this channel called Mind Unveiled. At first, I thought it was standard late-night conspiracy entertainment. Strange theories about lost civilizations and free energy and hidden magic. Nothing too serious. More like digital popcorn for the brain, but after a while I realized the threads ran deeper into mysticism and gnosticism and ideas that felt more ancient than the internet itself. Internet isn't very ancient. One afternoon, not long after sort of binging a few of those videos, I went to Target with my sister. Everything was normal until we got near the self-checkout. That's when I noticed him, an older man, maybe in his late 40s, standing near the lottery ticket machine. He's dressed plainly, jeans and a polo, like everyone's dad basically. But what had caught me off guard was the way he was staring. He wore thick mirrored sunglasses indoors, the kind that almost took like chrome and, well, looked like chrome. I just screwed up completely. I couldn't see his eyes at all, yet I knew they were fixed directly on me. And as we walked past, his head followed, and slowly, unnervingly, like somebody trying to memorize every angle of my face. The whole thing felt wrong, as if I'd just stepped into one of those surreal dream sequences where time drags into slow motion. In my mind, I still replay the image, him lowering the glasses and behind them not eyes, just blackness. And the part that unsettled me the most, no one else seems to notice. The cashier kept scanning items, people in line scrolling their phones, my sister picking at the pack of gum, and, well, when I asked her later, she said that she saw the guy, but insisted he wasn't wearing sunglasses at all. She swore he barely glanced her way. Meanwhile, I was left with this sharp, cold feeling crawling down my spine like I just brushed past something that wasn't supposed to be there. I don't know if it was paranormal or psychological or just my imagination running off after too many strange videos. All I know is that even now, months later, whenever I think about it, the memory doesn't fade like a normal one. It lingers, and unnaturally so, sinister and sharp, like the stare of a man whose eyes you never should have tried to meet. The House of Echoes. Either we've got a mimic living in our house, or something is tagging along with me. Didn't even know that was a thing, but here we are. Set the scene, we're a family of 5. Me, a 26-year-old female, husband, a 31-year-old male, and our 3 kids aged 7, 3, and 6 months. We're renting in Australia, and my husband works late shifts, usually stumbling home around midnight, which is just the perfect time for spooky nonsense, apparently. And for a while, I thought it was just me losing the plot, little personal experiences here and there, but lately, things have ramped up. My partner's had experiences too. I even managed to catch something on video, and of course, it refuses to upload anywhere. Classic horror movie timing. Here's the rundown. My 3-year-old takes an afternoon nap one day. I swear I heard him get up, little feet dragging down the hallway. I even saw him peeking at me around the corner like he was trying to play peekaboo. Never popped back out, and when I went to check, yep, still sound asleep in his bed. Door shut and he can't even reach the handle yet. Another night I had him in bed with me, trying to settle him, and out of nowhere, his monitor lit up with the sound of him crying. But he was right there breathing beside me. Never felt such a cold terror and actually started crying. A week ago, we swapped the kids' bedrooms around, and that night while I was laying with the toddler, I heard my 7-year-old softly singing through the monitor, muffled but clear. Their rooms are neighbors now, so I figured the monitor was picking up sound from his bed. When I went in to tell him to be quiet, he was out cold and I shook him just to be sure. Dead asleep. And that's the night I got the recording. My husband heard doors slam when no one's around. 7-year-old's alarm clock has started blaring in the middle of the night for no reason. And we both get that horrible feeling of being watched when we're up making bottles at 2 a.m. And here's the thing. This is new for me. All my life I've had these he's home moments. Like I'll hear my husband's keys at the door and hear him walking with me into the kitchen. And then I'll realize I'm completely alone, and it's escalating though. Different houses, same feelings. So now I'm left wondering, is it after my kids since it's copying them, or is it really after me, just using their voices and faces as a disguise? And the worst part, what if it's both? The Return of Clara. There's a woman who visits me in my room at night. Her skin is pale, almost the color of ash, and her hair hangs in a long, damp strand as if she just stepped out of a lake, and she wears a faded blue dress that looks like it belonged to somebody a century ago. Stitched lace on the sleeves, frayed at the edges. She always appears in the same corner near my window, never anywhere else. When she shows up, it's like the air thickens and my body won't respond, like I've been nailed to the bed frame. I don't know if it's her paralyzing me or if she's just pulling the energy out of me until I can't move. But the strange thing is even when she isn't there, I can feel her. Not paralyzing me, but watching somehow. My room is usually bright at night, warm lamps and soft light. I don't scare easily, so no, I don't think I'm paranoid. The first time she came was 3 years ago. I had just shut off the bathroom light when I felt her right behind me in the hallway, and I froze. I couldn't move. I couldn't even blink for maybe 4 minutes. Until a week later, she returned. Same place, same paralysis. And then, nothing. For 3 whole years, she vanished. Until now. She hasn't appeared in front of me lately, but her presence is back. A month ago, I found myself locked in the bathroom across from my room. The door only locks from the inside, and I never lock it. Unless I did without realizing, which is unlikely. 2 weeks later, I heard 3 loud knocks against the wall beside my bed, sharp and deliberate knocks. Too loud to ignore, and last night I dreamt of her. She stood at the foot of my bed and whispered her name, and she said, "I'm Clara." I don't know a Clara. No one by that name has ever lived here, as far as I know. No death records in this house either. But she's here, and for reasons I can't explain, she refuses to leave my room. That was the name of my old bearded dragon. Whispers Beneath the Redwoods. Last night, something unusual happened that I can't quite shake, and I'm wondering if anybody else has had odd encounters at the Cathedral Grove, or might know what it could have been. My sister and I were heading back to the Courtenay after spending the day wandering Tofino's beaches. On a whim, we pulled into Cathedral Grove just past midnight. We didn't go into the trails, just parked and stood near the towering silhouettes of the Douglas firs. Even by daylight, those trees feel like guardians from like another age, but at night, the stillness was so complete it felt unnatural, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. The air grew heavy, almost charged, and the silence pressed against us. And then out of nowhere, a sharp metallic ringing echoed through the dark, like 2 iron rods being struck together. Moments later, a deep crackling voice, wood splitting, and maybe a heavy stone tossed against another came from further in. My sister grabbed my arm, and without even discussing it, we both knew we weren't welcome there. We both backed into the car and drove until the shadows of the forest were far behind us. The logical explanation is, of course, it's an animal. That's the safe, comfortable answer. But the feeling was too intentional, as though something unseen had taken notice of us and wanted us gone. I've tried searching online, but I haven't found much about strange happenings at the Cathedral Grove. Has anybody heard stories or folklore or local tales about spirits or guardians of that forest? Because standing there, it didn't feel like we were surrounded by trees. It felt like we were trespassing in someone else's domain. The office bell that wouldn't stay silent. Something odd has been happening at my mom's office, and honestly, it has me rattled because it defies any logical explanation. There's an electric bell in her office. Harmless enough, right? Except it rings on its own. At first, the staff thought it was a wiring issue, so they replaced the bell. Well, problem solved. Well, not at all. The new one is just as haunted as the old one. The strangest part is the timing. It doesn't just ring at random and often goes off in the evenings, just as everyone is wrapping up for the day. Even creepier, it sometimes rings precisely when people talk about it, almost like it's eavesdropping and wants to join the conversation. Then there's the matter of the air conditioner. The office boy swears he switches it off every night, yet more than once it's been found humming quietly the next morning. Once he's even claimed he saw a swiveled chair roll slightly forward by itself, and he went to check on the AC, so... Yesterday, my mom decided to push things further. Instead of ignoring it, she tried to communicate. Standing quietly in the office, she closed her eyes and asked questions in her mind. Do you need something from me? Are you trapped? Are you male or female? Do you want release from this place? She asked for answers through the bell. 2 rings for yes, 5 quick rings for no. And the terrifying part is the bell obeyed perfectly. 2 slow rings for yes, 5 rapid ones for no. And she asked about 6 questions, and each time the responses matched her instructions. Now she's convinced that some lost spirit is trying to reach out, hoping for some kind of help, I guess. I'm doing my best to stay rational, but it's hard not to be unsettled, especially since she's in India, dealing with this firsthand while I'm stuck here in Germany, helplessly worrying from afar. See ya. Lights flickered, clock stopped, and something whispered their name. Paranormal M investigates the stories behind the screams. Subscribe and uncover the truth. The Witch's Grandchild. I grew up in a house where darkness wasn't just an idea, it was a daily guest. I saw things myself, but nothing leaves a deeper mark than when you witness it happening to somebody you love. For months now, my son has been telling me about a girl monster. According to him, she talks to him and whispers ugly words and tells him to curse. Sure, kids do pick up bad habits, but this was different. He's a bright, articulate child, the kind who doesn't just parrot things without context. Last night, I finally saw it with my own eyes. He was standing in the hallway, moving backwards into the room with his little hand suddenly covering his face. With his eyes hidden, his voice shook. Mom, I'm scared. I'm really scared. I caught it all on video. Him backing away and trembling like he was cornered by something only he could see. And today it happened again, only this time, he didn't know I was watching. He backed up and paused and peeked through his fingers, then darted away as if fleeing from some unseen figure. He didn't say a word, he just carried on, pretending like nothing happened. And that's what unsettles me the most. He isn't the type to act out, to create drama. He's thoughtful and steady and never shown concerning behavior before. I know children have imaginary friends, but sometimes about this it feels darker. My own past doesn't help ease my mind either. My mother's side of the family, all being 6 sisters, all dabbling in witchcraft. I saw things I'll never forget. My mother took her life when I was 13, and ever since I've carried the fear that whatever haunted her might trickle down into my life, or into my children's lives. Am I imagining connections where there are none, or is this something real and something spiritual, creeping into the edges of my son's world? I don't know who to ask. My husband's family is deeply Christian, and if I spoke a word of this, they'd panic. My husband himself has seen things, but he's undecided. caught between belief and denial, and as for me, I'm left with a choice. Dismiss it as a childhood imagination or acknowledge the shadow in the room that only my son seems to see. The Sweet Smoke Visitor. For the past decade or so, I've occasionally been ambushed by the unmistakable scent of sweet, syrupy cigarette smoke. It's sharp and sudden, like somebody exhaling right in front of my face. And I've had my fair share of strange encounters in my life, enough to keep me leaning toward the paranormal, but I still try to play the skeptic. I've asked myself all the logical questions. Maybe I've got a sinus condition, or maybe something in the house is off. Maybe my brain's short-circuiting. Always a comforting thought. Yet none of those explanations ever quite fit. The odd part is the pattern. I don't smell it every day, and not even every week. Just once or twice a month. Sometimes it lingers for 10 minutes, and sometimes for hours. It only ever happens inside my home, and never outside. Even stranger, it's a strictly nighttime visitor. I've never once caught a whiff of it during the day, and it seems to prefer my solitude. I live with my daughter, and when she's around, the air is normal. But when I'm alone, that's when the scent returns. Though, to complicate things, she has smelled it herself a couple of times when I wasn't home. The smell itself isn't mobile, and if I catch it in the living room, they wander to the kitchen and it vanishes, only to greet me again the moment I step back. Yet when I go to bed, it follows, and it's stronger there. Sometimes it's so intense that I swear somebody's crouched right beside me in the dark, breathing it into the air. It isn't just me either. Both my sisters, living in entirely different houses, have had the exact same experiences. They've described the smoke precisely as I do. Unusually sweet. Nothing like an ordinary cigarette. Sounds like pipe tobacco. For years, we joked it must be her grandfather. He was a relentless smoker and passed away nearly 2 decades ago from cancer. At first, it was an easy, lighthearted explanation, but lately I'm not laughing. Especially this week. My daughter's away on holiday and the smoke has returned with a vengeance, strong enough to rattle me. Maybe it's a shared family hallucination. Maybe I'm unraveling. Or maybe our grandfather never fully stubbed out his last cigarette. The house that wouldn't stay quiet. When I was about 8 or 9, I lived in a small bungalow with my grandparents. My dad had his own place in the basement. He'd fix it up himself so we could have a bit of space away from the rest of us. The first shadow. My bedroom had the basics, a twin bed, a fish tank on top of a dresser at the end, and a closet that really never stayed shut. I'd always kept the tank light glowing because, well, I was pretty terrified of the dark at the time. One night I woke up to this low, muffled thumping sound, like distant drums. Thought maybe Dad had the TV going downstairs, but his room wasn't even under mine. More likely the furnace. Never usually made that noise. As I blinked awake, I noticed the light in the room looked dimmer, like something was blocking it. I lifted my head and I saw a tall, dark figure standing between me and the fish tank. At first, I figured it was Dad, coming up to turn the light off like he usually did once I was asleep. Half asleep, I mumbled something at the figure, and that's when it sank literally down to the floor and just melted away. I shot upright, I peered over the edge of the bed, and there was nothing. There was no one and just me. The water in the tank was bubbling like nothing had happened. The Closet Girl. Now this next bit, I don't even really remember, but Dad swears it happened. We're watching Star Trek in his basement room. his bed facing the open closet with just a rod and some shirts hanging. And out of nowhere, I allegedly told him, "There's a little girl hanging in your closet." Apparently, I said it kind of casually, like it was nothing, and he brushed it off as a kid saying creepy things. But a few days later, he moved his bed so he wouldn't have to look at that closet. Kat didn't help either. She was obsessed with staring at the dark space like she was waiting for something to move. The basement room. We also had an quote-unquote entertainment room down there. Like, there's some Wii and some toys and the usual. I hated going in unless somebody was with me. The chalkboard on the wall would sometimes have new writing on it, even though I don't remember ever touching it. The air always felt heavy and like someone was behind me. And sometimes I swore I could feel breath on my neck. I ended up abandoning the room altogether. The attic door. Upstairs, the attic door was tucked inside my grandparents' closet, right above their waterbed. I loved sprawling on that bed to watch cartoons, but the sliding closet doors, they would sometimes creak open on their own, just a few inches, slow and deliberately. Eventually, I started dragging a cat in with me every time. I was convinced that I couldn't be heard as long as I had one for company. Nights of noise. My own closet door was the worst. It had a knob, but it still creaked open at night. Never during the day, and then there were the footsteps in the hallway. Always when everybody else was supposed to be sleeping. I kept my door open because I was afraid of it opening itself, and I could see straight down the hall, and nothing ever appeared. But the footsteps never failed to come. Bad history. Dad used to tell me other creepy stories about the basement, but I've forgotten most of them. Still, he swears to this day that house was off, and later we learned the previous owner had been a foster parent with a bad reputation. Nobody died there, but the walls felt like they're absorbed in all this mystery. The drums in the pines. So, my son, he was 15. Shot himself by accident in December 2024, and at least that's what we believe, what we tell ourselves. The doctor said the brain injury wasn't survivable. My ex-wife, his mother, clung to hope. She asked that he be kept alive with machines and medicine and wires and all the scaffolding of modern science that holds a body long after the soul has flown. We took turns in the ICU, one each night. But on my first solo night, something happened. I had just hung up the phone with my wife, so she'd let her daughter, my son's half-sister, 8 years old, she could say goodnight to him. Her voice cracked when I said I love you, the way kids do when they don't understand forever but sense it anyways. My wife said the same and went to bed. And I was left in the dim hum of the machines. Then came the urge. Not gentle, not subtle, an overwhelming push to talk to him. I poured it all out, every word I'd never said and every apology. Every scrap of pride, and in that flood I felt peace. Enough to sleep, if only for a little while. The next morning I knew he was gone, and later my wife told me that around the same hour I was talking to him, she heard something strange back home in the woods. What she described as drums and chanting. She swore it sounded Native American, and we lived deep in the South in pine country, where Civil War ghosts are old news and strange sounds are half expected. But to my knowledge, our land was never native ground. Though yes, there's old tribal territory about an hour away. On December 9th at 6:30 in the morning, they took him off the ventilator and that was it. And since then, little things happen. His boots, God, he loved those big stomping boots. They still echo on the stairs, and the cat who adored him sometimes stares over her shoulders at this bare wall as if he's still there. These old things, they shift in places when nobody's touched them. And I've heard them too. Not words, but sounds and movements. Could it be the house settling, or the wood expanding, or cats being cats? Sure, but I know the rhythm of those boots. We once thought something darker lingered in my parents' house, feeding on grief, and we cleansed it and savored every corner, invited love instead of fear, and since then, nothing shadowy has returned, just him or what feels like him. I won't lie, I am in therapy, and some days the grief cuts clean through me. Other days it's manageable. But the truth is, the house is quieter now, and kinda as if he's still here. And if that's my mind playing tricks on me, well, I'll take it. I'd like to think my boy stayed behind. Not as a tragedy, but as a guardian. The figure in the hallway. This happened about 15 years ago. And even now, whenever I talk about it, the hairs on my arms still stand up. This is the first time I've actually written it out. I've always wondered if anybody else had gone through something like this, and if so, what they made of it. To keep myself sane, I had to convince myself that what I saw was me from some other version of reality. As weird as that sounds, it was easier than believing something else was lurking there with me. At the time, I'm living in this sprawling old house. It's over a century old, with a long, straight hallway that seemed to stretch on forever. The rooms peeling off on both sides like a train car. My room was near the front, and my roommate's right across, and then further down came the kitchen, a living room and a bathroom, and finally a converted music room at the very back. That music room was packed with equipment and amps and drums and cables and guitars and all of it. The roommate's band practiced there weekly, and it's always had this leftover hum in the air, as if the walls remembered the noise. I also kept a small fish tank in there with 2 red-eared sliders I'd raised since they were tiny. One night, close to midnight, I was getting ready to crash, and I was alone and completely sober. Just about to step into my room when I realized the aquarium light was still on. The turtles needed darkness, so I sighed and turned back, and I started that long trek down the hallway. My dog, a 9-year-old shepherd mix, trotted faithfully at my side. When I reached the tank, I flipped the light off, and instantly the room was swallowed in darkness. So total that it felt solid. I paused, shifting my weight, about to step when I froze, and there, inches right in front of me, stood a figure. Human-sized, human-shaped. But no details, just a silhouette carved out of the dark, somehow less dark than everything else around it. It reacted the same moment I did, startled, jerking back and taking 2 large steps to the side until it pressed itself against the wall, bracing with its arms as if I had frightened it. My dog leaned into my leg harder than she ever had before or since, a low growl vibrating from her throat, not loud, barely audible, but steady and unbroken. I couldn't move. I just stood there staring at this shadowy outline. It was my height and my build, and every bit as real as I am. Time stretched, like 30 seconds, like a minute, long enough for my eyes to start adjusting. Then the figure started to blur and fade into the black, but never truly disappear. Finally, I backed away with my dog glued to me. Her weight against my leg the whole walk back down the hallway. I didn't turn on a single light until I was safely in my room, door shut, dresser shoved against it. Told myself it wasn't really there, just to trigger the dark. But I knew what I saw. That night I sat on my bed shaking, petting my dog with one hand while the other clenched the blanket. Kept the light on for the night afterwards. Nearly 30, and I'd never been afraid of the dark before, but that changed. Next day, I asked my roommate to meet me outside the house before I told him, and when I did, his face went pale. He said he'd had strange experiences too, like knocks and whispers from the amps when nobody was in the room, but he'd never seen a shadow figure. Lucky him. The lamp in the window. I'll try to keep this short. My eldest cousin, somebody who I admired deeply and loved dearly, passed away just yesterday. She'd been living with cancer for a while and still managing her life bravely day to day, but last Wednesday, things suddenly worsened and her health collapsed quickly. She was rushed to the hospital with severe complications. As soon as I heard she was admitted, I had this heavy certainty that she wouldn't be coming back home. Her decline was so rapid it felt irreversible, and yesterday morning, I woke up with that familiar dread, already knowing the phone would ring with bad news, and sure enough, less than an hour later, my mom called to tell me that she had passed away about 30 minutes earlier. I don't live in my hometown anymore, and my family's still there, but I rarely see them as often as I should. That distance weighed on me yesterday. I hadn't seen her in nearly a year, and I never got the chance to visit her in the hospital. The sadness mixed with guilt, and the whole day just felt heavy. Work was a blur. I carried this restless anxiety with me all day until finally, driving home, I started to breathe again. The 25-minute drive is usually my reset button, but when I pulled up in front of my house, something stopped me cold. I stepped out of the car and I noticed through the window of my home office that one of my lamps was glowing. I hadn't been in that room since last week, and I was absolutely sure he hadn't left that light on. I went inside carefully, half wondering if somebody was in the house. But everything was locked and nothing was disturbed, just the lamp burning quietly. I know for a fact it wasn't on when I left that morning. I even remember locking up after a couple of friends visited the night before, passing right by the dark office. Was it a glitch or maybe a wiring issue, though the lamp is practically new, just 2 weeks old, or is it possible it was something else? I don't know what I believed, but the thought that it could be her sending me a small, kind sign, well, maybe that she's okay now, it gave me more peace than a logical explanation ever could. The winged silence. Hey. So something bizarre happened to me and my friend not too long ago. It's been haunting me since, and what was happening is we were walking down a narrow gravel trail. This trail connected a parking lot to the lake. Not exactly wilderness, but the trees were thick gnuf that it felt like we'd stepped away from the world. At one point, a gnat or maybe mosquito landed on my arm, and I slapped it without thinking. The second I did, the air changed. A coppery, heavy smell like fresh blood saturated everything. It wasn't faint, and it was as if the entire path had turned metallic. Then came the thing that we can't explain. It was tiny, maybe the length of a thumb, and disturbingly human-shaped. 2 arms, 2 legs, and instead of insect wings, it had 3 thin, almost transparent fins that shimmered tan in the dim light. It didn't flap, it just drifted forward, gliding as if the air carried it on purpose. Its skin was smooth and featureless like polished clay. For those 10 or so seconds, the world froze. No rustle of leaves, no bird song, no buzzing insects. Even the breeze vanished. My friend whispered, "Do you feel that?" Words barely seemed real in the silence. Then, as the little figure kind of passed us and melted back into the trees, the smell snapped away. Forest came back alive. It was like nothing had happened. Except it had. We both felt watched the entire walk to the lake, as if something invisible was lingering, following from just beyond the tree line. Still don't know what that was. The feather that found me. There was a season in my life where I was carrying more weight than my own. A close friend was locked in a bitter custody fight for his young son, and I found myself dragged along emotionally, watching helplessly from the sidelines. The frustration and sorrow were heavy that I just turned, as I often do, toward prayer, whatever thin threads of faith I could hold on to. Around that same time, I began to notice a strange pattern. The numbers 22 and 222 kept showing up on clocks and receipts and even license plates. I'd seen repeating numbers before, but never with this kind of persistence, and finally, in a late-night haze of exhaustion, I searched online. And what I discovered jolted me. Dozens of sources claim that the number 222 is a sign from angels and a reassurance that you're not alone, that help is already nearby. Reading that in the middle of my turmoil felt less like coincidence and more like a lifeline. One article suggested something simple. If you doubt the presence of your angels, ask for a sign. A feather is one of the clearest. It even went further. Say it out loud. Angels help me find a feather, and they'll answer. So I tried, and I stepped out behind the cafe where I worked part-time and whispered, and kind of almost embarrassed. I said, "Angels help me find a feather," and I scoured the sidewalk and peeked into the hedges. Even tilted my head back to watch the sky, and there was nothing. 10 minutes passed, and then 15, and my hope began to sag. No feather, no sign, just me staring at the cracks in the pavement, wondering if I was losing my grip. Went back inside, shoulders low. I was blinking back tears, and the only other person working that shift was a woman named Claire. She knew nothing about the custody battle, and nothing about the numbers, and nothing about the prayer I just offered. Not 2 minutes later, she suddenly paused mid-sentence and laughed nervously. You got something floating above you." She reached out and, to my astonishment, plucked a tiny gray feather from the air, one that had been circling me in the draft of the ceiling vent. I just stared, and I broke, and tears poured down my face right there beside the espresso machine, while Claire stood awkwardly holding the feather, half convinced I'd lost my mind. When I finally caught my breath, I explained everything. She listened wide-eyed, but I could tell she wasn't sure whether to be moved or to be worried. For me, though, there was no doubt. No probability chart or rational explanation could erase the fact that I had asked, and an answer had come. Direct, precise, and gentle. That moment shifted something deep inside me. Faith, I realize, is not always tied to pews or doctrine. It's the mysterious way that help arrives when you need it most, and even now when doubt creeps back in, as it always seems to. I remember that feather. When I laugh at myself for questioning again, I whisper the phrase that silence, well, at least to me, it silences every skeptical thought. Explain the feather. She knelt in silence. So me and my family were on this road trip, and we ended up stopping in this random little town in the middle of nowhere. It was late and everyone was exhausted, so we grabbed the first hotel we could find. The place was old, like the carpet had probably seen better centuries, but it was run by this sweet older couple, so we didn't really think too hard about it. We just wanted to crash. The room had 3 beds. My parents and siblings claimed one with the TV, so I ended up in a smaller room by myself. I remember lying there, scrolling through TikTok, because of course I can't sleep like a normal person, when I started feeling this strange cold draft on the back of my hand. At first, I thought maybe the AC kicked on, but nope, the air almost felt deliberate, like somebody had just breathed on me. I tried to shake it off, but curiosity won. I lifted my phone a little to look around, and that's when I saw her. Across the room, kneeling in front of the big mirror by the dresser, was a woman. Long dark hair, pale skin, and her eyes were shut like she was meditating, or maybe just waiting. froze, my stomach dropped, and my brain went straight into horror movie logic. Hide under the blankets and pretend nothing exists. Which is exactly what I did. When I finally worked up the courage to peek again, she was gone, no sound, no trace. Was I just overtired? Probably, but even now, I can still remember how sharp that cold air felt against my hand. The woman in the living room. You liked the story I shared yesterday, so here's another one. Strange things seem to follow me around, and this one still gives me chills when I think about it. Because because of weird little happenings in the house, and because I was just plain scared. I would usually sleep in my mom's room instead of my own. My room was upstairs, and she liked to stay downstairs in the living room watching her late-night dramas. One night I petted down the stairs and I asked, "When are you coming to bed?" She didn't even look away from the TV, and as soon as this episode is done is what she said. It's almost over. So I went back upstairs. I tried to wait and tried not to listen too hard to every creak in the house. After maybe 20 minutes, I gave up and went back down. The TV was still flickering across the room, and Mom was sitting right there on the couch, and I asked again, "Are you coming now?" Without glancing at me, she answered, "I'll be there soon. Go on, go to sleep." I swear I heard her voice and saw her sitting there, even caught the glow of the TV reflecting in her glasses. But when I trudged back upstairs, my mom was already in bed, half asleep, blanket pulled to her chin, and I whispered, "Mom, weren't you just downstairs?" She groaned, "I've been here. I've work tomorrow. Let me sleep." That was the night I realized the living room wasn't always empty, even when it should have been. The Sideways Hunter. I once stumbled across a strange old book from the 1970s. The kind with yellowed pages and an unsettling number of coffee stains. Buried inside of it was a chapter on forgotten myths, and one particular tale still lingers in my head. It described a Native American legend about a creature that, doesn't live in our world the way we do. When it looks straight at you, it disappears because in that moment, it isn't in this dimension at all. You only catch sight of it when it slides sideways, crossing your vision like a shadow that doesn't belong. The book said that when the hunter is near, silence falls unnaturally heavy. No wind, no crickets, no nightbirds, just a blankness. It feeds on flesh, and its bite leaves odd diamond-shaped punctures in bones, a signature of its crooked teeth. One story came from a man who claimed to have met this thing at a nearby dried riverbed. He said he heard nothing at first, only the sound of his own breathing, until he felt a movement out of the corner of his eye, and then it lunged and he barely escaped, scrambling over a rusted iron fence that tore his hands to ribbons. Behind him, the world was silent, except for a low hiss he swore came from the thing waiting on the other side. Can't remember the title of the book or who wrote it, but I remember how real the descriptions felt. Like it was less of a myth and more of a field note. The Shadow That Won't Let Go. For nearly a decade now, I've been tormented by something I never asked for. An entity that latched onto me like a parasite and refuses to let go. I used to laugh at the idea of hauntings, but that laughter stopped the moment this thing made itself known. It took me 3 relocations and countless sleepless nights to finally accept. This is not my imagination. This is something real. For the first few years, its specialty was sound. Bangs and scratches and whispers, always just beyond the reach of logic. At first, I blamed the neighbors, then faulty pipes, and then maybe even my own hearing. But when I moved again and again, the noises followed. I knew I couldn't keep making excuses. And worse, the sounds often seemed to answer me, as if it were mocking me. I bought signal detectors, tore into drywall, and even dismantled a radiator once, thinking some hidden device was planted there. There was nothing, absolutely nothing. And I've got hard drives filled with recordings and hundreds of clips of deliberate knocks. And oftentimes, perfectly with me speaking or gesturing to the camera. I can predict it now, almost like I can feel it waiting. And that's how I know this isn't some random house creak. It's intelligent and it's deliberate. At night, it was merciless. The first 2 years, every time I tried to sleep, it would rap directly behind the headboard. 3 taps, just as I closed my eyes. If I ignored it, it got louder and more insistent. Sleep became a negotiation with madness. That particular trick was mostly stopped because it found worse ways to torture me. About 3 years ago, the entity learned a new game. Itching. Not just a mild irritation, but a full-body wildfire underneath the skin. Always when I lay down, always when I'm the most vulnerable. No rash, no highs, no medical explanations. Just this sensation that I'd rolled in glass dust and poison oak combined. And every time the itching started, the knocking stopped. Like it could only focus on one torment at a time. Then came the gut attacks. About 8 months back, it escalated again, and now instead of scratching my skin raw, it clamped something inside me and knot deep and twisting. Makes sleeping impossible. It's agony without a wound, suffering without cause, and once again, when this takes over, the other tortures vanish, as if it pours all of its will into this one thing. Sleep is a stranger to me now. My health and my sanity and my life, they're all unraveling. I've hired mediums, I've brought in priests, and I've had cleansings done more than once. Worthless. Sage, salt, crystals, well, they may as well be confetti. Whatever this is, it's stronger and older and hungrier than any of that. And no, I don't believe this is some restless human ghost. Whatever humanity it once had, if any, has been burned away. And what I feel from it is pure venom, an endless, patient hatred, and it delights in nothing but my pain. The house that breathed. So, cards on the table. I'm a religious man. I believe in angels and I believe in demons. But ghosts, human-shaped leftovers of the dead, souls caught in limbo. That's the part I've always rolled my eyes at. Still, growing up in my childhood home, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Even before I knew anything about its history, the place just clung to me. It doesn't matter if my family was around or not, I never once felt like I was alone in that house. Take this for example. I'd be upstairs in my room, door cracked open, playing video games. The dogs would be penned up in the kitchen with the baby gate. I did that because 1, the back door was right there, and 2, they weren't exactly house-trained. Easy system. If they barked, I'd just let them out. Except sometimes, before they barked, I'd hear something else. Footsteps coming up the stairs, slow and heavy. Sometimes a call from down the hall, the kind my dad used to make after too many cigarettes. Sometimes it wasn't footsteps or coughing, though. Sometimes it was my mom's voice calling my name from downstairs, except no one was home. The air in that house was thick, like it carried weight, and I'd catch movement in the corner of my vision while watching TV, and figures brushing past doorways and shadows slipping by. And at night, that's when the real fun began. Night terrors like clockwork. Every now and then, sleep paralysis, lying frozen in bed and feeling like something was standing right there at the edge of the mattress, breathing. When my dad landed a promotion, we packed up and moved out of state, and the new place is a whole different world. No heavy air, no phantom footsteps, no voices calling me from empty rooms. And the night terrors, gone, just like that. Sometimes I wonder, did we leave the house, or did the house finally just let us go? The house on Ashwood Hill. I was barely 6 years old, but these memories are carved into me like scars. My hometown had just been ripped apart by a tornado, an angry beast that tore straight across our neighborhood. I could still hear it, that roaring freight train sound as it hovered above us. My mother whispering desperate prayers while shingles flew past the window. The neighbor's roof was peeled off like paper. Another man wasn't so lucky. The gas lines blew. His house went up in fire. We evacuated under the belief that our whole world might burst into flames at any second. 1 week later, when the smoke and the chaos had calmed, my mother took me along to look at houses. Her car was gone, smashed to pieces in the storm, so we rode in my stepfather's old Chevy Tahoe. I sat in the back with a little Tupperware of lukewarm chicken nuggets and a bag of Funyuns. I had begged for them at a gas station. That's when we pulled up Ashwood Hill. At the top, half hidden by trees, was a 2-story wooden house with a broken garage off to the side. And even from the driveway, you could see it wasn't just storm damage. It looked like the house itself had been rotting for decades. A massive hole was carved in part of the roof, running down like a wound from the top floor to the first. Mom parked and told me I could come explore if I wanted to. Normally I'd leap at the chance. I was always a curious little kid, but the second I opened the car door, the world stopped. The leaves on the ground were frozen in place. Not a single gust of wind to stir them. No birds, no crickets, and the silence was so thick it pressed against my ears. I set my feet on the grass. I felt something cold. Not the kind of cold you get in autumn air, but a dead cold. The wrong kind. I remember crying, which was unusual for me back then. I didn't even know why. I just knew everything about this place was wrong. Still, I tried to follow after my mom. My little sneakers crunched leaves as I forced one foot in front of the other. Rounding the side of the house, I saw it, a swimming pool choked with black water. That was as far as I could go, my body locked up with tears pouring out, and I turned to run. But that's when she appeared. A woman in a pale dress, blue and white, not my mother. She came toward me with calm steps, and before I knew it, I was against her side, crying into her gown. She stroked my hair and whispered, "Shh, it's all right." I told her I wanted to leave, that something was wrong with the house. She bent low and looked me in the eye and said, "Sweetheart, you can't go inside. It's not safe. Stay here. My daughter will play with you." And just like that, I was back in the Tahoe. Don't ask me how. I couldn't climb it alone. But I was in my seat, and next to me sat a little blonde girl with a ruffled top and curious blue eyes. I gave her my Funyuns because even at 6, I was too soft-hearted to keep them for myself. We played, and, well, for a while I forgot about the house. When my mom returned, I begged her not to buy it. She agreed, mostly to call me, and said we'd go home. I pointed to the seat beside me and said, "What about my new friend?" Mom looked at me puzzled. The girl was gone, but the seat still buckled. Till this day, I dream about that house on Ashwood Hill, and in my dreams, I try to go inside, but the woman always finds me. She wraps her arms around my waist and pulls me back to the car and whispers the same words every time. You can't go in there. The passenger in the glass. I've always been attuned to things I shouldn't be. Emotions and presences and whispers of something not quite human. When I was young, something seemed to fasten itself to me. Whatever it was, it carried malice. When I was around 12, I remember waking up before dawn and the room was silent and the air felt sharpened like knives pressing against my skin. I couldn't move, I couldn't turn my head, and then out of nowhere came a sound so terrible I could still feel it in my chest. A shriek and a metallic sound and an inhuman one. The kind of sound that claws its way into your nerves. I was paralyzed with terror, and then strangely, I slipped back into sleep as if the fear itself had forced me unconscious. For years, nothing happened. And then one night, when I was 15, my parents asked me to take out the trash. I never liked the dark, but that evening the shadows outside felt alive, humming with warning. I shoved the bag into the bin, and as I turned back along the stone path, I glanced at our car. And that's when I saw it. In the driver's seat sat something pale and featureless, yet horribly present. It wasn't looking at me, but through me, pulling me into its gaze like gravity. The terror wasn't just fear, it was despair, the kind that convinces you you've already lost, and just suddenly, I could move again. I sprinted inside with my heart hammering, but even as my mind tried to erase the memory, the feeling burrowed deep. Not long after, my nights turned violent. I would jolt awake, just drenched in sweat, my ears exploding with a sound like gunshots inside my skull. And sometimes a woman's voice would murmur my name in the dark, pull me out of sleep. And once it was a man's voice, and deep and heavy, and from then on the presence never left. Things did escalate. Plates would fall when I passed by. Objects toppled as if pushed by invisible hands. The air in my room grew thick at night. And one evening, checking our security camera, I saw it again, an immense smoke-like mass sliding across the backyard until it vanished right into our back door. I knew without a doubt it was the same thing I'd seen in the car. Now the activity has quieted, though the air never really feels completely empty. I prayed once, reciting a verse in desperation, and the weight lifted for now. I can't shake the feeling that it's not gone, though. I think it's only waiting. As patient as ever, for the moment I stop paying attention. The soldier wasn't there. So one afternoon, my mother-in-law declares without negotiation that the whole family is going to the Glade Museum of the Armistice. You know, where they keep that famous railway carriage where the treaty was signed. Personally, history that I have a complicated relationship with. Translation is I find it boring. But since family democracy really doesn't exist, I went along. And we were a small army ourselves, my family. At the entrance, a massive square opened up with a towering statue of some grim-faced general and a few reconstructed trenches scattered around like movie props. My mother-in-law immediately got lost in our world of photos, documenting every single flower, I swear. I slipped away with my half-sister, who's basically my twin in age and attitude. While our parents wrestled with the ticket counter, we wandered to the garden nearby, and there were some solemn, sort of stone slab-looking things engraved with tributes to the soldiers of Indochina, to those lost in North Africa. I can't recall the exact words, but the weight of the memory was heavy there. We loitered a bit and shrugged and regrouped. But inside the museum, the family unit dissolved quickly. Everybody went their own way at their own pace. And guess who sped through it like a timed race? Yep, me. I barely skimmed the captions. Still, one thing did make me stop. There were life-size mannequins in uniform. A French soldier, stiff and proper. Another North African, stern and quiet. And for some reason, seeing them in 3D was unsettling, like way more real than a photo. I finished the circuit ridiculously fast, stepped outside alone. And that's when things went weird. I mean, the moment I crossed the doorway, a ringing filled my ears, and it was loud and vibrating, and suddenly, nothing. Silence. The ear felt too still, and heard dog's ears, and the same place tilted as if I had stepped sideways in time. And there he was, in the garden, kneeling before a stone slab. Tribute to the North African soldiers, I think. His uniform was exactly the same as the mannequin inside, every button and every crease, but this was no mannequin. This was a man, flesh and breath, crouched low and his eyes fixed on the inscription. He didn't move, he didn't even notice me. I froze with my stomach cold and panic took over, and I spun back toward the exit to re-enter the museum. And just then, my half-sister strolled out. "Are you okay?" she asked. And I grabbed her hand. "Come, I need to show you something." But the garden was empty. The man was gone. Later, I asked my mother-in-law if she had taken a picture of the North African soldier figure. She scrolled through her photos and showed me the French one. I insisted and she frowned. There was no other soldier. My father backed her up and he swore he never saw a North African mannequin at all. But I know what I saw. My friends later joked it was a museum employee in costume trying to mess with me, but how? I mean, I never saw him come or go, and no one else in my family saw any man dressed like that. Hallucination, maybe, but it felt too real, and real enough to still make me shiver when I think of it. The Stone in the Woods. I live in upstate New York, not far from a huge reservoir tucked into the woods. It's a patchwork of cracked asphalt roads and dirt maintenance trails. The kind water crews use for their monthly checks, and for me it's just a walking loop. Usually early mornings with headphones blasting and no one else around. But the past 3 evenings, I've ended up there at dusk. No music, just the sound of my own footsteps. On the paved stretch, something caught my eye, a stone slab, oddly smooth, sitting dead center on the path. It didn't match the usual gravel or broken rock. It was too deliberate and too placed. I picked it up thinking I'll add it to the little strange find shelf I keep at home. Not 5 minutes later, I got that prickling sense, like eyes on the back of my neck, and from the tree line came the sound of something pacing me. Not close and not crashing branches, but steady. And when I stopped, it stopped, and a beat later. Too dark to see more than the shapes of trees pressing in. At one point, I paused to take a picture of some bats kind of just wheeling overhead of me. But my survival instincts clearly were acting defectively. And while I fiddled with my phone, the footsteps faded. Relief. Until I started walking again and heard them resume, keeping time with me, all the way until the path broke onto open road and then nothing again. The next day I asked around at work. A couple of coworkers said their kids used to complain about footsteps in the trees, as they would say. That was whenever they played up there, apparently. Watching and always watching. The following night it happened again, though only along one stretch of the trail, not the full walk like before. And here's the part that sticks with me. My mom, along with a handful of neighbors, once saw something by the river about 15 minutes from here. Tall and wrong-shaped and pale as bone. The legs bent backwards like a hound and the face almost canine but stretched thin. People whisper it nests in the caves along the riverbank, though that's separate from the reservoir woods by a highway and a cul-de-sac. And is it the same thing, or maybe just me spooking myself after pocketing a stone I shouldn't have touched? The woman with the rusted keys. I was sitting at my desk, staring at the dull glow of my monitor, while my two colleagues kind of lounged on the couch scrolling through their phones. The room was quiet, the kind of silence that sort of hums in the background, until I heard this sound. A faint jingling. Keys. The sound didn't feel out of place, but it pressed against my skin in a way I can't quite explain. A calmness lingered in the air, yet inside every nerve twisted with cold unease. Without thinking, I stood up, pushed back my chair, and drifted toward the window. And that's when I saw her. She was walking to the warehouse, tall, deliberate steps, headed straight toward the back exit. She wore a dark gray hoodie, black running tights, and carried a weather-beaten satchel that looked older than anything else in the building, as if it had survived a century on its own. And still being the new guy, I turned to my colleagues and asked if she was allowed back there. They barely looked up, and they were too calm and too indifferent. Normally, if a customer wandered in, they'd leap to their feet, but this time there was nothing. And before the figure slipped from my sight, I urged them to look, and I glanced and saw no one. Only I could see her. I tried to laugh it off, but they insisted we go check. So we did. We searched the aisles, the corners, and the exit. No one. She had vanished without leaving the faintest of a trace. Even the security camera showed nothing. But I know what I saw. The hoodie and the satchel, and above all, the sound of those keys. Rusted, heavy keys that jingled like they belonged to locks that hadn't existed in decades. Maybe it was some trick of perception, or maybe she wasn't meant to be seen by anyone else. A spirit or an omen just passing through, and sometimes I still hear those keys. The shadow that asked for Clara. Roughly a decade ago, my mom and I stayed at a friend's place. Well, not just stayed, more like camped out there for a couple of months while things were rough at home. At first, everything felt perfectly ordinary, but after a few weeks, the air in the house started to feel heavy, especially in the little guest room I was using. And that's when the dreams began. The exact same nightmare again and again, and in this nightmare, a figure would appear completely black with no face, no features, just a silhouette carved out of the dark. It never moved toward me, never made a sound except for one thing. It would stand in the corner motionless and ask, "Where is Clara?" Always the same question, always that same flat, hollow voice. After a while, I couldn't handle being in that room. I started sneaking into my mom's bed just to escape the feeling. And one evening, when my mom and her friend pressed me about why I refused to sleep alone, I finally told them everything, the dreams, the figure, the question about Clara. The moment I said the name, my mom's friend stiffened. Her face drained of color, and she asked me slowly, "Did you say Clara?" I'd asked about Clara. I nodded, and I was pretty unsettled. That's when she told me something I wish I hadn't heard. Years earlier, another guest had stayed in that same room. Her name was Clara, and apparently, Clara had been strange. She would spend hours locked in the bathroom, whispering to the running faucet as if the water were answering back. And sometimes, the friend would catch her standing in the hallway in the middle of the night and just murmuring to shadows no one else could see. Eventually, they had to kind of just ask her to leave. And after that, I never dared step into that room again. My mom just went so far as to burn sage and sprinkle salt around the doorways, hoping to chase away whatever was still lingering there. But I'll tell you this now, even now, all these years later, whenever I hear the name Clara, I feel that same cold prickle on the back of my neck. The Shaking Room of Bangkok. This one comes from my dad, back when he was on a business trip to Thailand nearly 30 years ago. Let's say mid-90s. And for context, my dad is the least superstitious man I know. He'll happily mock ghost stories at family gatherings. His philosophy is be polite to whatever's out there, but don't let it run your life. Anyway, he's just staying at a pretty fancy hotel in Bangkok, the kind of place that catered to international business types. After a long dinner meeting, he went back to his room. No TV, no music, just him lying on the bed reading a paperback novel. And then out of nowhere, the bed jolted violently. Now, my dad grew up in a country that's no stranger to earthquakes, so naturally his first thought was, oh, a tremor. Except, the walls weren't moving, the lamps weren't rattling. It seemed to be just the bed. He brushed it off and he tried to keep reading. A few minutes later, bam, the same thing. Shake, stop, silence. This repeated a couple of times until finally, completely fed up or maybe a little cocky, he yelled, "All right, one more time if you've got the guts." And in Mandarin, of all things, definitely not Thai. And wouldn't you know it, the bed erupted again, shaking harder than before, as if something invisible was saying, "Challenge accepted." Dad said at that point his skepticism kind of cracked clean in half. Goosebumps, jaw on the floor, the whole package. He packed up calmly, as calmly as you can after talking smack to an invisible roommate. Went back down to the front desk. He half expected the receptionist to laugh him out of the lobby, but instead, she nodded, perfectly straight-faced, offered to switch his room. And here's the strange part. She casually mentioned, "It's easier for us if you stay on a floor with the other guests anyway. You're the only one up there." My dad later realized how flimsy that excuse sounded. When he and a bellboy went back upstairs to collect his luggage, he swore the moment the elevator doors opened, the air was colder, and the lights, though the same fixtures, looked harsh and bluish, not warm like the rest of the hotel. The next day, he phoned his secretary to vent about the ordeal. She was quiet and then rang back up later saying, "I've told the travel department, don't ever book that hotel again." When he pressed her, she refused to elaborate until he returned home, and once back, she finally explained. Years earlier, that hotel had suffered a catastrophic fire. Dozens of people had died trapped by faulty safety measures. The place had since been renovated and repainted and rebranded, but some things, he said, don't move on so easily. Dad never claimed it was evil, but restless. As he likes to put it whenever ghost stories come up, maybe it just wanted some attention from its new roommate. But every time he tells it, I still feel that same chill he must have felt when the elevator doors slid open on that cold, empty floor. Bulbs come in all temperatures, you know. Shadows on the Terrace. A couple of nights ago, I went over to a friend's place. I greeted him and his girlfriend, and after hanging around for about an hour, He and I decided to step out for some cigarettes, and it was nearly 1 in the morning. On our way back, we noticed strange shadows moving along the wall of this building. At first, we shrugged it off, but then my friend whispered, "It doesn't make sense. The shadows should be cast by the streetlights, but there's no one there." We stood still watching. A figure appeared, clearly a girl, twirling and spinning like a dancer. She wore something that looked like a ballet skirt, and then she stopped mid-spin and turned sideways, lifted her gaze upward. She drifted into a corner of a building, a dark one, and out of the glow of the lamps, and from the terrace we kept narrating to my friend's girlfriend, but she said she couldn't see anything. Meanwhile, the cat perched on the railing was meowing furiously, staring up at the night sky while doing it. We were about to head inside when my friend's girlfriend suddenly shouted, "Look over there!" On the opposite facade, we saw the shadow of a man climbing toward the third-floor balcony. He sat there for a few seconds, motionless, as though deep in thought. Then he leaned forward and hurled himself into the void. His shadow simply vanished. 3 seconds later, from the empty apartment just beneath, there came a sickening thud like a skull striking concrete. Panicked, we rushed upstairs, hoping to shake it off. Then we sat in front of the computer. A sharp bang rattled the glass door to the terrace, and the door was locked. The cat was right there in the room with us. We tried to come up with a rational explanation, but nothing made sense. And here's the strangest part. A few nights earlier, my friend's smart speaker had turned on by itself and whispered, "Take care of yourself." Random, unnerving, and I still can't explain any of it. The Angel on the Path. In February 2004, I nearly lost my life. My colon had to be removed because it was literally falling apart, and I was wasting away, dropping nearly 2 pounds a day until I was admitted at 94 pounds, and I'm 5'6". After surgery, I was told I needed another one. My surgeon looked me square in the eye and said, "Come back when you've gained 30 pounds. Until then, your body can't handle it." Just weeks later, when I was still staggering through recovery, my 17-year-old nephew passed from complications of cystic fibrosis. That double blow cracked me wide open, and for the first time, I really understood I had been at death's edge. Mortality was no longer an abstract idea, it was pounding at my door. I had nothing left to give my children or my ex-husband, so on a reckless impulse, I booked a solo trip to Jamaica. I landed on a Thursday, and that evening the resort held a massive buffet in a pavilion near the beach. As I walked down the lit pathway, I passed tables where local artists displayed their work in paintings and carvings, bright fabrics. But I didn't pause. My mind was locked on one goal: endless food finally mine. I gorged shamelessly. Full and sluggish, I wandered back toward the hotel. That's when one of the artists stepped directly into my path, and he looked at me calmly and said, "You were supposed to tell me your story." What? Well, I sat down anyway, sliding into the chair behind the small wooden table. I began talking about my illness and my grief and maybe even nonsense I can't recall. And almost instantly, his body shifted and his edges shimmered and his frame stretched taller and brighter until there was no denying it. I was face to face with something far beyond human, an archangel. I don't remember my words, but I'll never forget the feeling. My mind seemed to expand beyond my skull, and the archangel radiated such pure love and serenity that it washed through me like sunlight through water. First time in years I felt whole. And then, just as suddenly, he shrank back into the man again, solid and ordinary. He leaned forward and said quietly, "I'm supposed to take you somewhere. There's something waiting for you there." The Shadow in the Attic. Alright, so this happened about 3 years ago at Mac's boyfriend's place. We used to crash in the attic, which was basically just a wide open space with a staircase leading up with no door, no nothing. And for context, I'd had my fair share of weird paranormal experiences growing up in my own house, but this night it is that, well, sent shivers down my spine, that one. I woke up at exactly 3:14 a.m. No clue why, just snapped awake. My ex was out cold next to me, breathing slow and steadily. I rolled over and I tried to force myself back to sleep, but nope, my brain wasn't having it. And that's when I heard it, footsteps and heavy ones. Now, his parents lived downstairs, and I really didn't find it very unusual for one of them to get up at the night to use the bathroom. Sorry, my dog is relentlessly eating his feet. At first, I figured it was his dad heading back to bed, but then I realized something that made my stomach drop. The bathroom was right next to their bedroom, and they wouldn't need to climb the stairs to get there, and yet the footsteps were clearly coming up the stairs toward the attic. I froze, and his dad would have no reason to check on his teenage son and his girlfriend at 3 a.m, and just as I was reassuring myself it had been nothing, the footsteps stopped and it was dead silent. I slowly turned my head toward the stairwell. I saw a massive shadow. It was just standing there at the top of the stairs, not moving, not making a sound, but I swear it was facing us. I tried shaking my ex awake, whispering his name, but he wouldn't budge, and my heart was beating so loud I thought it would wake the whole house. I rolled over, squeezed my eyes shut, and prayed it would just go away. Then came the worst part. The footsteps started again, pacing back and forth across the attic floor, slow and deliberately. Must have gone on for what at least felt like 20 endless minutes. And then silence. I didn't dare open my eyes until I heard my ex stir awake around 4 a.m, and I clung to him like my life depended on it. When I told him what happened the next day, he brushed it off until his mom chimed in. She swore his dad had been in bed with her the whole night, and the kicker is, a couple of weeks later, we were on a late-night call, and he was asleep with his camera on, and I was watching YouTube. I glanced at my phone, and I froze, and there was something standing in the corner of his room, and it was tall, and it was dark. Still, I screenshotted it immediately. When he woke up and saw it, he nearly lost it. That shadow showed up a few more times after that, until he moved, and in his new place there's nothing. Not even once has happened. I'm glad whatever that was stayed behind. The Lock, the Lights, and the PlayStation Ghost. So my boyfriend never talks about ghosts or anything spooky in his house. Meanwhile, I've had enough weird experiences in my life to fill a late-night Netflix docuseries. One night we're hanging out at his parents' place. The house is pretty old and creaky in that grandma's attic kind of way, but nothing that, well, at least he's ever called haunted. He's got this ancient PlayStation 2 that's basically more duct tape than plastic at this point. You need to wiggle your hand into the cracks when you're solving a puzzle just to press a button. We're chatting, we're minding our own business, when suddenly the disc tray slides out, and then in and then out again, like it's doing a little bit of cardio workout. We just sit there staring at it because neither of us touched it. After a while it stops and we shrug it off like, okay, guess it's alive. Later it goes to the bathroom and I drag him with me because apparently I'm 5 years old when it comes to creepy houses. We walk over and bam, bathroom door is locked. No big deal, right? Somebody must be in there. I don't really think about it, and I head back. But when we return to his room, he points out that the hallway lights, which had been on, were now completely off. I try to rationalize it like old wiring or timers or whatever, but then we both freeze because we hear the bathroom lock click open. The house does have terrible insulation, so you can hear everything except, in this case, no toilet flush, no faucet, no footsteps. Certainly no dogs with itchy ears, and no door actually opening or closing. We check the bathroom, and yep, totally empty. The lights are untouched, and no sign anybody was ever there at all, and just the lock mocking us. Nothing's happened since, and we still don't know if the bathroom ghost was buddies with the PlayStation ghost, or if they just tag team us that night. Two moments that changed everything. When I was a kid, my family took a trip to Rome. I was a clueless little boy, the type who thought crosswalk signals were more like suggestions than rules, and so of course I bolted across the street while the light was still red. Out of nowhere, a taxi came flying toward me, and for a split second it was like the world went quiet. And I swear, time just slowed down. Then I heard somebody yell my name, and in the next heartbeat, I'm standing safely on the curb beside my parents. That was the first time something like that ever happened to me. The second time was much later, just a couple of years ago. Back then, I wasn't in a good headspace at all, and these days I built a strong spiritual routine, and I pray daily, and I feel grounded. But back then, not so much. One afternoon, on my way to the gym downtown, a woman stopped me on the sidewalk. She wasn't pushy or anything, just calm and gentle and somehow luminous. She asked me a series of questions, simple but piercing. How are you really? Do you ever think about heaven or hell, and do you pray, and do you believe in God? I told her yes, I believe, but I didn't really pray, and she smiled and said, then let's pray together. Right there in the street we prayed, and I don't know how to explain it, but something shifted in me. From that day forward, I've prayed every single day. The night of the crawling steps. I was a kid then, maybe 9 years old, and our home stood in a sleepy village in southern France. The kind of place where the most exciting event of the year was the church bells ringing too long on Easter Sunday. My parents had built the house themselves, solid and ordinary and unremarkable, or so I thought. The upstairs floor was laid out like a small square. My room on the left, my brother's room straight ahead. Bathroom tucked beside him, and my parents' room on the right. At the far end was a corridor with a door we almost never opened. That night, it must have been close to midnight. I woke up to nothing but darkness. No hum of the fridge, no creak of the walls, just the faint glow of my alarm clock's red digits. The air felt thick, as if somebody had drawn a heavy curtain over the house, and it was wrong. Utterly wrong. My door was cracked open. My brother's door was wide open. As always, he liked to feel that he could call for our parents if he needed to. And then it began. Not footsteps. It was like a calm rhythm. It was somebody walking, but it was like a frantic pounding more than footsteps. It was racing up the stairs, and it was fast, like something half running, half climbing on all fours. Each step grew louder and heavier and shaking the very air. I froze. I pulled the blanket over me like a shield. My heart was hammering against my ribs, but I dared not breathe. The final step hit like a detonation. The whole floor shuddered as if a giant had stomped into the house. And I'd been to rock concerts later in life, and nothing had ever hit that deep in my bones. Minutes crawled by, maybe one, maybe two, and the silence returned, but I still couldn't move. My duvet was suffocatingly hot, yet safer than the air outside of it. Eventually, what must have been 15 minutes, I lifted a corner and I peeked out. My brother's room glowed faintly from a night lamp. I gathered what courage I could, which really wasn't that much, and crept out. He sat upright in his bed, eyes wide as plates. "You heard that too?" I whispered. He nodded. "Did you see anything?" He shook his head, and he was mute and terrified. The next morning, our parents dismissed it. Dreams or imagination, that sort of thing. But my brother and I remembered, and we still remember nearly 2 decades later. I tried researching, nothing remarkable in the land's history, just an old farm long gone. No battles, no graves, no curses I could find. But what happened that night remains the darkest, most chilling memory of my life. And even now telling it makes my skin crawl. The thing in the winter field. This happened a while back, and only recently have I convinced myself to put it into words, so here we go. Not all of my stories are easy to share, and like the one about the shadow man with burning red eyes who sometimes follows me, but this time at least, I wasn't the only one who saw it. So picture this. Winter in Texas, just a few days before Christmas. We'd been out since before dawn, all bundled up and waiting, and then we'd already seen a fox dart across the clearing, and a lone doe wandering. Coyotes howled somewhere in the distance, normal enough until suddenly, the howls turned into something else. They turned into screams, pain, and underneath it a low guttural growl unlike any sound I've ever heard in those woods. My stomach dropped. Told my boyfriend we should pack it. He insisted we wait until sundown. He was driving, so I lost that argument. Big mistake. By the time we finally decided to leave, it was pitch black. We used the flashlight, sweeping it across the clearing to make sure we weren't about to walk into a predator, and at first it seemed fine, but to our left, 2 deer. Their eyes glowed in the beam, and their bodies just faint silhouettes against the field. We relaxed a little, watching them chase each other. Then one bolted closer to us and spun around in the open, and behind the other something rose slowly and taller until it stood upright, towering at least 9 feet. It moved like a man, but heavier and looser, its steps bouncing unnaturally. Its eyes seemed to glow back at us, brighter than the deer's. I don't know if it saw us in the stand, but we stayed dead silent. The deer didn't last. Both bolted, and that thing sort of loped after them, making those same deep, horrible growls as it vanished into the woods. We sat frozen for 20 minutes before daring to move. Eventually, we left without seeing it again. Later, I remembered I'd been recording the coyotes earlier, and I think that sound, the growl, might actually be on the video. It's buried somewhere in an old phone, though, I think. A couple of weeks ago, I swear I saw it again. I was driving down toward town when I spotted a massive, shadowy figure slipping into the tree line. It turned back, eyes glowing just like before, in almost the same exact spot as that night. I know Wendigos aren't supposed to be a Texas thing, but I can't explain what I saw. And I've noticed something unsettling. When I talk too much about it, that's when it seems to show up again, so I'll leave it at this. Believe me or don't, just know, this is why I don't go outside at night anymore. The day time cracked. I've never said this out loud before. Mostly because it makes me sound like a compulsive liar or somebody who needs a padded room. But after all these years, I think I can finally share it. When I was about 8, my best friend and I had this strange little hobby. We collected old, nearly empty spray cans and paint and deodorant and anything pressurized. Tried to make them pop. Yeah, I know, brilliant childhood decision-making. One afternoon, we were at it again behind my grandmother's garage, and none of the cans were cooperating. After a while, my friend had to run off because his dad was shouting from the porch that it was dinner time. Me, while I wasn't ready to quit, I lined up one stubborn deodorant can, gave it a few more desperate whacks with a rock, and then suddenly it happened. The can burst with a sharp crack. And that's when reality broke. I swear to everything I know, the world slowed down. The hiss of escaping gas stretched out into a drawn-out roar. Tiny silver shards spun through the air like they were floating in honey. My arms and my breathing and everything was caught in the same syrupy slow motion. One fragment of metal spun straight toward my face, and I could see it coming clear as day, inch by inch, and somehow I leaned back just enough, almost like I'd been given extra time to dodge it. The whole thing lasted maybe 20 or 30 seconds, and then snap. Time returned to normal. The world went on as if nothing had happened. I stood there shaking, staring at the ground littered with twisted metal, and to this day, I have no explanation. No science, no logic. There's the memory of a second when the universe bent in front of me. I can't help but wonder, if it happened to me, who else has slipped through a crack in time? I don't know if I want the universe bending in front of me. The cigarette breather. Sometimes melatonin betrays me. I'll take it expecting a deep coma. Instead, I wake up groggier than ever, like my eyelids are glued shut with sandpaper. That's how the first encounter started. I dragged myself out of bed, not because I wanted to, but because my throat felt like I'd swallowed a dessert. And I'd been thirsty the night before, but this was ridiculous, like I'd been chewing chalk for hours. So I stumbled into the kitchen. I filled a glass, and I started gulping water like a camel after a marathon. Then it hits me. I'm hungry. Not starving, just an itch. I grab a slice of leftover pizza instead of bread this time, and standing there in the dim kitchen light, half drinking, half nibbling, when nature calls. So I shuffle to the bathroom. Midstream, I hear it. I hear floorboards. Not the usual old house sighs, but deliberate ones, like someone's testing their weight step by step. I pause and I brush it off. And then it comes, breathing, ragged and heavy as if a smoker with lungs made of gravel was standing just out of sight, exhaling on purpose to make me notice. My whole body went stiff. I froze trying to listen without moving, counting maybe 5 seconds of that awful breath before it just stopped. No fading, no shuffle, just silence. I tried convincing myself it was the fridge humming, but my nerves weren't buying it. I turned on every light I could, and I crept toward the stairs. I almost convinced myself I was just delirious from lack of sleep. Until I reached the point where the kitchen counter slipped out of view, and right then the floorboards popped again. This time it was unmistakable, like somebody had shifted their weight in the middle of the living room, hidden just around a corner. My survival instincts finally caught up, and I bolted down the stairs, 2 steps at a time, slammed into my room, locked the door, and lit the place up like a Christmas tree. I was pacing back and forth, and I could hear faint, careful footsteps above me. Not rushing, not panic, just slow, deliberate tiptoes. And the part that makes no sense is it wasn't a burglar or the door had its stopper, the windows were way too high to climb in, and nothing was broken. No forced entry, no nothing. Eventually, the footsteps stopped, and I must have blacked out because I woke up hours later. That was the first encounter. The last one. It happened just 3 hours ago. I walked upstairs, and again, steps, clear as day. And just as I started listening, they stopped, and my mom's still asleep, so who or what was walking around? The Watcher by the River. I've carried a question with me for decades, a shadow on the edge of my memory. My mother is ill now, and as I sit with her, I find myself circling back to those years when it was just her and me. We lived in a house perched on the high bank of a wide river. I was 5 when we moved in and 22 when we left. One summer evening, when I was 13, I climbed to the basement stairs and stepped onto the main floor. At the top, I just kind of left and, well, I didn't just kind of leave, but just to my left, I froze, and it was not a trick of the light or a half-seen blur. I saw it clearly. A figure about my height wrapped in what looked like a ceremonial dress, its face hidden behind a mask carved with simple lines. Not quite a shadow, not quite flesh. Stood there no more than 4 or 5 seconds, but I knew what I saw. I told no one, not then, not my friends, not my mother, and for years I doubted myself. It wasn't until my 40s that I finally told her, and she grew quiet, uncharacteristically so, then confessed. She had seen this too. One night years earlier, she'd woken to find it at the foot of her bed watching her, and she admitted that she hadn't told me because she didn't want me to be afraid. We both agreed on one thing, though. Whatever it was, it didn't feel evil. It did unsettle her. Even 20 years later, she remembers it. And at the same time, something else happened, something human and something frightening. I was a latchkey kid. So, it was the 80s, and we were just generally careless about locks. One afternoon, not 20 seconds after I walked in, a man knocked on the inside door to the garage, and he said he needed a phone. Tried for the knob, and for once the door was locked, though I never remembered really locking it. I shouted loud enough for him to hear, and I was saying that my dad was upstairs, and my dad, of course, lived 2 states away, and the man left. Didn't come back. Only much later did I realize the timing. My mother's sighting and my sighting and that man at the door, all within the same season. I sometimes wonder if the river had something to do with it. I mean, I'd been told that tribes of the Great Lakes once buried their dead along those banks. Next door, the land rose into wooded hills where I made trails as a kid. I was never afraid of the forest, but maybe we weren't the only ones who lived there. Years later, after we sold the house, the new owners leveled the land. They cut down the trees, poured concrete, and spent nearly $100,000 fixing the mess that followed. Within 2 years, they were gone. My mother and I, though, well, we never had such troubles. We'd left the land as it was, and the land seemed to leave us alone. There really was never anything else frightening in that house. There were no doors slamming, no whispers in the dark, and a tornado once ripped through, destroying homes to either side. Ours is untouched. Not a tree fell, and maybe a coincidence, and maybe not. I don't know what we saw, but whatever my mother and I saw, maybe it was a spirit or a guardian or a warning. Maybe just a fleeting vision on the riverbank, maybe. But I've carried the memory, the image of that masked figure watching silently from the shadows all these years later. The factory that didn't want us. Earlier today, I'm just wandering through an abandoned textile mill just outside of Manchester with the two of my mates. It was colossal, easily one of the biggest empty buildings I'd ever set foot in. About an hour and a half into our exploration, things shifted. We were on the second floor, and above us was a third level sealed off. No stairs, no ladders, no nothing. And yet, we heard it. Slow, deliberate sounds moving across the floorboards directly overhead of us. None of us spoke, none of us even breathed loudly. The building had no graffiti, no signs of squatters, no wildlife big enough to fake that noise, just us three and something else. We exchanged looks and silently agreed to leave. My friends walk ahead while I lagged, scanning for a safer way out. That's when I heard heavier and more rapid footsteps pounding behind me, as if somebody was sprinting straight at my back, and I spun around, braced for some ragged stranger. But there was nothing but silence and empty air. My panic must have been written all over me because one of my friends called out, "You good?" Before I could answer, the sound of 5 or 6 glass panes shattering at once echoed from behind us, and we all bolted. As we reached the exit, one friend had the brilliant idea to peek into the side annex. He barely finished his sentence when a rusted iron gate creaked open all on its own, releasing the kind of groan you only hear in horror films. So that was sort of our cue. We didn't stick around for round 2. What really unsettles me is the day outside was warm and almost muggy, but when we entered the engine room on the second floor, our breath kind of clouded in front of us and the air was freezing and our fingertips were numbed. Scattered on the ground were stacks of DVD labeled with bizarre titles like Harvey Test and Fluid Subjects. As far as I could dig up, the mill's only recorded tragedy was a fire years back. No mass deaths, no grisly stories, yet the unease was palpable. And the strange part is nothing unusual happened until we reached that second floor. The footsteps above us were physically impossible. That floor wasn't reachable by any sane means. So now I'm left wondering, could we brush past something genuinely supernatural, or did the factory just decide it didn't want us there? And how are you going to tell me you didn't take a look at the DVDs that were labeled things like Harvey Test and Fluid Subjects? It might be a horrible watch, but you gotta at least find out what it is and tell me. See ya. The factory that didn't want us. Earlier today, I'm just wandering through an abandoned textile mill just outside of Manchester with the two of my mates. It was colossal, easily one of the biggest empty buildings I'd ever set foot in. About an hour and a half into our exploration, things shifted. We were on the second floor, and above us was a third level sealed off. No stairs, no ladders, no nothing. And yet, we heard it. Slow, deliberate sounds moving across the floorboards directly overhead of us. None of us spoke, none of us even breathed loudly. The building had no graffiti, no signs of squatters, no wildlife big enough to fake that noise, just us three and something else. We exchanged looks and silently agreed to leave. My friends walk ahead while I lagged, scanning for a safer way out. That's when I heard heavier and more rapid footsteps pounding behind me, as if somebody was sprinting straight at my back, and I spun around, braced for some ragged stranger. But there was nothing but silence and empty air. My panic must have been written all over me because one of my friends called out, "You good?" Before I could answer, the sound of 5 or 6 glass panes shattering at once echoed from behind us, and we all bolted. As we reached the exit, one friend had the brilliant idea to peek into the side annex. He barely finished his sentence when a rusted iron gate creaked open all on its own, releasing the kind of groan you only hear in horror films. So that was sort of our cue. We didn't stick around for round 2. What really unsettles me is the day outside was warm and almost muggy, but when we entered the engine room on the second floor, our breath kind of clouded in front of us and the air was freezing and our fingertips were numbed. Scattered on the ground were stacks of DVD labeled with bizarre titles like Harvey Test and Fluid Subjects. As far as I could dig up, the mill's only recorded tragedy was a fire years back. No mass deaths, no grisly stories, yet the unease was palpable. And the strange part is nothing unusual happened until we reached that second floor. The footsteps above us were physically impossible. That floor wasn't reachable by any sane means. So now I'm left wondering, could we brush past something genuinely supernatural, or did the factory just decide it didn't want us there? And how are you going to tell me you didn't take a look at the DVDs that were labeled things like Harvey Test and Fluid Subjects? It might be a horrible watch, but you gotta at least find out what it is and tell me. See ya.